Welcome home, gamer, and welcome back to Mechabellum, where I know most of the eyes are on the final of the draft tournament form segment of the Basti Cutie Mechabellum Invitational, which is currently available over on the Mag 1 channel. I know a lot of you people are watching that, but we have a tradition on this channel, and it does not matter what else is happening in Mechabellum. We are going to be casting the Weekend Tournament European, the jewel, the crown jewel of the 3 weekend tournaments, with entries from Asia, from Europe, and from the Americas. It is, I think, the most highly represented tourney. I know Apucci is planning to play in it today, because I talked to him last night about it. So we'll have at least one big name, a lot of other ones as well. Looks like a bunch of numbers won the Asia tournament. I think that is Skay, to be honest. I think that's a Skay account. But I am not positive. Not positive. Right? Blondie, Chiba Gold, Dillo, and Sparty, the top 5. Xiaoji, Quinn Hanju, a total gentleman kind of close to my heart. I just really appreciate them after running into them so many times. Came 7th. So congrats to that group. That is our title in Finnish. Well, thank you. I'm gonna have to tell Mike. I've got to go tell Mike. Apparently, your name, if translated to Finnish. We'll tell him good luck with the pronunciation. You're on your own. All right, but it's 30 minutes to go. I'm not sitting here on this screen for 30 minutes. No. Let's go do some matchmaking. Go play a game. You have got to go. Oh my God, Baller, you've got to go check his VOD out for him trying to pronounce it. You'll die. You'll die. It's amazing. He just tried it. So, yes, our surprise guest for this week's Weekend Tournament European. We had him on last Friday for his unboxing. First games of Mechabellum. He's played a couple of them, but I just love him for the size of personality, the amount of energy that he brings. Mortar Mike is going to be our co-caster for the Weekend Tournament European coming up in about 30 minutes. His channel is actually having a big giveaway. You can still get registered for. You've got about 5 more minutes, maybe 8 more minutes to get registered if you're looking for that. Hi. Look, have fun, man. Okay, let's take sabers. We have run into, take a look at this, European Advanced Group 2 champion and fellow, longtime chatter on this channel, longtime player of the game, Sir Limbo. We'll see how he's doing. Imagine he is not too pleased to see a whole bunch of Tarantula on the board right now. And especially not if we can counter a round 2, we can buy our own sabers on round 2 and then have a potential advantage in saber v saber combat. Hello, Dorgon Hackmanic. Welcome in. I've lost more games than you've played. Gambit is showing yesterday's final, which went to Ragen. Thank you for pointing that out. We got to get this one up, because this should be... And there's only like 5 of you here, but you guys ought to be doing some bets on Sir Limbo. for myself. There you go. Channel point bet is up, and let's unlock a thing. All right. Yeah, he added some marksmen, but his Mustangs are no good at clearing crawlers, so we're going to enjoy having crawlers on the board. Oh, no, no, no. That's what you think, Ghost? No. No, no. Oh, hold on a sec. We gotta give him a more equal... Those are gorgeous skins. They are delicious. Now, opponent is playing a giant specialist. We'll see what he winds up in a minute. Do we want to go with the saber right away? We're just gonna take the Void Eye. I think that kind of works out for me. Get you working on that guy to open. This guy should have just enough time to get out in front. And call that good. Let's see what happens. Oh no, there's a flank fire badger. Disaster. Mag 1 peaked at 11k. I know. The Beastie Cutie Invitational has brought so many huge audiences to this game. Like, my chat has been popping off on the Wednesday tournament, or the Wednesday cast, the Friday tournament cast. Both of those were just amazing. So, super enjoying it. Super grateful to everybody who's involved in arranging that. Because, obviously, more viewers, more players in the game is great for the game. Tremendous job marketing and getting that out there. Hello, Lady Noeen. Welcome in. Pokes head in. Waves from work and goes back to the paperwork. You're working on a Saturday. Your face was just amazing. Got him. You did, in fact, got me. You did, in fact. I managed to pull that, to pull your shtick on Faith last night. I thought it was hilarious. Got to pull the, you're amazing. Got her. Okay. Oh, beautiful. So we put something down here. We can jump it out when we need to. He can jump it wherever he wants to put it to, which isn't great for us. Yes, you have had your effect on the world. You have left your mark, for sure. I actually wonder if dropping those guys to the back corner is the right spot. Round 3, ranged shaft clear. Using the redeploy to cover this, but not doing anything over the top there. Getting some engagement on the level 2 marksmen, so we bring those guys down before the rest of his chaff has arrived. That is going to be a comprehensive round for the Rock. Rock in control. Limbo in limbo. Thousand hit points of damage. Drop him from 5,000 down to 3,685. We've actually taken a lead, 3,900 to 3,700. What can we do now? Let's turn up the volume, turn up the speed on this attack. I am going to give away a little bit of tempo this turn. I don't think I care about think we're going to go with you on the corner, you on the corner. Bring out a crawler over here so that he's got maximum pressure on that. Run this guy up into the corner for now. In fact, hold on. Can I get you? It won't work, right? Surely it won't work. Okay, let's just put him here. We'll put him out here and let the just work off of that flank for a moment. We have no upshoot. Sir Limbo, you've got to see that. I have nothing that flies. You have all sorts of upshoot. Why is he not trying to fly? He's also managed to get his fort locked by our tarantulas. That's fine. Whittle down the fort for a minute here. Outside tower taken. Good. Fort with the super heavy armor doing its best. We will just answer that with a melter, and we'll be in melter tarantula. And call it good, I think. We're also going to need some fangs for anti-wasp. He should be doing something that flies. So we'll have our big thing there. He doesn't believe he can fly, doesn't believe he can touch the sky. You might not be wrong. Might not be wrong there. He did not take the redeploy. So this thing is locked where it is, right? So you are going to have basically an instant lock from here for the whole rest of the game. Meanwhile, you can just instant lock right off of rip. And we absolutely need some anti-air that arrives kind of late. That's not negotiable. Let's just put more damage on things and see what happens. Nice level 4 Mustangs you had. Past tense. Oh, hey, look, you've added an arc light. Alright, well, in what world am I worried about that? We get the big guy down. We get the big guy almost down. We get the big guy down despite the tower take with the Rhino. And we'll get to work on the Rhino. He is in my forts, except for one thing. He's got fang production instead of anti-air. Counting on the anti-air coming from elsewhere. Cleaned up. Let's go. Still winning. 3 rounds in a row. We've dropped him to 30-85. It is time for the giveaway over on Mortar Mike's channel. If you haven't been checking that out, he's got an amazing set of giveaways going on for today. I've entered it, so I'm hoping to just, find out that I won while playing this game. I think that would be amazing. Okay, we like to take Phoenix. We always have. Don't mind having the Phoenix. You're in 2 giants anyways. We're just going to go ahead and range that boy. Go ahead and give this side that. Obviously, that guy needs that. And we need a bit of fang over on that side. What do we think? Range and speed probably at this point. Can we just rush over this side real quick? I think we're gonna try it. I just want to farm the XP, knock the highest level Mustangs off the board, and have the melters survive at the end of the round, if needed. Which does look kind of like what we're going to wind up getting there. Yeah, we've got melters on sledges for a minute. But if we've driven a giant specialist out of playing giants, I'm totally happy with that. And as predicted, we farm a whole lot of XP on that side. We're going to get that right side tower right around the time that the left side is finished. So the ability to just go create a mismatch by redeploying a level 2 Tarantula from one side to the other, creating new problems for opponent. Yeah, it gave us a weak side, but he didn't know that that side was going to be weak. Doesn't get to exploit it. Takes damage from 4 surviving Tarantulas, 2 giants. He's down to 1280 and in quite a bit of trouble. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and drop on that again. I think, if I'm him, I think I am buying wasps if I'm him. So let's pick that up. Take a loan, take one more. This is just a cold read. There ought to be wasps. The wasps are the one thing that can really beat me at the moment. All right. Let's see if I'm right. Are there, in fact, wasps? No! We have red wasps. We've even managed to drop into the wrong spot. All right. Mike is setting up the giveaway. He's got a face cam. And here's the commit. If Amarok wins that, you will have some face cam streams by October. We are still losing the left side. We didn't do anything to reinforce that. We're, Boyd, welcome in, Boyd. I woke up early, I lost 200 MMR, I'm ready for Europe now. Amarok seems to have a winning board. Will he know to get more chaff? That's a good question. You're happy to stop Giant Spec from playing Giants? I bet you like flipping baby birds' wings. Yeah, no, that is not. But you hear the dinging happening. That is the tourney registration open. And we have left him with 15 hit points and a dream. You think just throw down more chaff at this point? That's what you're thinking. I did not win the face cam. I know that's what you guys were holding on. Let's see. Mustangs are chaff-like. He has finally shielded. We had no real answer out here. That's fair. I thought about just taking and selling this, but, you know, if it just sits out there and tanks for a minute, it's not terrible. Opponent winning the left side hard. Does he actually have that left side? Does he have that left side? We get towers right around the same time. And he's gonna win a round. No. Underground Chaff. Level 2 Underground Chaff and her HE Tarantula. Right. Sounds like a plan. We'll finish this. We're also, by the way, just gonna throw down 4 shields at this point. It's gonna be just throw down the stagger. I won it! Guys, I won the cam! Mike spin! First winner doesn't show up to claim it. The second spin is like an inch away. I let out a howl. We've got a cam, folks! We've got a cam! We will have a camera coming up. That's not good news. Well, what is good news? Meanwhile, we are stomping over a very good player. This didn't even look close. Streamer looking in good form. That is absolutely bananas. I called my shot. It's he. They're saying face reveal. He's saying face reveal. Let's go. I know. Hackmanic. I actually agree. HE Tarantula just... Yeah, okay, so that's what I needed to know there, Baller. I needed to do those HE Tarantulas a lot earlier to close this game out quicker. I didn't need to let it go to round 9, I guess. All right, that is our dub. I got to take a moment. We got to put our... Baller shows up in Mike's chat. Love it. Love it. All right. There we go. Tossed you one back, Baller. It's like... Yeah. Okay, so clicking on a unit to find the text, etc., was covering up funds available in the corner. Thanks, Hackmanic. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm actually thinking for... I don't know where to put it, but I think it's going to be something like, face cam would be right about here. Right? Because there's very rarely any actual info up there. right? We're not covering up anything that's game important. We're never covering up this. We're not covering. There's nothing appears here. I think that's the spot for it. Probably, if I can get it to fit in under, that would be perfect. Like with a little clip there would be amazing. Not sure if I can figure that out. Yes, yeah, there. Okay, so you guys are joking, but there is a we do have socials. We do have socials. So there is what do you call the stream deck is up on the throne if somebody wants to pick that up. To celebrate our 2 years of streaming, something like that. The so that would let us do things like, cut to face cam is on, face cam is off, because that's the other thing we could do is like, have face cam appear, disappear, or go full screen. So change scenes. Okay, we will be setting things up for our collab with Mortar Mike in coming right up. Let me put this in real quick. We've got this was not a tournament game. All right. And you guys are right. It's not technically a face reveal. We've revealed once before, but all right. Plus 18 on the MMRs. Saving it out. And done. Plus 17,000 insight on that one. Look at that. We look like we have insight just by backing ourselves. Tournament registration is open. It's 5 minutes to go. Apucci is in. Doxson is in. I see Isaacs. I see Godius Prime. I see Gramps. And that should all be solid. Let's I'm going to close out of Mike's stream, I think. And let me jump down to the broadcast booth here. Hello. Joining me in the broadcast booth, folks, Mortar Mike. Thank you very much for joining me, man. I am so excited to have you, and super pumped to have just won a cam. Called shot in a giveaway. How do you do that? And it took Queen Alexia not claiming her prize too. I feel terrible. So all right, so I'm looking at about a 4-minute countdown to the in-game tournament. If you're in the game, you click on over to the tournament tab, click on the weekend tournament European. We don't need to register. We're just going to be casting. So hanging out here. Oh, they can't hear you. That's a good point. It's trying to pick up Apucci. Check. Try again. There's the laugh you guys were looking for.
Oh my gosh. How goes it, amazing people? It's Mecha Bellum time.
It is. With me in the booth, once again, Mortar Mike. Amazing streamer. I'm so glad to get to introduce you to Mecha Bellum. I'm so glad to have you here. The energy you bring is amazing. The energy you bring every single day. I envy it. I am jealous of how much you bring to life, just the obvious joy that you have in everything that you do. Yeah, I bet you do. It's poetic that Mike had mic problems. No, Mike didn't have mic problems. Mike had Amarok problems. Amarok wasn't listening to him.
I'm gonna put the title in here too. Let's see here. I'm gonna put it in here for us. You said it was weekend tournament European 119. Got it.
Yes, indeed. Let me update all the caster info so that it is pointing to you instead of Apucci. Apucci, of course, was our co-caster last night
as well.
Yeah, if you do that, I'll look for that invite. Sorry, Reven. Your alt is in at 2,000. It's just not showing. I don't show alts. No Smurfs. This is only the OGs.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Mortar Mike wants to collaborate. Yes, please. Accept, and then you'll have to click the shared chat then, and that'll bring our folk together.
Sounds good. I may have to click it one more time because I had to switch browsers.
Yep.
It didn't work in the other browser. I'll do it here. Try it one more time.
Accept. Request
Right.
accepted. Perfect. I'm going to mute you there since we have the Discord.
Agreed.
Beautiful. And then you should have a shared chat button.
Yep. Share chat is live and working,
see it.
brother.
And then we can just minimize that and forget about it for the rest of the night.
Yep. Now, how do you want me to share the game? How do you prefer I show it?
Okay, so here's what when Alpha Titan and I have done this together, or whatever, like we're just gonna pick the same game and view. Right.
That's perfect.
So you're in game, I'm in game. We just pick the same game. We're both viewing it. If you are clicking on something, it'll only appear for your viewers, and mine will only appear for my viewers. If you want, I can put what I'm looking at into this Discord. Not you'd be, not that you would be sharing it necessarily, but just because that gives you a, if I'm calling something out that you also want to call out to your audience, you click on whatever unit it is that I'm on.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, you are the seasoned veteran in this, so I'm going to be watching and learning and also asking questions as we go, because I'm sure I won't be the only one trying to figure out how people are doing certain things or why they're doing it.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, I'll be watching you guide it.
Honestly, I'm thinking that's kind of perfect. If you are the play-by-play, describe what you're seeing and throw questions to me. That lets me explain it to the audience beautifully.
Yeah.
Right. And, for the last 2 years, I've had an opening call for a tournament when that countdown gets down to about 3. And it goes something like, ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Would you like to take that? Because I would love to hear that. I'd love to hear that. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs in a Mortar Mike voice. And that'll be coming up in seconds, guys. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Or don't. Some of you are going to be missing that to see an ad. Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, weekend tournament, week 119, European.
It is time, brother. Oh, let me put the chat up here too, so I can make sure they can hear it on this stream too. Right now, I have spaceships flying, all kinds of shenanigans on screen, so let me actually get the game up.
Fair enough. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. It is time. Round 1 tourney. Looks like we're going to have some very good games. I see Sparty and Lord Clancaria. That catches my eye. Egotistic against Dorgon. That should be a great match. Let's see. Scrolling around, just looking to see if there's anybody else we recognize in weird positions or different chat. Oh my god. Contrast Ethics against Dillo in round 1. Are you kidding me? Let's take that one. That is the number 4 seed, if you scroll down the tourney a little bit to find that one.
See here, I'm going to go to make it a full screen. I can. Here. Oh, I'll deafen myself on Discord for a second while I get it together.
Okay. Well, as is tradition, I'm going to put up channel point predictions on the Amarok channel. I usually do a bet for folks. That channel point prediction is up. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We try to run those right now during the countdown so that you do not miss anything. The match you're going to get, number 43 seed on an alt, Contrast Ethics. We'll be facing Dillo. Dillo, of course, famous streamer, one of the top seeds in today's tournament. A real shot to go win it all from Australia. He'll be the number 4 seed. He'll be far side and red. Contrast Ethics will be near side and blue. had a really tough game against Contrast this week. He's strong. He's strong enough to pull this upset. Let's put it that way. He's certainly strong enough to give Dillo a match for it. Dillo should be the heavy favorite. If you guys are looking at betting odds, I would probably put them at like 4-1 or 6-1 against Contrast, maybe even worse than that. On the near side, in blue, Sabertooth Specialist Contrast is going to be Sabertooth Start and Fang. That is a really strong pack. Dillo likes speed, much the way that Apucci and I do. He'll be in sledges and crawlers. With me in the booth, my co-caster today is Mortar Mike, but he's got me muted. He's got himself deafened. He can't hear me, so I'm on my own for right now. We'll let you know when Mike rejoins us. In contrast, if I recall, was about 1800 or so. He is, I'm sorry, not the 43rd seed. He's actually the 49th seed in this tournament. I mislisted that in the opening there. Dillo came 4th this morning and is the 4th seed right now. So 4th this morning's Asia tournament. Currently streaming live. As you know, if you are in game, you can just click the button to go find some streamers to watch, and that is a good way to find folks. You can also do the joining predictions. Let's go ahead and give our shout out to Dillo. Whoops, we gave our shout outs to Contrast. All right, well, there we go. Let him know we're here. Meant to put it on Dillo, but whatever. Insight comes, the insight goes. Looks like he's having some trouble picking up the piece on his side. There we are. There we are. You got
nice.
You made it back.
I take the death counter off screen too.
Right. Round 1 has just completed. It went to the favorite Dillo. Dillo is the number 4 seed here, just coming off the 4th place finish in the Asia tournament this morning. He's on the line in this sledge, hound, and crawler that's very strong. Contrast Ethics on the near side normally plays under the Contrast Ethics name, playing on an alt named Contrast. So he's seated a little bit lower than he should be, because this alt isn't quite at his MMR. But
little healthy smurfing doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, but it's not paying off for him because he's drawn into a tougher opponent on round 1. That's not what you want. But he is a Sabertooth Specialist who started with sabers on the board. Of course, the Sabertooth Specialist gives him the ability to get upgrades on those Sabertooth for 50 less, and he'll get 1 free Sabertooth on round 3. So if he commits into the sabers, he's got an edge. He's also dropping a Rhino Assault on the back left corner, completely undefended from Dillo. On the other hand, Dillo has done the traditional round 2 thing, buys those Phoenix, has some flying units, and if you don't buy some Upshoot, something that can handle the air, it doesn't matter whether you win the ground or not, you lose to the Phoenix. So they are kind of a at the highest levels, at Dillo's level, at Apucci's level, they are the round 2 standard. And, you could do a heck of a lot worse than just automatically buying a Phoenix on round 2 as your default strategy.
I think this is one of the most painful ways to lose. Not losing, but like to lose a round, because you always know there's a chance it's going to happen, and that chance is a chance you want to be the one taken. Like, it feels so bad to just watch the soldiers line up.
But wait, there are fangs. Hero
Oh, that's
Fangs get the job done. Contrast wins
mhm.
on round 2. So his answer to, I know you're going to have some Phoenix, he put the Fangs way on the other side of the board where they wouldn't get touched in the early fight. They come back and win at the end. Fangs, not just
Mm.
chaff. Dillo takes Redeploy. Now, that is, in my opinion, one of the highest skill ceiling pieces, along with, Redeploy and Mobile Beacon are the two strong things I would go for. So
Mhm.
he'll be able to position whatever unit he needs wherever he needs it. Contrast, that Rhino Assault worked for him last turn, so he's going to take another one. Just back-to-back Rhino Assaults on that unprotected tower. Dillo jump driving those Phoenix over to what was the completely unprotected weak side, puts some Hounds in front of them. The Hounds, in theory, take out the Fangs. There's a crawler flank in the bottom corner that's supposed to come
Mhm.
over from left to right at the, draw some of those Fangs out of the way. That would allow the Phoenix and Hound to just have unimpeded access to that tower. Instead, they're going to get stuck on that Sabertooth for a moment while a Rhino tries to deal with the tower.
Mhm.
Take it away,
See,
Mike.
this is
You
good.
are the play-by-play. Tell us what you're seeing.
So I'm noticing the same thing each time, and eventually it's got to be dealt with, and that is that Rhino in the top left corner. Because no matter what comp you have set up, if you're knocking all of the attack and defense down, it's almost like you're donating all of these units. And all you need is them to be able to hit the right unit. Is it a 9-second window, I believe?
It's a 9-second debuff, indeed.
Yeah,
And
9-second debuff is enough to break many teams and get the right kills in time.
And to clarify a little bit of what Mike's thinking there is, during that 9-second debuff, your units are feasting on the opponent with plus 50% damage, taking no damage since their opponent's attacking at 10% of its normal value. And even if he loses the round to this one, look at that gorgeous pink skin, to this one Phoenix, it's still a lot of XP to have fed to Contrast's army. So Dillo winning the round, Contrast is kind of winning the board state, I would say. But he's been winning on those two Rhino call-ins. There is no Rhino in that flank. This is a round without the call-in. You get the reinforcements. Contrast goes straight to the Wasps. Dillo for the triple Phantom Ray. They're both going into the air.
Question.
Yeah.
I want to do something slightly different because I'm watching it right now. How do I pull up a match to find it? I want to put it on Mechabellum. But I've got a little bit of drop frame rates when I see it through Discord, and I don't want to.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to. I want to cost you anything as far as people being able to do it at top quality.
I wouldn't be showing my Discord. I'd be showing straight out of the live game for sure. So call up the game. Go over to the tournaments tab.
Tournament. Oh, common sense.
Find Weekend Tournament European number 119. Find Advanced Group 1. And we are in the match that features the number 49 seed against the number 4 seed. It'll be almost halfway down the fold.
All right, 49 versus 4 here. Oh, I see it. Contrast. Spectate. I'm going to pull this bad boy up so y'all can see it on this end as well. We're working.
Technical issues. It's the first time we've worked together. We're all professionals here.
Exactly. This is all tech support 101. This is all we do. All right, so I'm going to get game up for us on this end here. I can actually close the share screen layer. And then I'm going to set it up for us to be able to stream it, watch it live. I'm doing it all for us because I want them to have the best experience on both.
Yeah, viewers on both sides. I mean, we don't want anybody to feel like they're the B tier viewers.
Yeah, exactly.
Value you no matter what channel you're in.
No matter camera, we're up. Ah!
All right. So what I'm seeing is that countdown of about 108. It looks like your viewers are countdown timer's a little bit lower than that, but or a little bit higher than that. It looks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized this is actually a little disproportionate.
Yeah. The scoreboard's off the top of the screen.
Yeah. Oh, it's locked. We unlock it here.
Well, let's just say while that was happening, focus on the match in front of us. Dillo just crushed it. Knocks more than 1,000 hit points off of Contrast. Dominated the whole board side to side. So he was willing to take those two Rhino drops, let them have the tower, in order to keep building a better long-term board. And he has that now. In terms of technologies, both players are taking Mech Rage on the Hound early. Now, the old school wisdom was you wanted to range your chaff clear to keep your chaff clear alive, etc. If you're going to rely on hounds as chaff clear, you need to take the Mech Rage, and that drops the attack interval from
Mhm.
2.4 seconds to 1.6 seconds, and makes them that much more effective, especially as they come up to level 2 and they start one-shotting crawlers and get Mech Rage. They go from being kind of weak as a chaff clear to, in my opinion, the best chaff clear in the game.
I've seen a couple of end games where y'all still see the hounds on the field, and I was like, and they're doing their job, because after a while you kind of forget that they're there, and then it kind of bites you in the butt, like on the 5th or 6th wave. You're like, wait a second, my chaff's being cleared a little too quick. Oh, the hounds are still around.
Yeah, my chaff is gone. His hounds are now his chaff, and they have just a shorter range than whatever his carry unit is. So they kind of serve two purposes there. When I first started playing with hounds, Mike, I made the mistake of not counting them as chaff. So I would put out boards that look a little bit more like contrast ethics right now, with that much chaff on the board, plus a bunch of hounds. And Dillo has, I got some coaching that encouraged me to go more towards what Dillo is running, where it's about 5 chaff and 5 hounds, whereas, you know, a season ago, round 5, you'd have been looking at like 8 chaff as kind of a de rigueur. And you know, just relying on the hounds to be both the chaff clear and then the second wave or third wave of chaff really makes the best use of your deploys, I think, in a way that, you know, taking Harry Arclight or something as your chaff clear, taking Arclight isn't as strong. Tarantula is really weak because of the existence of Sabretooth to hard counter it. And speaking of hard counters, Contrast is down under 2,000 hit points. Now he gets one of those rhinos back, but I think it's going to be a bit late. Redeployment on offer for both. Advanced shield device is very strong, bumping your shields from 40,000 hit points to 56,000 hit points. Quick teleport at lower levels, especially being able to just show up and overwhelm a flank with quick teleport can be super satisfying.
Yeah,
but,
or make them have to plan around it, and you just you just redeploy it, and you know, and save yourself a lot of resources for a wave, because now the team's expecting to go one way, and you have them on a completely different side, or you got them on the main line, on the main front. So
right,
yeah. Oh, this has got me. I'm over here like nerding out right now, watching all this gonna get played out. So contrast is okay, got it. And so I want to ask this question: what do you think is the most underused area of the game that people don't use nearly as much? I'm thinking like the research centers and the command center. Like, is there something you think is the most underused that you wish people would take advantage of that would save the day?
Well, I think at the higher levels, no. At the lower levels, for sure. I think people really undervalue enhanced range, really undervalue high mobility.
Yeah.
I mean, we were seeing that in the match last night with Apucci calling out that Blood, who's around 2,000 MMR, wasn't taking temp speed as often as he should. Here it's round 6. You've got temp speed for contrast, but you don't have either of the temps for Dillo. Maybe he's feeling like he's in control and doesn't need it, but just close the gap anywhere that you've won a spot. Close on the next tower, close on the next unit. Use speeds to do that. If you're in a mirror, like these Hound versus Hound, have temp range. It gives you the 15-meter extras so that you're engaging first. If you have the first shot, an opponent, just having the first couple of units die a split second sooner might mean that they don't get a return shot, and that can snowball, right? So you always want to be winning the range war. You want to be engaging taking your first shot just before your opponent takes their first shot, and then closing the gap really quickly. So understanding when to start taking those, and I'd say round 6 is a pretty good, pretty good mental. I don't know, mental bookmark to have for when it's time, when it's appropriate to start investing in that.
Okay.
Contrast ethics down under 800 hit points, trying to turn it around with an addition of 2 forts, takes anti-air on the forts. I mean, I can see it. I don't think it's going to be enough. He's also taken anti-air on 3 Farseers, and has that already had it on the Wasps. So he's trying to win the air war 3 different ways, has 3 different units with 3 different techs, and I'm gonna say this is probably this is maybe being a little out of his comfort zone, knowing he's up against a really, really good player. He sees the problem, but he's thrown 3 different solutions at it instead of committing to one solution and getting it right and, creating, like if you think of techs as a multiplier on the number of units of that type, right? He's multiplying 2 and 2, he's multiplying 2 and 2 on the forts, he's multiplying 2 and 4 maybe on the Farseers, but he'd have gotten so much more if he had 2 techs on 8 units, right, of the same type.
Yeah,
they might all be countered by the same thing, but like
it goes so much more.
He's spreading his econ. He's spreading his econ so wide.
So I've learned this too. So that's glad you just said that. Something I've been seeing a lot more in this game is people not necessarily like early game. I realized, I'm still early game. I'm definitely early game. But I realized one thing I was doing was reacting to every problem instead of building a good comp for end game.
Right.
Like for future rounds.
Right.
And I end up building a comp that reacts to everything and loses because I got 1 spec to this guy, 2 specs into this guy, 1 spec into this guy. I forgot I had this guy. And you got some slapstick army at the end. As opposed to building a team by like round 5 or round 6, you turn things around.
Right.
And then just close the gap on what the issues are and then win out.
So what you're talking about there is the 2 different, maybe competing philosophies in the game, right? The first is tempo. So the person who is kind of forcing you to respond to everything is trying to tempo the game to completion and win on round 7, kind of like a certain Australian number 4 seed has just done, knocking Contrast Ethics down and out. Now, Contrast is not out of the tournament. These are not single elimination, but he's out of contention for the title. And he's also out of contention to get shown on our screens again, because we only show the unbeatens against each other.
Got it.
Follow somebody in the winner's bracket. Now, I'm gonna return to lobby off of this screen and just find another match to have on. But
I'm gonna save because I'm still learning.
All right. Let's take a look at the 43 Delog Apbik against Steelsane. Steelsane is a multiple-time tournament champion from Russia, probably one of the most prolific weekend tournament champions.
One to watch. Okay.
And he plays very standard. Okay, but to kind of come back to what I was talking about, what I was going to say here is, Dillo in that game was creating a set of problems, gets Contrast trying to react to them, eventually gets to a point where it's snowballs, it's out of control. And I think a lot of that goes back to those first 2 rounds, which Contrast maybe won by having the Rhino take the tower with the Rhino drop, while Dillo was still concentrated on just building the ideal late game, mid-game comp, really. And then what you're talking about is, especially as
going at it, it's round 9.
Especially as somebody who has some military background, right? You will completely appreciate the value of a good combined arms force, right?
Exactly.
Every single piece has a valuable place in the army. And the combined arms for Mecha, of course, are Chaff Clear, Big Tank, Single Target DPS, and call it Anti-Wasp, Anti-Air. Right?
Wasps have become my friends because it's funny, like to me, Wasps have become the determining factor if the person knows how to play it or not yet. And not to disparage it because I'm still learning.
Right. You're on your way up. and you found a spot where
you're ready for the simplest unit to be, this is between winning and losing, whether you have tech ready and whatnot or anything. I'm sorry, I realized my game volume is at 400,000 apparently.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that actually happens to us as casters. When the oil drop or incendiary drop comes, you just got to give up and let the game do it. For whatever reason, it's decided that our camera and our mic pickup are at the same height, and that the jet
Mhm.
that flies in to drop those things is at our
Flies
height.
next to the camera. It flies next to the camera, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that was it?
Steel Sane
Wow, that's
might have looked like he was in trouble, but he was doing what you said. And I'd
mm.
love to just stay on this screen and take a look at his board for a moment. So
Yeah,
switch
how
it
do you
over.
so view Battlefield.
Switch it over. Yeah, view battlefield. Switch it over so that Steel Sane in red is your near side view, and we'll just do it like kind of a
Right?
top down view of him, and we'll talk through what he's built. Combined
Mm.
arms force with the front line has both crawlers and fangs. He's got what I call the front mid wave of chaff, which has both crawlers and
Mhm.
fangs. He's got a
Yeah.
mid, kind of right at the tower wave of chaff. In my opinion, it's a little weak, right? If I were
Mhm.
building Steel Sane's board, I'd have about 2 or 3 crawlers in this range as well. But he's only got one fang there. That's fine. Still his third
Mhm.
wave. And then his fourth wave of crawlers way on the back line. So that is his chaff board. But, if you're looking at that, that's, about
Favorite.
9 chaff, right? And it
Yeah.
kind of gives you a good
They
idea
come in
that
at the right time.
they're
You're
all
right when you say combined forces. Yeah,
they're
combined
all
arms.
arriving at different times, and
Mhm.
the fangs provide an anti-wasp, right? If you kind of
Mhm.
forget about them, but if opponent tries to slap down a bunch of wasps, all of a sudden the fangs have some real value. Um, then he's got his
This
chap.
is good that you mentioned this too. I just wanna mention this just to say because you just mentioned a really good point. To have multiple layers of chaff, I'm seeing this because I didn't think of this in my head to have this as an idea on my end. I wanna ask a question after you explain more. Multiple chaff on the end makes a really it's really interesting to see how they staggered and they slowed down single target units being taken out a lot better. So
Yeah.
that's a note that I'm taking. That's a check in my book.
Yeah, I used to. In fact, maybe you might take a look at some of the older vods of Apuchi on my
Mhm.
channel. Like Apuchi in like tournament 70 or so would build these just epic chaff boards, and they were
Yeah.
absolutely pristine positioning and timing that his main units would never get shot at. It's
Yeah.
just you're
And this
always
is
shooting
just
at a
crazy
at a
to
chaff.
see this.
Exactly. Um, But okay, so we'll talk about his chaff clear. He started out with some arc
Mhm.
lights. I would imagine it looks like he's got 5 of them. Took range on them.
Mhm.
That's kind of the canonical first thing you take for arc light. Just make sure they're sitting at the back and shooting things. He's got more chaff than you would if you were using hounds instead of arc lights, because the
Mhm.
the arc lights really are not a chaff unit. And then later he transitioned to his big chaff clear, which is the wraiths. Wraiths with range and HE, high explosive ammo. They are just probably the single
Nice.
best chaff clear in the game. I did get Soja calling me out for throwing out that
Yeah, I
ignoring
saw that.
Vulcan. Yeah, yeah.
Ignoring
Okay,
Vulcan.
giant that clears chaff is pretty good, but I think it's kind of a waste to spend so much money on a chaff clear when there are cheaper options. Um,
It's just like it's I guess the factor is if you have an aerial issue or if they have Mustangs. Those are the two determining factors if I go Wraith or not.
right.
Wraith or Vulcan. Because if they're staying on the ground, I'm gonna make sure they stay on the ground permanently.
Right. He's got 3 sabers with very little tech on them. He took the secondary armament at one point, but for the most part, he's just relying on them to be big and bulky, big hit points that
Yeah.
opponent has to wear down. It's kind of a DPS check. So can you clear my chaff? Okay, great. Can you clear both my chaff and my big tank? And if your chaff clear gets locked on one of my big tanks, then my later waves of chaff come through uh, unimpeded. And then he's
Mm.
got what you would call 2 kind of air superiority and single target DPS units, the giant Raiden and the Phoenix. When those survive a round, he does tons of damage because, each pair of
Yeah.
Phoenix is 200 hit points to the bar. Each Raiden is 350 hit points to the bar. If only the air game, only the deep air game survives for Steel Sane, all of a sudden he's doing 2,300 damage in a round. And you saw that. Dalag
Yeah.
Abik was at 2,100 hit points coming into this last round. 2,300 of the damage came from those guys. There was about 600 left on the ground. And that was enough to knock the Dalag out.
It's interesting too, because I noticed even though you said earlier with the layers of chaff, it's basically only like 2 layers on the opposing team on the log setup, and his has like it's like 1, like 2, 3 all the way to the back, and it's interesting to see how they come in at the perfect times. I have a question with chaff though,
Sure.
'cause I've seen this often. with the chaff here, I've noticed a lot of them are positioned horizontal or positioned vertically instead of horizontally. What's the tactical advantage of that? Because I see almost all the chaffs put down that way.
Ooh, that is a good question.
I'm thinking storm callers is a benefit to that. You can get under the radar with horizontal,
Right.
but still it
So
stopped. You know,
horizontal with
yeah,
uh, uh, horizontal crawlers will completely run out of underneath a stormcaller volley. They're also wide
yeah.
enough that the first splash, there's an advantage in forcing opponents' units to rotate. Rotation
Mhm.
speed is a really key factor in the game and kind of under considered. In fact,
Mhm.
Vulcan used to be pretty weak, and they changed the rotation speed of the main
Oh,
turret, and that turned it from weak into very very strong unit, and it's been very strong ever since, right? Um,
that is good.
so
That is helping me understand that. That's brilliant.
the wider your wave of chaff, the harder it is
Mhm.
to clear. So that is why horizontal
Yeah.
instead of vertical. Vertical for when you want them to be horizontal to a flank, right? To defend the flank as a
Mhm.
horizontal. Or when you want them trickling in slowly, like late arriving fangs typically want to be vertical instead of horizontal. So that they're trickling in, reaching the front as slowly as possible.
Awesome. Oh, see, look at me learning things. Y'all are teaching me.
Uh, all right, I'm
It's
I'm
great.
back. I'm back out on the main screen. Just wanted to
All right.
summarize because one of the things we like to do is call out our winners from around the group, so that
Mm.
we're tracking who's doing well and of course where the major upsets are. Um, so at the top end, number one seed, and my co-caster last night, Apuchi,
Ooh.
victorious, defeats Taika.
Mm.
That was probably never going to be a close match. I mean, 52 seed
Mm.
against one of the best ever to play the game.
Yeah.
It's just bad luck for Taika. Save the game and learn from it because I guarantee there are things for Taika to learn in that replay, right? Mathis might, similarly, legend in the game, so much of a legend that his opponent didn't even bother readying up. Just whatever. No, I'm not in
Hey.
it. I'm not
Yeah,
feeling it.
that's crazy to see that. When I saw, I was like, "Wait a minute."
Number five seed Narayan, the seven
Go
seed
get
who we
lunch.
jokingly call
Uh,
P Man because B Man is one of the all time greats from the 201 server. This fella just starts with a P, so he gets kind of the name. Park08, who's one of our longtime viewers here, gets the win.
mhm.
Sparty, he's one of the OGs of that Mechabellum guild. Beat Lord Clankariat. That was the other match I called out, and look how close
Yeah.
that one was. That is the match we should have been in on round one. That would have been a epic to watch. Um,
Oh,
201 guest beats Mubi. Vigo von Hornberg upsets Chemtrails. So very nicely done for your 38 seed here. Isaacs gets the win over Eddie Bong. Spa upsets Stunter. Egophobic,
mm,
playing under the alt egotistic, gets the win on against Dorgon. It's another set of viewers here. Hungry Man over Seville Shalat. Skoo, who I have never heard of, has beaten Carl Franz. River Skende is almost always in every Mechabellum chat ever, so you'll see River if you're ever streaming Mechabellum and you're kind of the highlight
I think
Mechabellum
I
stream.
have.
You'll see River
I
in your
think I
stream
have.
for sure.
Yes,
Um,
with the pink color, pink font color.
yeah. Godius Prime is a threat to beat anybody, beats K-Sil. Leisha had a bad first draw, goes down to the number 22 seed. Shadoff beats Roger. What else did we have? The number 35 seed, Gramps. Gramps is a streamer who does not stream the tournaments, just wants to focus on them.
Mm,
Gets the dub.
that
Well
makes sense.
done. Well done. HD
'Cause
Susauer,
streaming and playing is way different.
it's very different. HD Susauer is one of the greats from the German region, one of the top German players. Beats Lepaco. I'm gonna run a ad now. This would be a great time for it because you'll
Mm.
have about a 90-second break before the next match comes.
It literally
Um,
said ad starting soon as you said that on
just
my end. So I
just
think
hit
it
it.
just started ad.
Just hit it. It's the perfect time for it. And that way we're kind of in sync on them. Um,
Yeah.
so let's see. We had said Gramps with the win. HD Susauer, Glassbotten, the number 14 seed, has apparently overtaken
Mhm.
HD Susauer on that German server. Also sounds
Mm.
like a 301 name, but is a 501 player. Reven, another one of those that is in every Mechabellum chat. I think he does every Mechabellum chat
That's what I thought
simultaneously.
it was. That's it. Yeah.
We talked about
He's got it set up Nick Cage, Nick Fury, and
right.
Nick Cage, not Nick Cage.
Steel Sane, the multi-time Russian champion, absolutely terrifying if you run up against him. He's always going to play a very solid game. Dachshund, one of our favorites. The dog, the other pooch. But check this out. Your number 6 seed, Major Peters, the top French player, going down to Gonpachiro.
Oh.
Maybe not top. I mean, you could make an argument for a couple of others, but very strong. And our number 6 seed overall. We saw Dillo, the number 4 seed, get the win, and Zlaumamj, the 201 legend, is the number 2 seed and also got the win. So let's see what we have as matchups.
Ooh-wee.
See what we have as matchups.
Super Marsh Bros. Hey, will work.
Super Marsh Bros
love
is
when I
probably
see some
the
references.
99th or 100th seed in this tournament. So you're going to get some real curb stompings in round 2. We'll do Super Marsh Bros the honor of not putting him on screen for this.
There we go. Got it.
That seems unwise. We'll come back to the number 1 seeds a little bit later. This is probably time to go pick something in the middle group. I might be tempted to take River, the 21 seed, against N47, just because I've run up against N47 on ladder recently. So it kind of gives me this is where Streamer might be kind of feeling. If Streamer were playing. Fedez against Godius Prime is also a pretty good match. Hack Manic against HD Susauer. Hack is in chat. Let's take that on the grounds that if Hack Manic gets an upset, we'd love to have cast it. And,
all right.
HD Susauer is solid.
I will say I enjoy this game just because of how many different. It's like rock paper scissors going up a DNA strand. That's basically what we're seeing.
True that.
It's just spiraling up and up and up and up.
Now, I don't know if I can figure out what was Hackmanic's original seed. Would have been probably around 74th or 75th. So this is not likely to be close, right? 74th seed against 16th seed.
Unless 16th seed is streaming.
True.
Ben Lomber. So I enjoy this game. I've been watching Mrock play it for quite some time. Now I really enjoy it because it's so nuanced and there's always something new to learn, whether you're the main player or you started or you've been playing it for years. It's always something new to learn to improve what you're doing. And there'll be a time when it's useful. So I've really been enjoying playing this. I've been playing it it's like every day or two now. I'll jump on it for a couple hours, run a few matches, collect my stuff from cosmetics. Of course, you must do that.
Yeah.
And then and then just see it go follow through. It's fun. It is fun to me.
Right. Well,
I'm playing it more than I thought I would. I thought I'd try it once or twice, have a good time. No, I jump on here just to try people every other day or so.
All right. Welcome to our round 2 match. You got the number 74 seed, Hack Manic, here in chat, here on the near side in blue. Giant specialist with fangs and sledges. This is my best starting pack this season. 2 slow-moving units. The sledges become kind of a late chaff. The fangs are a late chaff as well. Or you can commit into sledges as a carry if you want. HD Susauer, we talked about that, the German player. He's been playing under the nickname Fleet Command recently and playing a lot of Overlords, so that is where I might see him going. One of the things he does is pull all of his units. You can just kind of create a box and drag and drop. He moves them all off the helipad, so he's got room for whatever formation he's going to build. Kind of like it as a habit.
That's a smart idea. I mean, in the sense that you're just making preparations for later, and if you just want to combine to try to get a good solid push to start things off for round 1, that's not bad. And you don't occupy your space for your setups later, which I've done way too often early.
Yep. Do want to give a quick shout out. Thank you so much for the Prime sub to one of my OGs, the man who started me streaming, Ghoster Supreme, my OG mod. Thanks for the Prime sub, buddy. Really appreciate you being here for. Can you believe this is our 2-year anniversary of Start and Stream? And he's got a question for Mike. He says, if I may ask, how did you find out about Mechabellum? And welcome to the community.
Oh, now that's actually a good question. So 2 ways. The first one I found out was just jumping on Twitch. I saw it often. Like when I say often, and I'm a mech person, Armored Core, History. I did also do a lot of RTS games like Command and Conquer, Siberian Wars, don't judge me. And like Halo Wars, stuff like that. So I played a good bit of them, but I never really got into it competitively. But then I would just see this game all of the time and always have a lot of people watching it. And I was like, okay, if a lot of people are still interested in it, that means that the rock, paper, scissors of this game is still good. And it's not just get a bunch of scarabs and win. And plus, my challenge that I had with all mech games was that you had to go and farm and build these bases and overtake bases. And that was a part of the game that I never could master because I was on console. You cannot beat a person on mouse and keyboard if you're on console because you can't even scroll fast enough to play.
Yeah, fair.
So to see this and also have the PC, I finally had a chance. And then I met Amarok. Amarok's freaking awesome because he makes the game make sense. And shout out to that girl Tam for introducing us.
That girl Tam is the connection. Yep.
Yeah.
She made a post on Reddit. I put a reply there, and she and I just hit it off. I came over to her stream. Just love her energy. So let's give the shout out to that girl Tam real quick.
Yes.
There we go. She is currently streaming live right now on Liza P, which she beat last night. So it was a hell of a day. 24 hours apart. You cleared Wu Chang and she cleared Liza P. It was beautiful. So all those final battles, I was just loving it. Just loving it.
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to tell you too, Blasted Ben, but I'm going to tell y'all now, I'm saying it early. I'm calling it early. If Blasted Ben sticks to this game, Blasted Ben will be a very good player in it.
Now, I've seen Blasted Ben master other games pretty darn quickly. He was super strong at peak super quickly.
Oh my. Yeah. Ben will play co-op games solo just for the experience of it. So he's a thinking player, so I'll be interested to see how he takes on this game. I know you've been playing it, Ben, so I'll be interested to see how you take this game on.
All right, so in the match in front of us, we got HD Susauer did win round 1. Hackmanix on 4,300 hit points. So the favorite ahead at the moment. They're both playing a fairly standard, fairly deep build with Hounds for the Chaff player. Again, Hounds the popular round 1 Chaff player option. And when I look at my stats, they've got about a 54% win rate for me. And that is including the fact that they're probably in a mirror 90% of the time,
Yeah. Okay, I was just gonna ask, what was the benefit of bringing that Rhino in? That Rhino popping in and taking all of that fire out was wonderful.
Right. So that's what it amounts to the question: what's the benefit in having a tank? Tank is gonna go die, right? You send the paladin out front, and let the paladin take a bunch of hits. And of course, this was a call in. He also played it deep, so that if opponent had also taken it, he was playing it defensively. And then it joins his army at a good time. He didn't put it super back, as far back as possible. Now we're getting the unit reinforcements. If you haven't dove into exactly how this mechanic works, Mike, there is one pack of the reinforcements on rounds 2, 3, or 4 is guaranteed to be a unit, and the other 2 are not. If round 4 was a unit, round 5 cannot be. But again, if there's one in the 2, 3, 4, there'll be one in the 5, 6, 7s. There'll be one in the 8, 9, 10. There'll be one in 11 through 13. Tournament play is different than ladder play. 13 round maximum for tournament matches.
Okay. Man, this is good to watch. Like learning this, and I'm seeing everybody doing the vertical setup for the shaft. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
and he has his fires way in the back. Oh, his Mustang's way in the back up here on the top here. Are you sure?
Yeah. So these Mustangs are so far back to keep them alive in the case that Hackmanic either manages to light the ground on fire, right, with some kind of war crimes build, or goes to the abyss with missiles. Full on.
Sorry, the name.
Oh, there is Vulcan with oil launching and incendiary launching, and it's like literally your PC starts lagging, and you're like, I thought I had a good graphics card. It's like, no, man, the whole world is on fire. You don't understand how much I'm being asked to calculate now.
The woes of Geneva build.
Exactly. Exactly. So both players took the Rhino drop, so they're both kind of relying on having that tank. You're going to get the tanks going head to head. But I think that is going to fit HD Susauer much more than Hackmanic. And the reason is HD Susauer has the 3 marksmen for single target. So those rhinos are down. His rhinos are still up. Yeah, there's still some units left to clean up. But
that's a lot of aggro they control.
Yeah, with the artillery, with the rhinos living to the end, one of them even got the tower. This build is just fitting HD Susauer. And the reason is, we talked about combined arms. I listed 5 things. One of them is single target DPS. What's not on Hackmanic's board after 4 rounds, right? There's no source of single target DPS, and that's why he's losing that round.
You know what's great about this? I can hear Amrock give all this wisdom and still want to play this game. What's up, Life of Chai, the true LOC? Shout out to Life of Chai. Amazing streamer, hilarious content creator.
Let me ask you a question. Mike, how did you get such a wonderful set of mods? Your mods are effing credible. And I'm only saying effing because we're family friendly on this channel.
Yeah, there it is. So I gotta say, I have to attribute them for finding me because they're freaking awesome. Chai is an amazing streamer and just happens to be a really supportive person beyond streaming. Anybody could just log off and just go post stream, deflate, and do nothing. But we built a really awesome community. That girl Tam, this 40K Universe, Hobo Poppy Pinch, all these people, they just enjoy the energy of the content and go above and beyond. I'm really appreciative. And I try to do the same thing. Like I try to keep lurks open to support them. When they're streaming, I'm in the chat as often as can be, especially if Chai's playing Date Everything or if Tam is doing Liza P. I'm going to watch the VOD for hers. So yeah, they're just great people. Like generally just great people and love streaming. And we're oftentimes talking about how we can improve what we're doing. So I guess that's what calls us to, help each other out more often.
Well, we do have a legend, a name that you should recognize if you're playing Mechabellum. In the chat at the moment, Ms. Diana, consistently one of the top 3 world in the 4-player free-for-all version of this. She has developed a unique build that is so strong that even though everybody in her games will recognize her and target her from round 1 or 2, she still comes in the top 2 every game and therefore doesn't lose any MMR, keeps gaining when she wins outright. She says Hackmanic's one of the top 20 world in 4-player free-for-all. And he's having a good run, but she says HD Susauer is clearly going to finish this out, in her opinion.
I have a question. I'm seeing these crawlers taking these direct routes. I guess the attempt was an attempt to try to go up to the towers.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, storm crawlers. Ooh, wait.
So, round goes a little bit better for Hackmanic. What changed?
Yeah.
What was the big change? Do you see it, or...
I think, so just what I was noticing, I was kind of like chatting while I was looking, but I noticed that the chaff became a little bit harder to kill. And so it took a lot more time to go down, which allows hounds to do.
Right. So
that was my take.
Yep. I'm going to agree with that. We'll say what Hackmanic observed rather than observing what I did, which is that Hackmanic is weak on single target. Hackmanic looked at this board and said, you know what? HD Susauer is actually a little bit weak on chaff clear. He only had the 3 hounds. His hounds hadn't leveled, so they're weak against crawlers. Mustangs are also weak at clearing crawlers. Crawlers have 277 hit points. Fangs have 117. So Mustangs, because they just hit for very low damage very frequently, they just take forever to chew through crawlers. So Hackmanic threw down more crawlers, gets everything distracted more earlier, and used that mobile beacon to get in on tower. As he had observed. HD Susauer doesn't see, well, I guess he saw the problem, brings out more hounds to try and clean that up. Also went for 3 steel balls. Meanwhile, Hackmanic has taken this level 5 Sabertooth off the drop. So that is what HD Susauer needs the steel balls to kill. But he's also added 3 other level 1 steel balls. And all of those big tanky units are going to get stuck in the oil and shot at by stormcallers for the whole whole entire round.
Oh, so it is a movement decrease. I thought it was only a movement decrease if they set on fire.
No,
obviously it's oil. I play Mario Kart. It makes sense.
Yeah, no, it's not Mario Kart makes you spin out. It's just it's more like mud. More like mud that if it gets lit on fire, it's no longer slowing you down. It's doing tick-based fire damage every 2/10 of a second. And it has to be intentional
fire attacks over it for it to be triggered, or how does it work?
It's got to be anything that sets the ground on fire that touches any part of the oil.
So like incendiary rounds from, is it the Hounds that do incendiary rounds as well? I'm trying to think of the model that does incendiary rounds damage. It lobs them out. So just any base unit could do that. That's pretty interesting.
Yes, weirdly, Ignites does not ignite oil, and it does feel like it should.
Oh my gosh.
Naming.
I was like, wait a second. Okay, what can do it? And okay, this is what I like about this game. The more we learn,
it's name translations from the original Mandarin do cause some problems every now and then.
Makes sense.
Probably the biggest one out there to be aware of as a new player is Swarm. Anti-swarm robot is the definition of a scorpion. Now, if you ever played D&D, if you have ever played American or English language primary games, D&D defined swarm to be tiny little swarm of insects that by themselves are not dangerous. You can't even kill them because you'd be killing them one at a time with a sword. How does that even help you? So like there's this tiny little units definition of swarm, but it's a connotation that came out of a rule book definition in D&D, right? Back like version, I think that's a version 3 introduction. It might even have been one of the version 2 add-on books. And that is missing, that connotation is missing from the Mandarin word that translates to swarm, and more accurately covers things like swarms of piranhas, right? Hey, I recognize that. We used to have that as well, right? It didn't used to only mean tiny things. So Scorpion is defined as an anti-swarm unit. American readers tend to go, American gamers especially, tend to read that as, oh great, it'll be really good against chaff. So it'll be great against crawlers and fangs. And it has a terrible rate of fire. It's absolutely awful at those. What it's good at handling is when you've managed to clump opponents' medium-sized units together. A group of steel balls like this, all packed together, that's what it's talking about as a swarm. So don't ever mistake Scorpion as chaff clear. If you can avoid that, you'll be doing well. But this one,
Manic called it. He called it in the test. You can start watching now.
Over and done. 6 rounds. HD Susauer showing why multiple-time European tournament champions are favored. Round 2 always sets up these kind of lopsided matches, which is why we gave a bit more focus to the definitions of the game and all of that than to the match in front of us. HD Susauer really finishing that one off by taking Incendiary Bomb on the Stormcaller. He used the oil as a slow on round 5 to really take control of the tempo of the game, then lit it on fire on round 6. Once the oil's on the ground on round 5, there's really no way to stop it from getting lit. Right? The only way, because it lasts for 2 rounds, the only way to stop it from getting lit would have been to prevent that incendiary from ever landing on it, which might have been like a huge investment in shields and anti-missile devices to try and keep it from ever getting lit on fire. Thank you very much for the raid, Ferdinand. Welcome in, everybody.
Cooking, y'all. We're cooking.
And a penny. Oh, now wait a moment. Here's another one. Here's a real one. Congratulations, man. This is let me give the shout out to Ignatius Pennyfather. Congratulations on the baby brother.
Yeah.
2 days old now. Working on second day of baby. How our wife, how our kid. Loot. Absolutely. How's the girlfriend?
Loot.
Yeah, the exclusive loot. Absolutely. Super happy for you. And of course, when he comes back to Mecca, Pennyfeather is a plus 2000 MMR streamer and absolutely worth watching. He's in the European window. Tends to be the almost the direct opposite of me. I almost never even get to raid him because our schedules are so far apart from each other. But he's absolutely worth the watch.
We got a good one right here going on with Riven too. So let me know if you want to.
Oh, let's jump into that. Jump in. Riven versus
right.
Edekar? Sure.
See the numbers. The numbers are looking pretty close. That's a tight one.
That looks close. Yep.
Oh yeah. Any father, I hope you have a wonderful time, man. That's a big congratulations. That's awesome. They're getting that. Yeah, okay. Now here's what I wanted to see more of. These bad boys, these sandworms.
Ooh.
I've been wanting to see sandworms in action so much. Yes,
you missed that meta. That meta was probably season 2 had a big sandworm meta, and Rooster PB was running a worm. What was it? The 3 Ws, the dub build. Worm, Wraith, and Wasp. Edekar is in 2 out of those 3, so you might actually see Wasps as one of his finishers. And Riven is in Anti-Air Farseer as his answer to the Wraiths. Going to use aerial specialization. He's taken photon emission in part to ensure that if Edekar takes Degen Beam, it doesn't absolutely wreck him, because the 4th tech on those Wraiths is really, really powerful, but is negated by photon emission. So that's why you're seeing this big photon emission stuff. In my opinion, the Sabers, especially once they have double shot tech for 350, they will really delete those worms, which is part of why worm is not super popular right now. But it used to be.
That was an interesting sneak attack of that worm there. So I have a question. So I'm watching this now. Do you think there's any chance that he could do a flank on the top left? Or do you think those worms really have it covered? I noticed that on the top left there's an opening, but it's not enough for like an exploitation. It's just me noticing.
That could be a tank.
He's got the health regen perk.
That is the absorption module. So three techs doing 324,000 damage this round, and each and every one of those hit points went back into healing this Wraith. So kill it.
That was cool.
Kill it or hold your peace, Riven. You might want to melt it.
That was cool to see that work. That was cool. Because I saw the health, I was like, wait a second, he's getting stronger.
He keeps getting stronger.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So the way that's working, of course, is the floating artillery array. Absorption module, in my opinion, is one of the sort of slept on. I know a lot of the top players recognize it, but I'd say at the medium level.
Yeah, earlier game.
Yeah.
And honestly, most of the people that play this game are early to mid game. So everything I'm hearing right now is stuff I'm learning. This is good.
And the thing you want it on is something with with big damage. So 8 guns doubled the rate of healing. So it's very synergistic to have that technology on. He's not running something like the high explosive ammo, which would reduce the damage. He is running field maintenance, which is going to also heal it, even if it's not getting absorption damage. It's also healing just naturally over time.
HP,
slow.
HP per second.
It's a slow, you know.
But in long run, when it's the last couple units, it goes along.
Yep, exactly. Kill it, or you might as well not have touched it. And that's why I'm saying that Riven needs a melting point. He is clearly not listening to me, but he's wise enough to know that is the answer to this unkillable thing. Now, it's kind of neat that Edekar's forced him into that, because melting point is terrible against the sandworms with mechanical division.
Because they're gonna close in and get damaged so much quicker.
And the sandworms keep going underground, breaking the melting beam lock. Big ion beams for both players. Big level 2 abyss. Edekar trying to finish this round with the Titan. Titan, if it survives, will be doing like 500 damage. And you asked about that flank. Riven saw it. Look at that. Kaboom.
There it is.
Takes the tower. Gets everything stopped. Melting.
Did I notice something?
Melting point burns down the main bar. The anti-air Farseers take down the Titan. And
that's a lot to ask for, Wraith. That's it. That was good. That was a good comeback. Come back.
Edekar swings for the fences.
I apologize, Edekar. I promise you I didn't. I promise you. I apologize.
Edekar swings for the fences, goes for the knockout punch, and takes the uppercut to the jaw. Just left on the mat. Now, again,
Thank you for the subscription, Vermillion. I appreciate
we're
you.
talking about round 2
Awesome.
of this tournament, and take a look at the MMR difference, right? Every
Yeah.
100 is a 2-to-1 odds. So if
Mhm.
you're facing somebody 100 MMR ahead of you, they are the 2-to-1 favorite. 400, 4-to-1, 8-to-1 would be 300, 16-to-1 at 400. These two were 600 apart. I'm sorry, that's like 64-to-1 underdog. Edikar, you did
Mhm.
great to bring
You did it
somebody
great.
as good as Reven down to 1466 and giving yourself a shot at the knockout. Even if it didn't pan out, even if Reven's build eventually wins it, that is a hell of a game from a player at the 1500 MMRs, and
Yes, that was
nothing to
good.
be ashamed of.
That was awesome. It's crazy that I'm finally getting like I don't want to call it future sight or whatever, but like being able to spot like the differences
You,
of what stuff can hold. I was like, wait a second, that
you
how
spotted
can
a
we exploit?
hole?
But I just couldn't think of the solution. But
Right.
obviously the problem was it. That's good.
Right.
That was a good battle.
Around
They were
our
neck and neck for a while.
around our league, the favorites are expected to win this, and as you can see on the left side, the white is the winner. Our favorites won all of these top matches. Apuchi, Manthas Might,
Mm.
Narion, Doxson, Steel Sane, Reven, Glass Button, Isaacs, Egotistics, all just crunching it out. I was sorry with the upset
Mm.
over Hungry Man, N47 with the upset over River Skendi, and the Gnome King
Mm.
gets the upset over Spa. Further on down, Gonpachiro is the fellow who got the big first round upset. Gets a win in his second game, so he's 2-0. He's having a day. 47 seed advances. Gramps gets the W. Ben Malls. Bugodius Prime beats Fedez. Pelisek is down. Shadoff, favorites again on the right now, down here at the bottom. Shadoff, HD Susauer, Sparty, Park 08, not to be confused with Park 09. This is actually Nightballer. P-Man, Dillo, and Zlaumamj, your winners. Now, the bracket will reset and update here, and this is worth
Mhm.
understanding a little bit, as a caster at
Mhm.
least. From here on, the tournament, the broadcast, or the list of players is sorted by points first, and then minor points. What are minor points? Minor points are simply the sum total of points of the folks that you've faced. What this means in practice is that Apuchi's first round opponent, Taika, won his second round game.
Mhm.
So Apuchi has 1 minor point from Taika winning that game, 1 minor point from the fact that Supermarsh Brothers had won his first game, 2 minor points. Zlaumamj, less lucky.
Oh,
His second
okay.
round opponent gives him 1 minor point, but his first round opponent is now 0-2, and or abandoned, right? So Zlaumamj falls from the number 2 seed down to the number 8 seed. Now, what that's going to do is set up some interesting matches at the middle of the top bracket. So we're going to go look for those. Zlaumamj against Shadoff, Dillo against Reven, Doxson against Steel Sane. That 12 versus
Mm.
13 is actually, in practice, that is our number 8 seed Doxson against the number 10 seed Steel Sane. That is where we're going to be. This is why we
And
take the time to write down those first round seedings so that we can spot these later matchups.
you click Ribbon and Dillo.
I took the Doxson versus Steel Sane.
Oxen versus Steel Saint. Looking now. Oh, I found it. There we go. I'm somewhat speedy. Somewhat.
Ignatius, Ignatius Pennyfeather says, I once beat Steel Sane and he didn't say GG. I went to go to his stream and he instantly logged off. And then he says, oh, speak of the devil. Miss Diana. Wait, says, I've broken a few streamers in my time. I have fond memories of a 15-minute rant by Sobmon after I replicated off of his war factories. So that is some lore for you. Back in the day, Sobmon was convinced that War Factory was underpowered, was convinced
Mm.
he'd run, he would just, I'm going to grind them out. And he made himself into a 1800 and then eventually 2000 MMR player, running only War Factories at a time when War Factory was kind of underpowered. But Miss Diana took took him down with, of all things, a replicate crawler build, which made Saab realize that replicate, the amount of crawlers that gets replicated, is not based on the number of crawlers that survived to replicate off of the unit. It's based on how the heck big was the unit to begin with. We still haven't figured out exactly how many crawlers come off of a war factory when you replicate off of it. But depending on who you ask, it is between 60 and 78. Good luck counting them all as they swarm up out of the ground and wreckage. Welcome to our round 3 game. Number 10 seed, multiple-time tournament winner. He has 2 or more wins in each of the weekend tourneys. Asia, Europe, and Americas. Facing on the far side, the cutest dog in chainmail you will ever see, Doggo Scientist, or Dachshund. He is a perennial crowd favorite. Doesn't have anywhere near as many tournament wins, but he's always a threat to any of the top players. And he's the number 8 seed in this tourney. So it's round 3. We're done having all those mismatches that we saw in rounds 1 and round 2. Number 10 seed, number 8 seed. We're at the sharp end of the stick, and it's only gonna get sharper from here. With me in the broadcast booth, Mortar Mike. Take it away, Mike.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here is a unit that I know is a favorite and I'm not as familiar with. It's the Sledgehammer. I know he's kind of like the bread and butter for a lot of team comps. So I want to see how they perform here. It's a pretty slow unit, so I'm interested to see how they work against the Stormcallers. This is me learning it all, y'all. I'm interested to see if they can bypass the Stormcallers. I'm thinking that the bottom unit on the bottom of here that has a blue Sledgehammer is going to take this round. Only reason I say that is if they can get these guys past the first batch of these Stormcallers, they're going to be in business. But it hits center, but it doesn't kill as many crawlers. And the Arclight's got to follow through. Sledgehammer's got to get involved a little bit faster than Marksmen are working, but they're hitting fodder. I'm still thinking that the bottom guys are going to take it, but they got to get a move on or they're going to die in their spot.
It's true.
Never mind. I think I was going to say I see right side over.
Yeah.
Different.
Let's put it this way. Round 1 having artillery when the opponent does not is very, very strong. So you could almost bet on the fellow with the artillery to win the first round against the guy that doesn't have it. Dachshund does exactly that. Drops.
It's just so much damage, and all your units have to do is stop and place one time.
Right.
That's a salvo that drops half your unit. Yeah.
We get a unit reinforcement drop right away. Dachshund goes straight to Farseer. If there's one note there, I would say the problem with that is now he's in 2 different missile units. Anti-missile would be very strong for Steel Stain. He's also passed the traditional round 2 Phoenix. The round 2 Phoenix would be a good answer against the Wraith and the Rhino, as well as potentially the Farseer. So you might see Steel Stain in it. Steel Stain probably does not want the Phoenix, if only because he's kind of in Marksman already. And from a lot of top players have both Marksman and Phoenix teched to fill the same role. Long-range DPS sniper that can also apply EMP sometimes, depending on the tech loadout.
One thing I love is how they always have the same cards to pick from. So not only do you have the same playing ground, but you can tell they might pick this other card and plan around it. I freaking love that about it.
Right. Everything is balanced. Every opportunity given to you was also given to your opponent, with the exception of the round 1 specialists. You are guaranteed that the 4 specialists you saw, your opponent did not see. And the exact matchup of unit, 200 cost unit and 100 cost units that you've seen 4 times, you're guaranteed that your opponent did not see that group of 4. That's all.
I like this interesting group coming here in the back here. So there's no anti-air going on, I believe. The Farseer is air and ground, but there's no anti-air to worry about yet. No air to worry about yet.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what this Rhino does in the bottom right.
Both sides have an anti-air option. Dachshund added Marksman, the level 3 Marksman, because he's a Marksman specialist. So he didn't really want the Phoenix because of that, and he added the Farseer as his other anti-air. Steel Stain didn't really want the Phoenix because he had a bunch of Marksmen already. So he's dropped the Rhino. Rhino, of course, is good at making Stormcallers miss as long as it's still running. But as you said, once it gets stopped and stuck, it's in trouble. Dachshund got the Rhino, the lock on the Rhino with the level 3 Marksman, brings it down. 4 great options. Extended range Marksman for Steel Stain is going to lower the total DPS of those Marksmen, right? Attack minus 20%. You don't really care about losing the hit points when you're adding 30 range to your longest range unit. I don't even know why that one's part of the balance. You could even drop
And the
the hit
ability
points
to
by
drop a tank a lot earlier is
80%.
great.
It'd
Yeah,
be
I'm
fine.
seeing
I
that.
don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah,
But
the idea to be able to drop a tank that quick is going to be great, just for the fact that it just changed the whole engagement.
right, just getting the
Yeah.
lock on things and keeping your guys that far back.
I've been very nervous about trying those options to reduce damage. I've been very nervous, so
yeah.
I want to see how this plays out.
My general feeling on marksman, I don't do well with them. Steelsain is one of the players that really does do well with them. Doxson has been running them basically nonstop. Last weekend, it was all marksman Vulcan for Doxson last weekend. So be interested to see if he's still in a Vulcan marksman build long term here. He's lit the ground
Don't you
on.
love that we have the camera like strapped onto the jet?
Yes, the auto. Yeah, exactly. The noise, so great. I'm gonna guess Doxson probably is bringing out a Vulcan, and the reason I'm saying that is we've put down this round 3 oil, which is gonna slow the Rhino down. Sure, everything is stuck in under the Stormcallers. It's kind of a great little synergy, right? To have your oil, fast-moving units stopped in the oil by the for the Stormcallers. But then if he buys the Vulcan that he was kind of planning to buy anyways, he lights all of this on fire on the left-hand side.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, all of the
his
units
left are right.
in that oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just great damage for him. But Steelsain has... Yeah, go ahead.
Are there cheaper options than the Vulcans to get the solution done here for that oil field?
Yes, there are. One of them is to tech the Incendiary on Stormcallers. But the downside is that you're reducing their range by 20 for the whole rest of the game, and you're stuck lighting the ground on fire for the whole rest of the game.
Yeah,
you might not actually want that. Here's a
especially because if I'm not mistaken, fire does way less damage than shields, right?
Right. Here is a thing. Let's talk about round 4 super supply. Big investment, minus 250. It's almost a 300 investment because you're skipping the 50 for skipping, right? So it's call it minus 300. Next round it'll pay back 150. Next round after that, it'll pay back 150. So you're behind on rounds 4 and 5. You break even on round 6. If you think you are aiming to KO your opponent on round 6 or round 7, you want to skip this. Let your opponent be suckered into it and put your foot down with loans and temporaries to try and knock them out before they actually start turning a profit on the super supply.
That's a good point, actually.
If it shows up on round 6 and you're not convinced that game is going to round 9, where they would break, where it would start being a profit, it's probably a trap card, honestly. But on round 4, with 3,500 hit points apiece, both of these players are sure this game is going to round 7 or later. They both take it, despite there being a whole lot of other good options. But what it does do...
Yeah, seeing that this is basically like, I don't. It's not a stalemate, but they're winning by very small margins right now.
Right.
I haven't seen that Vulcan dropped in on the top right either.
Well, that was what I was going to say. He just spent 300 on an econ card when he intended to drop 400 on a Vulcan. He couldn't afford to do both, right? So he's just going to leave the oil in place. It's fine. I'll just take advantage of the
benefit to it.
Yeah. And yes, Medstev, if it shows up again on round 5, you get some of the most wild Mechabellum games ever. Oh my god. Steelsain lit it on fire with his own... No, it's not Doxson's units that lit it. It's Steelsain's own Fire Badger from the middle.
Who's gonna clean up all this wreckage? Oh man.
Well, that leaves just the marksman.
Superior marksman range, but it's still, it's a lot to ask of a marksman. So yes.
He might have the superior marksman range. Doxson has the superior marksman. It'll be level 4 next
superior
turn.
Marksman, yeah.
And
Princess is old.
3,100, 3,500. Yes, he lit his own ass. It's tragic for sure.
I know that hurt. Oh man. Well, I would say in that case, he planned ahead. Wait, can I bring the panel back? Oh, they're already done with it. Oh man, if that old was there, I'd be beaking it.
Hey, welcome in, champ. Welcome in VIP, Raging Jim G, last night's Mecha Mini Masters champion. How late did you go? I saw you'd been streaming for 12 hours when we raided you. You were still streaming when I fell asleep, man. I just had you on and lurk in the background. I was like, no, just falling asleep to Jim's voice. You streamed till 4 a.m., brother. 15-hour stream? Are you kidding me, brother? Well, I hope you enjoyed it. Congratulations. I bet you were beaming, just grin ear to ear last night after that. We do it for the people. I know you have the audience. Absolutely. But let us.
Hanky Vulcan coming out there.
Yay, we finally get the Vulcans. I feel like I almost know the game well enough to have called that. Wait, I did call that. Hold on a sec.
You did call that the round before, yeah.
I was off by one because of the card, but there is the link. You guys gotta go give Rage and Jim G a follow. The man has just become a professional Mechabellum player as of less than 24 hours ago, winning the final amateur tournament and claiming the cash prize to go pro. So 2,000 plus MMR consistently. A really good guy, fun streamer. Give him a follow, please. And again, congratulations on that.
Those Vulcans are taking hits, but they're holding it. That's my heart.
Hey, coercion.
One of the instant reviews.
Appreciate it. It says I haven't really chatted much, but I just want to say that even when lurking, I enjoy the streams and the positive vibes. Yes, we appreciate each and every one of you out there. Whether you're a big supporter, throwing all the chat, throwing all the subs and the gift subs, all the way to the quietest lurker, we appreciate you guys. Again, we get to do this. Mike and I get to do this because of you guys. Thank you all so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah, it's really a joy to watch all these awesome people like creating all these different strategies and then being able to ask the questions and get answers. Like even when you're not playing the game, you're still improving in what and learning different tactics. Honestly, why would he do that? And you see it play out.
Honestly, my MMR started climbing a lot when I started casting the weekend tournaments. Learned so much. One of the things we're going to learn is what is Steel Sane's answer to Vulcan Marksman. He sees it now. He knows this is Vulcan Marksman. He's seen the Vulcans. Yeah. He's seeing the line of Marksman. He's probably knew it before it even showed out because he will have known what Dachshund was running. So what are his answers? He's got the extended range Marksman. He has taken first tech elite Marksman on them. So +5 range and plus 17% damage. He doesn't need range enhancement. He's already got the extended range. Don't just mindlessly click range enhancement. What he needs is more damage. And the quicker he gets that more damage happening, the quicker they'll start to ramp up, the more that the elite marksman will pay off. So that is one of the things. Steel runs it for his marksman. I run it for my forts. Very few other people are running it, and I think people are maybe a little bit undervaluing the plus 17% damage or the plus 25% damage, and also it may be underestimating how much that extra damage contributes to getting the levels that make that tech really pop off in the late game. So he took it already in round 6. We'll see how much these marksmen are able to be popping off by round 9. He's also taken the canonical answer. The canonical answer right now to Vulcan Marks. There's probably 3. One of those 3 is Sandworm with Replicate. Each time it comes up out of the ground, it creates an additional distraction target for the marksman to work on. That distraction larva is closer, guaranteed to be closer to the unit that you've just popped up in front of. So it takes the first shot from the marksman.
It's going to work. Yeah.
Double tap marksman, fine. You've just killed the larva. You haven't even touched the worm.
It's crazy watching that worm work. That is all. I see a little. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so now I actually see what they look like. That's intimidating.
Fun fact. Fun fact. That model doesn't actually have a tail. It can come up out of the ground, but there's no back end to it hidden underneath. If you manage to get the camera out underneath the ground,
it's just stops
halfway.
Yep. We don't have the tech to see it.
Enhancement module, the Stonk module, is absolutely gorgeous. So what you do, you get to put it on a unit, level the unit up for free, sell the unit, and then level up the other unit. And to make that make sense, I'm gonna click on this Stormcaller over here. So he just leveled it up
Mhm.
from level 1 to level 2 with the enhancement module for free, $0. But the selling price of that Stormcaller just went up from 200 to 300. So when he sells this unit, very bottom left corner, mouse over the selling price. When he sells that unit, he's getting $100 free. So Doxson cashed out this Stormcaller for $300 for essentially only it was one of his original units, so a $0 investment. Now he's moved it over to
Yeah.
here and is going to be selling out of that one next round, I would presume. Steel correctly reads which, I mean, he had a 50-50 as to which Stormcaller was going to get sold. Took the Orbital Javelin, dropping it on the big Vulcan on this side, plus the Stormcaller. So if these aren't the Stormcallers that are sold, which they aren't, Steel is going to get a little bit of extra value out of that Orbital Javelin, taking them off the board.
I love how this has been a primarily just ground assault. That's very interesting to see this, because I've become like still very basic in thinking that it always escalates the air powers. It's really interesting to see this become a real ground war this whole time.
Yeah, it's an interesting observation that there is no air. The ground is on fire. We're fighting nothing but Vulcans and worms, marksmen from long range. Steel Sane is one of the masters of the long range marksman battle. One of the most famous mecha matches is the finals of the original Dev Pro tournament, which came down to Steel Sane against Zemp, two of the 401 all-time greats going at it, and they took a marksman versus marksman battle that went into 17 rounds, because if the only thing that survives the round is your couple of marksmen, you're doing like 200 or 300 damage to the bar. And it was a custom tournament, so there was no end of round, end of game on rounds. They just went at it, toe to toe. By the end of the game, you were looking at like level 8 and level 9 marksmen. It's just insane, absolutely fantastic.
Nuts.
So, if you are at the MMR where you feel like Vulcan Marksman is unbeatable, here is a 2100 MMR player that has just run it pretty much impeccably, followed it to a T, starts with the Stormcallers, gets into the Marksman through his specialist and purchases, winds up selling out of the Stormcallers to fund five Vulcans, has them on Scorching Flames, so they're doing double damage, has them building the best partner marksman. The marksmen are doing double shot, so they do better damage, and they do electromagnetic shot. And it still goes down to Steel Sane. When we interviewed Steel Sane in April of last year, he said one of the things he's looking to do is have the most economical answer to whatever threat you are presenting him. And he's got a very good, very classic chaff board. This is almost memorized positions, right? He's not varying this every time. This is
which is what I'm doing, which is my problem.
Right. He's exactly. This is a memorized and workshopped position, right? Where crawlers have a 10-meter overlap, so that exactly half of this pack will go play with the flank, go defend the flank, while exactly half of the pack goes forward, so that there's no gap in your chaff going forward. If there's nothing interfering with the flank, they're going to shotgun, kind of spread themselves out around first the tower, then the Stormcallers, then the sledges. By the time they get up here, they're all over the place, like just a huge wave of crawlers. The Fangs behind are the anti-Wasp, there's no Phoenix flank shenanigans. You're not going to get beat by some late game Phoenix flank when you've got two crawlers behind the tower. You're not going to get beat by the Wasp call in when you've got the Fangs behind the tower like that. These crawlers out here are brilliant. Exactly 30 meters off the line. Why is that? Because you might, in some cases, there's a couple of flanks you would want to answer by throwing a rhino in front of the crawler. For example, a fire badger on the flank would just burn these crawlers to crisp. So you throw down a rhino in front of it, the rhino goes and beats up the fire badgers, no problem. The fire badgers waste all their fire on the rhino and let the crawlers live. Then,
is the fire badger more of a swarm I mean, it is a swarm killer, but
It,
in the sense of that, is it focused on single target one at a time, or is it still more
no,
spread like a
it's
bolt?
got splash. It's got splash. Think of
It's
think
just
of
that
Fire Badger
it
as
won't hit the crawlers. Yeah.
three itty bitty Vulcans. The Vulcan is way
Yeah.
better, but if you get the Fire Badgers, you can kind of put them in the same role.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
just
That makes
small.
sense. It's just that it's gonna find the rhino first, and you're gonna have a better chance to get the crawlers.
Right. Up
Okay.
front, he's gone to 5 sledges just to buy time, right? These sledges are going to
Mhm.
slow the Vulcans down. He's willing to level them up so they've got extra hit points, willing to throw a heavy armor on it so that it's got lots of
Mm.
extra hit points. Just let me get the stupid Vulcans to lock onto a sledge and be wasting their time while the last crawlers arrive. Same thing with the sandworms. They're going to get out there and get people locked onto them and stuck. And
So here's a
puts all of his
question.
sandworms together so
Yeah, in
that
the back area.
so that they arrive at the same time in the same spot. Concentration of force. As you know,
Yeah.
the tip of the spear is these sandworms. Even though they look like they're the butt, they're all the way at the bottom here. When the
Just where to
actual
hit it.
army starts fighting, they are the tip of the spear, and they're the ones that eventually break through, get this outside tower, and work right to left. So, your question, sir.
Hmm. Yes, the question I have is okay. So these sledgehammers in the bottom area here are occupying the Vulcans. They're keeping the Vulcans pinned for the most part of fighting the same target. My question is more so for the Vulcan. If they're prioritizing hitting the sledgehammer, is it AoE damage or is it from base of Vulcan to point of impact? All of that range is damageable. If that makes sense.
It
So
is.
say crawlers are crawling under it. Will the fire hit those crawlers that are between the Vulcan and the sledgehammers? Or was
Let me put it this way. If you put yourself take the testing ground, give yourself a level 9 Vulcan and a level 9, something that can heal itself on the opposite side,
Mhm.
let the Vulcan be shooting the thing that can heal itself, but give it range. You can mobile beacon a pack of crawlers from here to here without having the crawlers get injured. They would run underneath the flames.
Ah.
The flames are a splash, 15-meter splash around one target that is straight out here. So you're looking at about a 30-meter, because 15-meter splash, right, is in every direction. You're looking at about a 30
Yeah.
by 30 square of board that is, in this case, 95 meters out. It would be right here. A lot of times people will give them range, so it would be here, 135 meters out, even 150. Put it here if you've got the temporary range from tower.
That's good for me to know. So it's air impact because I was, it's something you don't know. 'Cause I've only done so many matches. I was like, I wonder if it's a tactic. It's not until you realize what the unit can do.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's basically a spray that lands in the AOE area. Like, okay, that's good to know. It's great to know.
All right.
Learning, y'all, learning and showing.
Our our top of the group have all finished their
Mm.
matches. There is one good in progress, but I'm just going to go around the room real quick. Number 1 overall seed, Apucci, has knocked off your Amarok stand-in in 47. I've run into him on ladder recently, so we kind of know that this is about as far as your streamer would have gone unbeaten. Would have run
Yeah.
into my co-caster and been demolished. Probably worse than this, if I'm honest. I have beaten Apucci, technically. I've beaten Apucci on the test server while we were both experimenting around with new techs, and I had a little bit more experience on the test server than he did. I found a way to beat him. I've beaten Doxson the same way. I've beaten HD Susauer the same way. I have never beaten any of
Love
them
that.
in the real on main meta when they're playing for real MMRs. Park 08, a name joke from Nightballer, to Park 09, who is not in the tournament. So Park 08, Baller gets the win over Gnome King. HD Susauer beat Gramps. So our, about 40th seed is out. Ausari goes down. I think this is the 13th seed. It might have been the 22 seed. I need to go check those. Math is Might, your number 3 seed overall, beats the 17 seed Isaacs. So Isaacs is out of contention for the tournament title. Narion is the number 5 seed overall, streaming on Twitch as well. Beats Sparty.
Right now.
Sparty is the 11 seed. So 11 seed down, 17 seed down, 8 seed down. You can see what I mean about we have reached the sharp end of the stick of this tournament. We saw the number 10 Steel Sane beat the number 8 Dachshund. Dillo beats Reven. Dillo's the 4 seed. Reven was the 12 seed. Again, these were folks. Reven had 1 minor point, so he winds up with. Reven and Dillo both had 1 minor point. The folks who had 2 minor points got to avoid some of these matchups. Shadoff, the 20 seed, goes down to the number 2 seed Schlaumamge. Schlaumamge, a absolute legend, absolutely dominant player in his prime. Speaking of primes, Godius Prime beats Egotistic. That was the 24th seed versus 21st seed. So Godius Prime is through.
That's a good match. Shout out to Ego. I see you in chat often.
Gonpanchiro's run of major upsets has come to an end at 2-0. Hey man, 47 seed getting to 2-0. That is a strong start for you. Well played. Ben Malls goes down to P-Man. P-Man is the number 7 seed. So that leaves us, after just 3 rounds of play, we have 12 unbeaten. So we'll be seeing just 6 matches of unbeatens here. Apucci versus the number 1 seed will be facing the number 24 seed Godius Prime. This fellow is the original 12 seed, 13 seed even. Will be facing the other big 201 player in this. I think that was around the 22 seed. HD Susauer, who we saw earlier, 16th seed, will be facing Narayan, the 5 seed. Mathismite, number 3 in this tournament, will be facing number 2 in this tournament, Schlaumamge. Can you guess which match we will be in? We're gonna have to miss. We're gonna have to miss Dillo against Steel Sane. That's the 4 against the 10. We're gonna miss P-Man against Baller. That's the 7 against the 9. But yeah, when you get the opportunity to cast the number 2 seed and the number 3 seed, you run your ad now. You take your match when you get it.
You're right. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Because I actually have 2 minutes before ads. This is a good idea.
90-second, run it right now. You'll be back in time. You won't miss a thing.
Oh, yeah, I run a minute and a half. Actually, I don't have a minute and a half option. I only have 3.
Well, run the 3. They missed round 1. It's fine.
I run it 3. Here we go. All right, so we're running the ads. Why did I announce they were running the ads after I clicked it? But be back in a few minutes. Enjoy. I am freaking loving and learning this. I actually saw somebody earlier in the chat to say I'm learning this with Mike because there's so many questions that people know, but just because you know it doesn't mean you share it. So to get the answers to questions while we're streaming is huge. And which match are you going to again?
Number 9 versus number 4.
Right?
Number 9 versus number 4.
Oh, yeah. Versus Mathis Mike. There we go. Sometimes chaff is all you need to stall on the surface. I've been noticing there's been times where I was like, how do I solve this problem? I was like, needs more chaff, and just put down the cheapest unit and come out with the win. And I was like, how is that the solution? I thought bigger is always better.
Yeah, actually, more chaff is often the answer, right? So I'm gonna step away just to refill coffee and water. So you are going to be in charge of both chats for round 1. You've got the comms. I'll be right back.
All right.
Introduce the match when it comes up as the number 2
I'm going to pretend very hard to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to give my best effort. Good Lord. So you're looking on my screen. You're currently seeing a Vulcan in a grayed out background. This is a loading.
That's a great explanation, sir. Great. That is flawless. 10 out of 10, no notes.
If you look on the very top of the Vulcan, you can realize it's so big it has a helipad. It is one big beast. It has rockets, but no, it cannot fly. It gives its best effort by just shooting rockets forward instead of upward. I'm not sure how they built this bad boy, but it is a beautiful beast. And you just saw it in the previous match where they just got a. We have 11 seconds before we can see actual gameplay footage, but until then, enjoy this beautiful immersive Vulcan background and flame. What's the little guys below? Victims, if they're in front of the Vulcan. So Schlaumamge and Mathis Mite, they're started off. They still have 20 seconds before the round starts. We got quick supply specialists. The benefit is that I think they actually get good early supplies early on in the match. And Mathis Mite is going with the feature that was so fast I could not read it in time. So I'm going to read it now. The Creature Sabertooth's tech upgrade costs by 50. Get an extra Sabertooth on round 3, rank 1. And obtain 200 supplies in the first round. Very nice start. So let's see what we got going on here. Also, I love that if you So he's going with some tarantulas on here. He wants to have some little bit of versatility, and they're starting off quick. Good God, that's quick. I'm gonna put my money on the top unit, top group, just because there's so much distraction with these staffs. It's gonna give these sledgehammers a fighting chance on the far right side to take the win. That chaff is going a long way. It's making a lot of work for those barks and tarantulas. And they're getting tower? Yeah. Okay, we take the crown. Now, I can tell you about the first round. The first round I can help you with. But the rest of it, that's what Amarok's a beat. As expected, they took the first round here. Shout out to Matt. I'm trying, y'all. I'm making an effort.
Hey, it was great effort. Appreciate it. We are in round 4 of this tournament. You've got the number 2 seed overall, Nearside Blue, Zlaumamj, a legend, many times the winner of 2v2 tournaments, currently carrying a 3rd place badge from the most recent Asia 2v2 tournament, facing your defending European Advanced Group 1 champion, Math is Might, the number 3 seed, wearing the gold badge, trying to defend his title. Gotta go through the number 2 seed Lau in order to do it.
Good.
This is stuff. This is absolute peak cinema in Mechabellum to get to see these two facing each other with stakes. I mean, yes, the Beastie Cutie has way more money at stake. These two are the real thing in Mechabellum. Mathis Might is probably one of the most solid, fundamental players in terms of just always has a super solid board, super good positioning. He will win matchups that, you know, on paper they are not the right counters to whatever opponent is thrown down. Opponent is thrown down all the right counters, and Mathis Might will win rounds on positioning alone. And
awesome.
At the moment, he's on 4,700. He's dropped the 201, the Mandarin-speaking Lau, down to 3437. There is, of course, big rivalry in the game. If you are speaking English, 501, 501, 501.
Silence.
Yeah, 201 is the Mandarin speakers. 101 are the French, Korean, and Japanese speakers. 301 for the Germans. 401 for the Russian speakers. And there is not yet in the game, but there deserves to be. 601. 601 for the finish.
So I'm asking the question here as I look over here. This left side is very lightly guarded by. Would you use that exploitation early in the match to send something in the top right area? Or do you think Fangs are going to just... No, Fangs would detour and go to fights. That would be a challenge.
Right.
You don't have many issues that can clear chaff that can be spawned in quick.
Right.
Unless you update crawlers. And that's a lot of effort.
Now, if you're looking for quick exploitables on this board right now, an air unit out here with a mobile beacon. The crawlers don't target air, so they'll run away from you. The mobile beacon is necessary to keep your flying unit from following the crawlers. You want them to go to the tower. Lau has just covered that off right now by throwing down that Fang.
Yep.
Right? So those Fangs, they're exactly far enough back that they would have turned back to your air unit if you were trying the flank I was talking about it. Sorry, it was Math that played those. They would exactly far enough back that they would have gone and played. They're also far enough back that they didn't run into the fire. They're still performing a chaff roll right now, taking shots right up until the last possible second. Just far enough back. Yes, by lighting the ground on fire, Lau is going to win this round, but it could have been a lot worse for Math. And the temporary spell is over. Math is Might on 3756. Lau at 3437. We go to round 4.
Oh, this is a good match. I'm loving this. Oh, he skipped. They both skipped for
both
money.
Skipped those. Didn't fit my plan. Don't fit my current comp. I don't need to do them. They're both playing. Both throwing down a shallow flank to take and distract opponents' units. Right, wants to pull opponents' units out wide. We've seen in some of my matches, I've really shown you how much a shallow flank can create an opening that is exploitable right in this range. So you can use this shallow flank to pull all of these units out into the wrong places and create a wide open spot here to run a mobile beacon through in order to hit the tower, just because everything's going the wrong directions, right? We've seen that done we saw that done in the Mecha Mini Masters last night as well, with some really good mobile beacons.
So now I have a question because this is more of a tech support question, not tech support, but when I first started playing the game, now that I'm looking at spectating, I have like a request or something.
Yeah.
Is it possible for the devs that are creating this game to have the units that you're selecting corresponding with the side of the screen? So if I'm choosing units from this army that it pop up on the left side, if I'm choosing units from the other side, I can choose from the right side. On the right side, not right side, but they display on the right side of the screen. They're all pop up in the bottom left, but I may have the confusion of not knowing the teams initially.
Yeah. You're just having a team confusion. So
yeah.
That's an interesting question. They don't show up in the bottom right because it's reusing a screen that's only been designed on that one angle, right? And if you were playing, if you're not spectating, in the bottom right, you've got your units that are unlocked to purchase. So the unit information goes bottom left, the unit interactable goes bottom right.
Got it. This is good for me to know. Okay, now I have another question then. With the Wraith, does rotation speed matter as much for the Wraith?
Great question.
Because it's a donut.
Apucci gave a really detailed, really good answer. If you are a subscriber to the channel, you got to hear that live last night. But anybody who's not a subscriber, if you missed that due to ads, that is worth watching. Apucci explains it in great detail. But to summarize really quickly, the Wraith has 4 or 8 guns, each firing cycle. Like all 4 of those, when it first starts shooting, all 4 of those guns, all 8 of those guns will choose a target, and they choose different targets if more than one is in range. But if there's only one target in range, all 8 guns shoot at the same target.
I heard that from your last stream before this.
Each firing cycle, exactly one gun chooses exactly one new target. So even if you've got all 8 of them locked onto a 90 zillion hit point unkillable mountain with armor, in 8 guns locked onto that unkillable mountain, great. Next firing cycle, only 7 of them are locked on the mountain, and one of them's working on another unit. Next firing cycle, only 6 are locked on the mountain. 2 of them are killing other units. By the 8th time through, you've got exactly 1 gun left on the mountain. All the other 8 guns are working on some other targets. Assuming that there are still targets in range. If there are no other targets in range, they'll come back and retarget onto the mountain.
So this, because this is good because like it may seem like a micro thing, but I'm aware like as you play this game, these small things make a world of a difference. Like these small things of like, hey, can you tell how quickly, like you said, the Vulcans early game were early distribution were very slow, and so they're underwhelming. But now they're great because they can
turn back.
They can engage. Yeah.
They finally
Typhoons are becoming some of my favorites now, so I'm interested to see how they pick.
Typhoons are amazing. I'll show you a build that will absolutely wreck face at your level. It won't carry the 2000s. Okay, I promise you, it's not going to be your magic. I'm a 2,500 MMR player suddenly because I'm running this build that Amaranth came up with. But it will destroy people. It will destroy people because nobody's running it and nobody has the defenses in place for it. But it's basically
Typhoons you can only get by cars. You cannot get them by selection.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Or the Typhoon Specialist. Typhoon Specialist. So it's a build that you take as Typhoon Specialist with a Steel Ball and Crawl start. So if you see Typhoon Ball Crawl, you just take that and you just run this build, and it's like it's so infrequent that people just have trouble.
Mathis might still. So question: Can Mathis might interact with this map while he's still choosing?
No, that mobile beacon was from
he's just waiting.
So Mathis might Mathis. So one
player, he was still on the other panel for a while. Yeah, it may have just been on my screen.
One player was on the panel. The other player was already interacting with the map.
Yeah, I was like, I'm thinking to myself how long the time is. That's me being a nervous person because 90 seconds feels like 10 for me.
Right.
So.
But if so, I agree with that. I will hurry through some of my decisions and regret it
Mhm.
later.
Yeah, that's
But
my strategy actually.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly. I wish I could control Z all the way back to the choice of reinforcement of the round. But
Yeah.
Laumamj is in a completely unique defense right now. Let's call this out real quick. He is
Mm.
running Hacker with multi-control. And Reven in chat says, multi-hack, that is crazy. I actually agree. I think multi-hack is a throw. It isn't working. He's even tried the oil to slow this down. It's a unique line. It's a different line. It's definitely not getting the job done against Mathis Might. What
I would
what that
wonder
is
in this
doing?
case if you would just go with the shields for the typhoons instead, just to keep a little bit more buffering going in the fight.
Right. So let me point one thing out. Very
Mhm.
little known fact. Hacker is 1/3 as strong. Does 30% damage to barriers. So if your opponent has gone
Oh,
hackers, your
yeah.
answer is to go shields. Shield
Mhm.
barrier on your typhoon, barrier on your fortress, temporary shield devices, whatever it takes.
Mm.
Mathis Might has taken an orbital javelin. There are some other options. I love improved firepower control on a hacker. The quicker they hack, the better. The other thing you want on hackers is to recruit them at level 2 instead of level 1 and take
Mhm.
both attack enhancements. So Laumamsh has done all the wrong things, in my opinion, as far as... Now,
Mhm.
I am criticizing a player who is way, 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 way
Yeah,
better
it's
than I
risk
am here,
reward. It's risk
okay?
reward. Like
But what
this is like
what I'm
this is the
saying is...
equivalent of people doing fight like when a guy does a spinning heel kick, he thought he was just gonna be standing stance.
Right.
So he's trying. It's high risk.
If I go hacker at all, I commit to the bit hard by elite recruiting them at level 2 and tagging up the attack enhancement so that I can get them to hack something as quickly as possible. My idea
Yeah.
is the faster I hack one unit, even if that unit is a chaff unit on the opponent's side, I will distract a whole lot of units shooting at it. If I hack one crawler to completion,
Mhm.
a whole bunch of units will stop and shoot at it,
That's what I was thinking he was
right?
gonna do, but I'm guessing the hacker just wasn't
But
putting in position
instead,
for it.
so that's why I do the level 2 with the high attack enhancement and range on the
Mhm.
hacker. That's the way I play a hacker, right?
Yeah.
Lamanch has gone for this completely opposite idea, which is the hackers are just going to multi-lock onto a whole bunch of things. They do successfully
Mm.
hack one steel ball. In fact, they're going to successfully hack this whole group down here.
Mhm.
But by the time, if in the main front, most of the units are down by the time, the hackers themselves have such short range. You hack 5 different things at once, but you do it with minus at 1/6 of the normal speed. So you
Mhm.
really rely on some other unit doing a bunch of damage, but not killing it. Maybe Lau was thinking, I'll do that with HE
Yeah,
ammo
yeah.
and range on the tarantulas. But the hackers are just getting killed before they even get the chance to do that hacking.
Yeah.
Um,
It's interesting to see just now. Like it kind of sustained a good bit
kind
in that fight.
of came back, and
Yeah.
Mathis Might had brought out the big old Titan on the left side. Did it without putting any techs on, had not taken efficient maintenance or anything. So he's able to just sell right back out of it. So Lau has
Yeah.
to respond to it, although Lau kind of cold read it and just placed the melting point straight opposite it. So had an instant lock and kill, which is why that mountain went down and why Lau won the round outright. Um, just very good read on where to put that melter and when to bring the melter onto the board. No Titan finish for you, Math. Denied. Now he could conceivably just rebuy it out here, or but he doesn't know if Lau is just going to keep extending the melters.
Mm. Oh, Ben had a really good question. He said he messed with the hackers one time. Where would you place a hacker if you would use it? Where
Uh,
would you position the hacker?
exactly where Lau has them.
Mhm.
10 out of 10 no notes. They're exactly where I would have them. I want them
So
engaging
behind,
from
so
right
behind
around the
something
tower
tanky.
line, and then
Mhm.
I'm also likely to take the barrier on them, which is not as big as a fort's barrier. It's about this radius, so I want them right there
Mhm.
with a set of chaff to protect the chaff from early strikes, etc. Protecting this guy, and then letting things like the crawlers run out from under the barrier. to
Yeah.
go that.
Mm.
Bimpy, moderator, thank you so much for
Appreciate you,
being
baby.
here. Thanks so much. This has got to run. Catch you later for the Americas. I will look forward to facing you head to head because your streamer will be
Mm.
entering the Americas tonight. I'm not a threat to win them, but I am a threat to come in the top 20, top 10, all-time high is top 4 in a match that one of my moderators came third. Still have never forgiven him. Can't let him live it down.
Those steel balls are freaking melting pointing it away over there. They're doing great.
Yeah, those steel balls are pretty awesome. I did run into Bimpy in round 1 last time out.
Interesting. Being frontline melting points is very interesting. So that's what I've been noticing. I've been choosing a perk for steel ball that's been backfiring so much, and that's the one with the chain health bar or whatever. That's been backfiring on me so much as far as like how I've been using them. I love the option he had just now of staying individual and doing high damage.
Yeah, this is a adjust your tech bar. You want the exact 4 techs that Mathis Might has. Save this replay, go back and look at it. The techs that Mathis Might has are the 4 you want on Steel Ball. Ditch everything
that
else.
was good. Just to see that range just now, I was like, look. I was like, they're reaching most of the close ground combat. They're reaching by themselves and getting the early start in. That's awesome.
So we've really reached the sharp end of this, and there were only 12. Now we know there are only 11 because the number 3 seed and defending champion Mathis Might has knocked out number 2 seed Laumamj with the multi-hack attempted answer to the steel balls. And it is a decent answer to mech div steel balls, right? If you're going to try mechanical division, which Mathis Might had done, anytime the steel ball dies, it becomes chaff. So it's kind of saying, hey, I'm just going to use my steel balls as chaff, and if you kill them, then they turn into even more chaff, and they just gunk up your whole build. Laumamj answered with, oh, I'm not going to let you gunk up my whole build. I'm going to try to hack them. That was why he went to the hackers, why he went to the multi-control. Although, again, I think multi is a mistake, personally. I think HE on the tarantulas, so that he was damaging multiple steel balls at once, and then damaging the crawlers plus the steel ball, the surviving steel balls. Once that happens, I think that was a really good choice. That's much more canonically correct, I think, against steel balls. But I can see where he was going with the hackers, right? I'm going to hack all 4 of your steel balls at once. I'm going to send the whole pack back out to you, and then when you kill them, the mechanical division becomes my crawlers, not your crawlers. What Math has done instead is, as Mike said, he clicks range enhancement. Suddenly he's got these steel balls shooting from 100 meters away. He's got all of his chaff arriving before the steel balls do. If something does get hacked, he's got 115 meter range wraiths with 8 guns sitting behind that to just clear up the hacked steel ball if there was one, clear up any real chaff from Laumamj. And what happens is allows melters and multi-hackers get stuck first on the chaff, then on the steel balls, and never get to touch the wraiths. The steel balls, as well, as you saw, once they get locked on, it does not matter if you have a level 2 tower. It's not buying you time. It doesn't matter if you've got a 27,000 hit point tarantula. It's going down to a pack of steel balls. And a level 2 pack of steel balls absolutely beats a melting point every single time. They're mobile, high-speed melting points. They just can't tap out, can't reach the ultimate high-end damage that a melting point can do the melting point way better against basically against titans or other very big high-level giants. But that's not the board. That's not the board that Math is in, and the melters never get to touch anything important. They never bring down the wraiths. The hackers are dead by the time, because they have no range. They're dead by the time they engage. In fact, they have the same engagement range as the steel balls now. And Math just threw quick.
That's a mismatch at that point. Yeah,
quick and easy.
I'm watching the last battle actually play out again, so you can see it.
All right, I'm gonna have to mute. I've got my kid for a sec, so you are in charge.
Cool beans, cool beans. I'm just rewatching the last parts of that fight just now, and watching how much work the steel balls are doing. Like, they're frying everything. expediently at that. I felt so bad for those 2 Mustangs at the end. If only they knew what was behind them. An entire armada. But, instead of melted points, he should have gone Vulcans. He already had a marksman. See, now y'all see this is good because y'all are teaching me this. I want to ask y'all this question also that are in the chat. So any unit that spawns other units, do those other units that are spawned automatically adapt, automatically take on the perks if you've already upgraded that unit. So say for example, you have you have drop-in crawlers, the ones that continuously spawn crawlers. Do they get the perks of your crawlers if you upgraded them, which you probably shouldn't do, but I'm asking. Is it okay? So it's across the board. Thank you. Rudimental. I love how you put that term together. That's great. They get all the text. Yes, I'm gonna hit you with an I don't know, boss.
All right, I'm looking at the overall scoreboard at the moment. Are you in that 201, the 2201 players, the 1800s? They've got 1800 hit points left. Where are we at?
Second here. Type this in. That was weird, but it should pop back up in a second because I can see. Okay, good. I can see Amarok's stream, which means I got a mini disconnect from OBS, but not from the internet. So
okay. So you just should be back in a sec. All right, I'm looking at round 9 of our 2 unbeaten 201 players. Let me grab my phone and get their names properly for you. A little bit of Google Translate.
Lobby. Yeah, it's good for me to just kind of just learn that because I told earlier when I first played the game, there was some things that I had questions about in the tutorial, like it doesn't cover the command center. So I didn't even know how valuable they were, so I just started clicking and experimenting with them. Another thing is knowing that the tech support stuff is transferable if you spawning units or generating units. I think that's really cool also. So good to know these things here.
Now, I'm going to throw out, there was a question earlier, I just answered it in chat, but we didn't answer it out loud. Question was from one of your viewers who was asking, is there a way to get coaching and hand-holding through all of this so that I don't, can you lead me through it? And the reason I did want to answer to that, Tomahawk was asking how much to do this. I actually do offer coaching at 4 hours for 20 coffees on Buy Me a Coffee. That link was posted a little bit earlier, but we'll put it back out again. So if you guys want to hire some coaching, that gets you 4 hours of individual coaching. Honestly, about 90 minutes is as much as people can take. 90 minutes to 2 hours is as much as the brain can take of concentrated methadone coaching at once. So we split that out to at least 2 sessions, maybe 3, depending on your endurance and enthusiasm for it. Or you can go back to the Friday 1 week ago, the 8 days back VODs on either Mike's channel or my channel and get it for free, because we did exactly that. We did Mike's unboxing of Mechabellum and led him through the tutorials and first couple of matches on stream on Ladder. And it's available in either VOD to kind of get you started. If you are new to the game, if you're looking at this as like, hey, I was watching some Beastie Cutie stuff, I want to get started, but holy hell, this game is immensely overwhelming, that would be a great place to start.
And you feel like it's good to have coaching or watch people, because there's so much to learn that you don't know. But just watching somebody, and then even like these streams with this right here, I'm asking as many questions as I can. One, because it's free coaching, but 2, because people are definitely having the same questions I'm having, and they just may not type it, or they just may type it and not be seen because if you're active, or narrating everything. So this is huge. Great.
I just hate tutorials. The stop and go, read 3 pages of info crushes my desire. Fair enough.
That's understandable.
Fair enough. I mean, there is absolutely nothing in this game that stops you from just jumping out and playing it on ladder and losing a couple of games. What's the worst that could happen? Let me tell you, the exact worst that could happen is is exactly this. You will come out of you'll lose the first 10 games. You'll wind up with exactly one MMR telling you that you are no good at a game that you haven't practiced yet. Wait, you already knew that. Oh wait, and hold on. Some noob in chat will call you a noob and give you a GG easy, and you're like, well, I knew that too. Come on. What? Oh no, you have wrecked my ego because I have zero experience in a game that I have not played.
Congratulations, you've well assessed. I wish you could show like date install for them. Like, I got this game a day ago.
I know. But
I did win 2 rounds against you. Thank you, sir.
And the absolute best is the guy who gives you the premature GG easy and then loses. Hey, we have a legend in chat. Hello, Steel Sane. Steel Sane will
what's up?
often stream Mechabellum in Russian. He's a far eastern edge of Russia, a lot closer to where that big earthquake and tidal wave were, than to the
that
west
was him
coast.
logging in. He was logging in.
That's just Steel Sane dropping a mic bomb.
The ground. That was it.
Steel Sane's mic drop caused that earthquake, I think. But no, great streamer, and he will answer to you guys in English as well. He's I'm sorry if we ignored you, Steel.
My apologies.
But he does answer in English. Does switch to English. Loves to practice the English as well. So if you're insomniac up in the middle of the night and you see Steel Sane playing, absolutely drop in and give him a hello. Now, Steel, I don't know if you saw you got Steel. You got a huge compliment from somebody who does not give her compliments lightly. Earlier, Miss Diana said, we were watching Hack Manic, who's one of the top 20 world in 4-player free-for-all, getting crushed by HD Susauer, right, as you would expect from one of the folks who's really solid at the 1v1 game. And Ms. Diana called you out specifically for coming 5th in that 4-player free-for-all tournament, and said to do that well in a game mode that is not the one he practices super often, that says a hell of a lot about his intelligence and his flexibility. She said that was honestly more impressive to her than a whole lot of other players' performances were in that tournament. So major props from one of the top 3 world for your performance in that tournament.
I'm loving the damage output of these Phoenixes. That was a good match.
Phoenix have been one of my favorite units forever. I never did find my phone, so I never did get the Google Translate. Can we get the Google Translate? Is this I think this is Captain. We'll just call them Captain, I believe. Since I don't want to give the full translation of a name that has some racist undertones to it. So we'll be rooting against Captain the rest of the way, I believe. They make it to the final 6. In fact, they're currently in the number 2 seed, but we will have 6 unbeaten remaining. Apuchi versus Narayan, He-Man against Captain, Steel Sane against Mathis Might. These two have met in finals multiple times. What are you feeling, Mike? Do you want to show? We would have our choices. We'd have our choices of number 1 versus number 5, number 3 versus number 10, or do we want to root for P-Man against the villain?
Okay. I think the P-Man and villain is the winner. It's either P-Man and villain or follow the lore or follow the story of Steel Sane. One or the other. That's the two I'm stuck on right now.
All right.
So I'm on both of those two. Oh, look, a Tomahawk even said Math and Steel.
Math and Steel is probably vote cat. All right, let's go. So a little bit of Steel Sane lore. If you guys are Steel Sane fans, there is a great interview. He took the time to come over and interview with me back in about April. So that is a pinned thing in the Twitch videos for this channel. Absolutely great conversation with him. Really appreciated that. Reven votes cat. I'm gonna go with that. I think no.
Yeah.
Though I'm tempted. I'm very tempted to take Narian the 5 against the number 1, just because we haven't shown Apuchi yet. He's finally reaching the point where, and the reason we haven't shown Apuchi, by the way, is because we did not expect anybody to give him a real run for his money. And look at the final scores there. 4790,
Yeah.
3806, and 47 gave him a hell of a run, got him down to 1766. Godius
Mm.
Prime never took a hit point off of him. I think we're finally at the point where Apucci might be coming up against people who can give him a run for his money. So my vote would be
Yeah.
either Mathers Mike versus Steele or Apucci versus Narayan. Yeah, a Tomahawk is literally sitting. He's planning to buy Mechabellum, but hasn't yet played it. Exactly.
Contemplating. I will say this game has gotten my attention. As me, I play a lot of mobile games, so I like to play games that kind of pass the time. But this keeps you locked in and paying attention. I enjoy this game. It's grown on me way more than I thought it would, especially as a lover of tower defense games. So it has this connotations to it of having your squads that defend your area. So it's kind of catching my attention. It's catching my attention. I've done streams, but I've already done at least 2 streams with this game. It's been taking off nice.
Yeah, Steel Saint says, I'm playing about 2 years already. I'm going to say August is my 2-year anniversary of streaming. We will have some very fun content coming up at the end of the month to celebrate that. I am doing some work. Let me put it this way. I have contracted with a voice actor to do some very cool sounds for you guys, among other things that we're going to have. Try to hope having out for you guys by the end of the month to celebrate that. We'll have additional celebrations coming up on my 2-year anniversary of reaching affiliate, which is in early October. Well, mid-October, really. So we got plenty of celebration stuff coming up to celebrate those 2 milestones. Just kind of want to give back to you guys for all of the amazing support you guys have given us.
I love that so much.
What is the actual day? I believe it is August 29th. If I look back at it, it might be August 28th. But yeah, I do scroll back to that. In fact, let me point out while we're talking about that, I want to talk about Founders, because I found out recently on watching one of Faith's channels. I posted this to those of you who are in the Mechabellum Discord, who are in the creators side of that. We have a little special creators discussion that's hidden off from the majority of the group there, but found out that you can go back and take a look at and even edit some of the founders. If there was somebody that's like a total troll, wound up being like giving you the Prime sub for 1 month, and they haven't been around to support your channel, and you're like, what the hell? I don't even like this guy. We banned him later. Whatever it is, you can actually go take a look at your at that down in your creators dashboard, down under. It's under analytics earnings, which honestly looks like it's just telling you a breakdown of how you made your various money. You scroll down to subscribers, click view details, and then you get to the founders badge holders. And I want to point out, I have 3 who are still subbed, who subbed on the very first day I went, that you could sub to this channel.
Mm-hmm.
So
affiliate, yeah.
Huge thanks to you 3. Hail to Nerd. Third in seniority. Jerry Hattrick, 2nd in seniority.
I love that
and name. Just Nash XYZ. Brother, thank you guys so much for supporting me for these 2 years. You guys are amazing. Our OG founders of the Founders Club. So I wanted to give you guys a special shout out.
I want a name as cool as Jerry Hattrick. That is a really good name.
Jerry Hattrick's also a moderator, but yeah, what a heck of a name.
Yeah, that's awesome. We got Reset.
All right, I'm in for Apucci. I can't deny the man.
Okay, Apucci is his.
Gotta show the number 1 seed. We just showed Math, so I don't want to put him on back-to-back matches. We had just shown Steel the round before that. We have not yet shown Apucci or Narayan. So if either of them makes the run into the finals, we should have at least one of their run-up matches in the VOD. Couldn't count them out. Steel Sane versus Mathis Might would be the other game to have up if you are in this tournament. If you're watching, following along, maybe one of you guys has that up and can give us updates from that match as it's going. Good luck, have fun. Don't forget to ready up. Channel Point
I'm talking about
predictions.
my first loss to the community.
Channel Point predictions
Wait,
up for Apucci versus
that's something I have to do. I got to do the predictions more.
I told you.
I'll set that up.
You
You showed it to me.
I showed you how to
You
do
showed
that.
it to me. I just hadn't done it yet. I got to do it.
But
I got to do predictions against this and then Souls Like bosses. If I can get those.
Predictions. All right, Life of Chai, thank you for the biddies. Huge cheers. One for me, one for Mike. Chai, you legend. Thank you so much.
Chai the goat. You should be subscribing to Chai. Just saying.
Life of Chai, shout out over there. Last playing date everything, but they play a whole lot of things. In fact, you seem to have a weekly schedule. You have different games scheduled to different weeks. I really like that, the way that rhythm goes. Very, very cool. Tomahawk, I wanted to say thank you very much for the follow as well. Right. We are in the Hexafinals, round 5 of what will either be a 7-round or 6-round tournament, depending on how matches go elsewhere. But this, we've got the original #1 seed, my co-caster from last night's Mecha Mini Masters final, Apucci, your favorite. Everybody should be giving this man a follow. He is the gentleman scholar of Mechabellum streamers, in my opinion. I have never heard him say a bad word about anyone. He is absolutely as genuine off stream as he is on stream. He's a real one. He is also your defending 2v2 America's Advanced Group 1 champion. So congrats on that, beating... That was a hell of a tournament, by the way. Beating a Sacco Forgotten Arbiter pair to win that title. What a run! He is facing the #5 seed, Narayan. Apucci is the dean, in my opinion. He has the most weekend tournament wins, full stop, of any player. I've been casting these for almost 2 years. We just talked about it. I started in week 26, which Apucci won. Was the very first thing that I cast. I think I'd entered weekend tournaments a little bit before that, but then I was like, you know what? I don't really have a shot to win these. Why don't I cast them instead? I really found this as a niche and thing that I love doing. And it's a real pleasure to have invited Mortar Mike to join me. So he's here in the broadcast booth. Mike, what are you seeing in this one? Apucci's a quick supply specialist, aggro on the right. Narayan, an aerial specialist, aggro on the left. So we have what you could call a spiral or a crossfire, depending on how you like the terminology. Which terminology you like. Take it away, Mike.
I am seeing a win on the bottom right. That's my guess, only because if these two saber-tooths can draw the and get good damage on these tarantulas, we're good. All they gotta do is clear this first chaff, and the hounds have already done it. So if they can get some good fire on the tarantulas, we're good. It's a battle of chaff right now, but the left-hand side's exposed. We got a little issue. Actually, both sides are exposed. I'm still gonna call bottom team that I saw some with the bottom team with the saber-tooth.
Yeah,
I'm calling that.
I'm gonna say Sabertooth is the counter to Tarantula start. If you have Saber in your starting pack, it is the counter to the Tarantula. If you see Tarantula on the board, just go ahead and buy a Sabertooth on round 2. Or, or buy the Phoenix, because the Tarantula can't shoot up, but Yeah.
I love this rock, paper, scissors spiral so much. I say Bombaclat, that salt and pepper going hard today. I'm trying, Pappy. He's talking about my beard.
Soja in chat, one of the all-time great Vulcan marksman players. Maybe it's due to the hour constraints, but I'm under the impression that the Westerners prefer the tournaments on average. I rarely see the Chinese pros win a non-Asia tournament, which is weird, since many of the Chinese pros tend to be better. That is true. And I'm going to use as an example Flower Fairy, right? Mag 1 champion, deservedly so, probably the best in the world, the #1 MMR in the world right now. Flower Fairy is a name you should recognize. We don't get to cast him very much.
Under that name.
We don't get to cast him very much because he does not enter these weekend tournaments often. I did love that when we announced that the Launch Clash tournament was one of the ways to qualify for it was to win 2 weekend tournaments. Flower Fairy took a look at that, said, I've already won 1. Shows up to the very next weekend tournament after that was announced. Shows up, wins 7 matches, wins the tournament, goes home and stops entering weekend tournaments again. Like, yeah, no problem. I just need to win one of these. Done.
That's freaking awesome. I love that so much. That's awesome.
Literally doesn't enter them because there's no point. He knows he would win them, and if he happens to take a loss, he'd be risking so much more MMR. He doesn't gain as much for playing the tournaments as he does just by playing on ladder, so he doesn't even bother. So I think that you're correct about that, Sota. That the far side, the 201 players are tend to value MMR more than tournaments. Blue hair used to enter the tournaments a lot, but hasn't done as much recently. And red hair, not so much. And those are the three that I think of. Like, red hair has really leaned into the Mag 1. The idea of having pro stuff, I think, really appealed to them. Both players took air.
Big boy options on the field.
Yeah, both players took air in round 2. You saw Narayan had the Phoenix. You saw Apuchi in the Wraith. We've seen how Apuchi loves to play a Wraith game, and he's not afraid of playing Wraith into Phoenix. He'll take a pair of Phantom Rays. For Narayan, 2 Giants on offer, the Vulcan, the Fortress. If you feel your chaff board is at all weak, 4 deploys. Do not undervalue this Fang deploy.
Yes.
You might be looking at that and saying, oh yeah, no, obviously you take one of the other 3 because they're way stronger units. Hell no, man. Take the 4 Fangs. There's no other way to slap 4 Fangs out on the field on this turn. Take the 4 Fangs and then buy whatever unit it is you think you need to answer the opponent.
That's a lot more boxes checked by having those Fangs on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Just having them there.
You only get to deploy 2 squads a unit per turn.
Yeah.
Getting the ability to deploy
3 if you're wealthy.
Yeah, three if you pay for it here. But just getting the opportunity to throw down 4 Fangs, it's huge. Also, mini metagame for you. Yes, Lady Naween, love for the Fangs. Indeed. But also, little hint for you. Sometimes you will see an opponent come out with a no chaff board.
Mm-hmm.
One thing you can do to punish them is to have both shafts on your board. So I have both Fang and Crawler on my board. Therefore, they can't get the draw. I am not going to let Bear Lake bail you out of this. I'm not going to let you get help. You're going to have to make up those deploys on your own. And you can really catch some
short range work here.
Really catch some people out. Yeah, we've got Ball Wraith, which is very much what you saw Mathis Might was running, right? Ball Wraith. That's what he beat Lao Mamish with. It looks kind of familiar. Bushi running the same thing. So if you see 2 players at the Mathis Might and Apuchi running the same build, what are you thinking?
It's still going to come back down to the upgrades that they take at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But, like, I'm also thinking, hey, wait, this is a strong build I should be working on running.
Yeah.
Right? I should be working out how to run this.
Battles, we're saving the replays, and we're learning. I'm learning. That's the. And they're both streaming right now, by the way, too. Which is crazy.
True enough. Both streaming.
The confidence they have.
Speaking of tech, there you go. Efficient tech research. Now, I do want to point out, Mike, the tournaments are seeded by MMR. I know you've only just started the game, but and if you entered one of these weekend tournaments, honestly, you're probably at the bottom half of the rookie group. You're probably going something like 1 or 3 or 2 and 3 before you drop out of it. You're not even living into the 7th round, right? It's pain.
Pain, baby, pain. Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
But they are a good way to play against players who are playing a lot cleaner than you are when you do match up into the higher MMR player in that tournament. You'll be facing somebody who's a lot higher than you, rather than having the wet pool noodle fight with other toddlers at the bottom of the MMR bracket. You actually get to see some clean play played against you. And one of the things you might find is that your play is actually cleaner than, and suits playing those clean players more than it suits the pool noodle fight. Other thing I was going to say is those mini tournaments on Wednesday. If you're new to this game, just sign up for the dang mini tournament on Wednesday. They are seeded by MMR. The worst you could be is the 16th seed. The best you could be is the 1 seed in your little group. And there will be like 5 rookie groups, right? So 400 MMR 1 week might be the top seed in the 4th best rookie group. And the next week, it might be the worst seed in the number 3 rookie group. You never know. But what you do know is that all 16 players are going to be roughly the same MMR, right up until you get to Advanced Group 1, where all of a sudden there's a huge skill ceiling, and like the top 2 or 3 might be vastly different than the bottom, this 15th or 16th. But
they just dropped out of a ranking.
Yeah. There needed to be a group higher than Advanced Group 1 for them. They really need the pro game. But one of the things you'll find is as you are progressing through the game, there will be other players who progress through the game as well. And one of my VIP sponsors, Mike Tyson, and I, we used to run into each other in the mini tournaments every week.
As long as you weren't boxing.
Week in and week out. And yes, I do happen to know, he plays under the name Mike Tyson. I do happen to know that his real life, real name is Mike Tyson. I don't know if it's the boxer. I don't know where in the world he lives. But man, he is a fun guy to play with. Total gentleman. And
another great Mike.
Another great Mike. Exactly.
17th.
Exactly.
Little do we know, players like Blasted Dan, they definitely have the formulas in front of them when they start playing. Starts figuring it out.
All right, nice job clipping that. If that was a bug, Ghosters, I really appreciate it. We'll save the replay of this too to make sure that that's available, and we'll see if it's visible in the replay or not. Just to make sure, we'll double check that. So this seventh
heavy on unit,
fifth round game, round 3 or so, I think. All right. Apuchi's at 34-30 here in round 5. Narayan is down to 27-25. They've both taken the Wasps that you can see. Apuchi is playing them aggressively behind Narayan's board. Narayan is playing his defensively, so they should turn around and engage the Wasps. One thing he could do to make sure he wins this Wasp v Wasp is to place 1 pack of crawlers on the back line. That would draw the aggro from Apuchi's Wasps. If Apuchi's Wasps are shooting the ground targets, ground chaff, while Narayan's Wasps are shooting the air targets, that would go very, very well for Narayan. Instead, he's going to get what amounts to a 50-50 back there. Who engages with what, in which order? Apuchi wins that with just 3 surviving Wasps, but they could get a pretty critical tower take. Right. And I realize
it's going to be late, but it's going to help.
It's going to help, right? Because what is happening is it's coming in right as the Phoenix are engaged on the Wraiths. The Wraiths could have won, especially this level 2 Wraith, could have won that fight against these two, but did not because of the tower take, with just the 3 Wasps left in the call-in. So that's a little thing Narayan can do to improve on that.
Oh, one final counter. One final counter with the Wraith. What? That's awesome.
Wraith with the debuff gets the job done for Narayan. Earns your close-up applause to that Wraith.
Beautiful.
Well done.
Zoom into the pilot of that Wraith. He's working here.
You got to see just how powerful a tower debuff is, because honestly, Phoenix should.
That's a whole team left. Yeah,
Phoenix should just crush a Wraith. Instead, tower debuff allowed that Wraith to turn around and kill the 4 Phoenix. That's earned it a level. It's now level 2, double strength, double hit points, double attack, and it's been doubled again by getting floating artillery array. So we're going from 4 guns to 8 guns, and this side just got 4 times stronger for Narayan. Both players took the underground threat. So Apuchi playing it in aggro on this bottom left side. He's also using the deployment module to effectively have a jump drive phantom ray arrive. The idea here is the crawlers will take out the fangs. The phantom ray will eventually have a pretty clear run at that level 3 tower. Narayan is defending the level 1 tower on the other side, because that is the more predictable place for Apuchi to be attacking. So he's got that covered.
And it's awesome to watch. That was I love plays like that where you just really couldn't tell to the very last unit. That was a nice up. Sorry, Apuchi, I just thought that was really cool.
Well, the dog has taken charged shot, so reducing his Phoenix range by 25 meters gives him about a range of 135. He also has the temp range from tower to bring it up to 150, but they do plus 175% damage. Would you like to increase your DPS by 2 times 2.75 DPS? Yes, please. The only time that would be bad is if I was shooting chaff, which is what's happening on the right. Please stop wasting your... Oh, dear. Yeah, well...
Okay, they're finally done. Not a moment way too late.
They are, if by done you mean devoured by wraiths. What that did
yeah.
do, though, is the left side Phoenix managed to kill that wraith that I called out as being 4 times as strong. Managed to kill it right at the wire there before it got in on the tower, got in on the Phoenix.
Look at this shenanigans here.
Wraith getting the job done for Narayan again. Apucci now down to 2665. These players neck and neck, 2,700 hit points apiece. Go into round 7. You're in the final 6. Winner of this will be in the final 3.
This is getting good, man. I'm loving this.
Unit reinforcement. Good. You notice how long both players are taking thinking what they're taking out of this, memorizing what the options were on that opponent had, because you don't get to go back to that window. You have to remember what it was, right?
Unless you just hide and panel, that's just to look at the array, but you probably already seen the array the whole.
You've seen the array, you hide the array, you think about where they might place the various units, where you might place the various units. Narayan goes to the Sandworm, gives it mechanical division. Again, we've seen that a couple of times in this tournament. Apucci pretty much reads that correctly with the Scorpion, which already good against the steel balls, right? So it's not like he's taking a flyer on the fact that there will be sandworms, but he looked at this and said, you know what, the Scorpion is good against the steel balls that are already on the board, and the worms if those are what drops for opponent. They are the thing, the worms are the thing that I'm weakest against, so let me fix all of that. If I'm looking at Apucci's board, I'm thinking I'd like a little bit more later chaff clear. I'm loving this guy. But I'd like to have a few later, later arriving hounds that show up to be clearing some of this deepest chaff. Because I think what's happening on the front, right, is because these wraith have enough range to have the hounds basically in range from the get-go, the hounds are dying too early in the fight.
Yeah.
Because and
I like
that
to
goes.
see a little bit.
Go ahead.
I like to see a little bit more air superiority, or at least anti-air going on. Right now, I'm still only seeing the Phantom Rays, and they got a lot of work cut out as far as the air battle at the end.
Right.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of work they gotta get done. And once those guys are gone, it's not much opposition to get the air guys from getting overrun again. And these Rays keep taking each round. I know you don't want to play like defensively or like reactive, but this is the 3rd round of the race they're closing in.
Again, it's one Wraith closing it out for Narayan. This time with the Sandworm. Effectively, the Sandworm is chaff from Narayan's perspective, but it's just big, beefy chaff with a whole lot of hit points. Would you like a mobile bombardment, an ion beam, or anything? Ion beam is, in my opinion, it is the single skill spell. Being able to place it, it's easy enough to place the start of it to hit something important. It's fun to mobile beacon around to read it correctly and get out and around. But to be able to calculate what you're hitting with the tag end of an ion beam. I had a really great game recently where I managed to correctly time bringing a sandworm to the surface in my late ion beam. It just was like,
that's awesome.
Chef's kiss. It is a skill thing. It's one of the, at 45 hours of this game, it is something that I've got down, and I actually feel like if there's any skill that Amarok has at the 2500 MMR level, it is the placement of an ion beam. I'd put that against.
Remember, he didn't say 45 hours. He said 4,500.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I mean, now to be fair, that is counting. Casting like this. It does also count some games on the test server. But what I do not do, I do not leave the game running overnight or anything like that. That is not padded by the game being up overnight.
Well, we would know. We would know by the skill later.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
It's hours. You've been playing for 3,000 hours, only have 40 battles. What's going on?
Exactly. Now it's actually 4660 now, so up this month. And
I like the dodge.
I'm gonna say, you all know because at least 3,000 hours of those have been streamed. So, but look at this. Look at this. Hitting. This is a spot where I think Apuchi's Ion Beam missed a bit. Not because of the dodge so much, but because it didn't hit this Wraith. Right?
Yeah.
He needed
a really
to
good
time
read
it.
on that beam.
He needed to time it to hit that Wraith.
Ooh.
It didn't. Narian dodges it. I think the placement of that beam differently, just a little, not just the dodge, right? But like subtly different placement on that beam to pick up another Wraith in it would have been huge for Apuchi. I think he got a little greedy trying to place it to hit the steel balls. Everything had pushed through because Narian is also dropping the ion beam on Apuchi's side. Things had pushed through further than they might have, and the Wraith stopped on the other side of it. So it was just kind of a too hot, too cold Goldilocks moment. Narian gets it done with a great ion beam, keeps putting the pressure on with the Wraith. Wraith Ball getting a W for Math is Might earlier. Wraith Ball getting a W for Narian. He has beaten your number 1 overall seed, Apuchi. This is a scalp. This will probably show up as Narian's strongest opponent defeated. You don't know, of course, that is something you can check over on your season highlights over there. So come on over to season career statistics and you can find out who is the strongest player that Amarok has beaten. Who is the strongest player Mathis Might has beaten?
The Amarok is beaten. Strongest I've beaten. Let's take that off screen. There we go.
Exactly. Freak Bob is Baller. So, this mine is at least a list of people I'm proud of. Beating Baller. Weonter is not a big name. Chemtrails is well known. Mungst is a legend in the game. HR Giga Chad's a tournament winner. So I feel like I've got some real names collected. But let's check in real quick. This was a 3-group tournament. So there is a rookie group ongoing. It looks like Pat, Hunt Tigermeister are in the shout for this one. Lieutenant Dan with Legs and By Seabrain Stocks are the others with shout to win the rookie group. Good luck to you guys. Hope you all are having fun down there. The intermediate group, Gray. We know Gray, actually. Gray has been in the top group more than once, so just misses the cutoff. He'll be one of the, he is streaming. He will be one of the favorites in that group. Fuzzgun and Room are going at it as well. Both of those are in round 6. We have just advanced to we've just completed round 5. There's one match still ongoing. Captain did get the win against P-Man. Villain advances. Math is Might, your number 3 overall seed, beats the number 10 seed Steel Sane. I think this meta, I don't know, Steel says, sorry, misplay. Steel, is this particular meta just not suiting you as much? Like, I feel like this early season 4 meta, I've lost a bunch of MMR. I see some folks like you who are not doing, no insult intended, you are not doing as well as I have in mind for you to be doing as a normal level.
That just means Amarok thinks highly of you. That's what it means.
I think highly of you. I've seen you outperform where you're at this season. I've seen you outperform it pretty much every other season, right? And so I'm just wondering if you're feeling like this specific meta isn't suiting you, or if there's something about it that isn't suiting you. Because I'm definitely feeling that for the early season 4. I don't love Titans, and haven't leaned into them as hard as maybe I could have to really make them pop. I'm
also noticing most of these matches we've seen have very, very few Titans. That's a very big commitment. Very few of them have Titans.
Titans
have Vulcans, and that's about it.
Titans are a big commitment for sure.
Yeah.
What am I checking down here?
The fact that it just says bye is crazy.
Oh, that's an interesting bug. Guess who? I like that. Thank you for that report. I will pass that suggestion on. That's a really good good request. Were there anything? Ghost just says, hey, check this out. My defeated strongest opponent, Amarok. Love that for you, brother. Love that. All right. We've got 3 left. 3 unbeatens. Out of this group, I mean, Math is Might from the 501. If you are a 501 fan, it's time to lean in and support Math. If you are a Russian speaker, Narayan has never won a tournament. Never won one of these weekend tournaments. This would be
And
a
he
first for
just
him.
went
It would
against
be
Pucci.
a arrive on the big stage and do it by having to beat Apucci and then Math is Might back-to-back games. That would just be amazing for Narayan. On the far side, African Captain. I think it is a very racist name. The way it translates out of Mandarin, Google Translate gives it a more positive connotation than it might otherwise have.
Yeah.
The word in Mandarin is a little bit more derogatory. So we're rooting against him. Now, the way that these
But,
tournaments work, is you have a, the rules say we are going until there is one player with no losses. That player will be the champion. So, Captain will be facing Apucci. Apucci in the spoiler role gets to end Villain's run and make sure Villain doesn't win a tournament.
Villain's run, I love it.
If Apucci does manage that, Apucci will be pretty much guaranteed the second place in the tournament by minor points. Might be third if Captain winds up second on minor points. Math is Might will be facing Narayan. As is our tradition, we'll be covering that match on the grounds that it could be the title decider. If Apucci can beat Captain. If he does not, then of course it's the semifinal, and will be the winner of this match would be facing Captain in the final.
I will say that was an interesting upset because I always, when I see somebody ranked as number one, I'm always like, are they shoulders above the next competitor, or are they just a really good match?
I'm gonna say they are shoulders above.
Oh, Godius got a disco. Got a buy. Godius Prime got a buy.
Yeah, that's always frustrating. There is always going to be, if there's an odd number, somebody's got to have the buy.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5. We got 10. Okay, that's good. Who do you want to see in this match?
Well, we're in Narayan versus Math is Might. This is algorithmic for us. This is algorithmic for us. It could be the championship. So far, nobody has won with Scorps. I agree, Reven. I agree. Steel saying, I love that, man. It wasn't metagame. There's no Titans, but it was an interesting misplay, is what he says about the loss there. And then he said, my goal is not to defeat the opponent, but to defeat myself and to cope better with stress. And I'm making progress. Brother, I really feel that. So to bring it, to make it real, let's say, like,
you still saying
there is definitely an element of mental health and taking care of ourselves as human beings that you do have to put first. And then, yes, you can say, like, let me work better at dealing with stress. Let me work better on defeating my own weaknesses. But you do also need to lean on some of the fundamentals: exercise, healthy diet, getting outside, touching grass is a joke. It's a meme, but honestly, sunlight and vitamin D does help. And summertime is certainly the time to get it. I certainly wouldn't want to be trying to get my vitamin D in Siberia in December or January, personally. I mean, I know that's your option, but and definitely dealing with stress and dealing with all the things that come up. It's a thing that we get better and better at as we deal with it, or don't, and knuckle under to. So definitely wishing you the best with that.
I read that completely wrong. I read it as my goal is not to defeat the opponent, but to defeat myself and cope better with stress. Like, stress is what you're going to use as to cope better, not beat stress. I'm using stress as a solution.
Defeat, yeah. I mean, so I actually leaned into that as a kid. Let me take a moment away from the story to introduce our potential final. Welcome to round 6 of weekend tournament 116 European. This match could be your final. This match could be your semifinal. Either way, it is going to be brilliant. Narayan, representing the 401, Russian speaker, nearside in blue, supply specialist with Ball Crawl, and just coming off of a Ball Wraith win over Apucci. Brilliant. He is up against your defending champion, looking to make it 2 weeks in a row. Alpha Titan's favorite player in the game, Math is Might, who is Farside Typhoon specialist with Ball and Hound. Now, I don't see Mathis Might leaning into what I call the ball hound typhoon, ball crawl hound typhoon build. But man, it would be hilarious to see, and that's the one I want to teach you, Mike.
Mm.
But if these two in the other match, Apucci is facing the number 1 seed captain. If Apucci can defeat the villain, this tournament ends at 6 rounds, and the winner of this match is your champion. So this might be the final.
Woo.
This could be it. We won't know until the end. We won't know till the end of the match. If anybody out there cares to, if anybody in either chat cares to keep an eye on the other match and let us know if that match goes final, what the score was, and who won it, we would really appreciate that, because being able to bring that to you guys live can really up the stakes over the course of this game. Looks like we're going to have a spiral or crossfire with Narian set up on the left, Maths Might set up on his left, coming in on the right. Both sides have steel balls going unimpeded to a tower.
Interesting.
Narians were a little bit positioned a little bit closer. They locked just a moment earlier. Narian will get the debuff first. The second one goes down. Now it is who is going to triumph in the middle, and will either player have an assassin steel ball? Will either player have an assassin steel ball go get the tower? No, they do not. Now Narian's steel balls get into the secondary fight first, so he's got the advantage early. Has he done enough, or will Mathis Might take it back? Mathis Might will take it. Mike, you called it early.
That's it.
The defending champ wins round 1. 36-60. Now this is pretty much a mirror, right? We have hounds, we have crawlers, we have balls. They've both opted into the same units. They've opted into very similar positionings. Note that Narian got that tower first by having these guys 30 meters off the line. Mathis Might has his 50 meters off the line. That is why he got there second. Turned out not to matter, or to work in Math's favor even. Marion, we know he likes his ball wraith. Here's his wraith right away.
Yeah, boy.
The Mathis Might.
Round 2.
There is a traditional round 2 Phoenix. Instead, he takes a round 2 Phantom Ray. Where's he going to put it? Where does that Phantom Ray go?
It's going left.
Going to put it on top of the main push.
It's just smart, because there's nothing to oppose it, so that's just free kills the entire time. That's not a bad idea.
I mean, seems.
But it's also the same thing on the right. But but look at the bottom left down here. I see a Phantom Ray being spawned.
We've got flanks from both players. Mathis Might will have an unimpeded run at that level 1 tower with the Phantom Ray. So, again, we talked about Mathis Might's positioning. He basically read that opponent is going to do something on this side to win that. So he brings in the Phantom Rays to get this tower. But look what he did on the other side. He placed the crawler on the flank there that has pulled all of Narian's units. Remember how many of Narian's units went in and got tower last round? Look how much of that army got pulled down into the bottom left just by placing one flank crawler. That was enough to let the Phantom Rays win the air war with the tower debuff. Now they are unopposed.
I hope those Phantom Rays run out of ammo.
They do not. There is no such thing. But wait.
Exactly.
But wait for it. On the test branch, now, I don't get to say much. I'm under NDA. You guys get to see what's on the test branch when I go live on Monday. But let me say this. There is ammo. There is a unit that can run it, or a thing that runs out of ammo and needs to be refilled on the test branch right now. You guys will get to see that on Monday. Teaser, teaser, teaser. Come on. You don't want to miss that stream.
I like that.
You don't want to miss that stream. Narian takes the Phoenix. They're traditional for round 2. Bear Lake says, neither of you wanted them on round 2. Fine, here, have 2 packs of them on round 3. Obviously, they can be a good answer to the Wraith and the Steel Ball. That was the answer that Apucci tried. It was the answer that Narian beat.
Ooh, Scorpion. There goes Scorpions. You asked for it. Who requested the Scorpions?
It's whooped. Whooped wants Whooped wants it. 90 bazillion won fine coming. Probably.
Still got our flank Phantom Rays over here on the bottom right. Getting the Wraith into the middle here. He's trying to probably get some more aggregate, get some more targets down faster. There's still not much. I mean, I guess I'm thinking it's because he's starting to build a little bit of a militia around his Wraith versus Phantom Rays. Let's see what they pull off here. Okay, I have a question. I didn't ask this before, so I know you can get typhoons and stuff from cards. If it's once you get them, can you start to summon more then?
Yes,
Or is
absolutely.
it just what you get in cards? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
the two
You
rare
can make more.
units.
Got it.
There's a rare unit mechanic. Both there used to be more rare units. There used to be 4. Now there are only 2. Typhoon Specialist and Fire Badger Specialist can give you those rare units. Those players, they're unlocked from the beginning of the game. They can buy them on any round, even round 1. Otherwise, you can only get them if they show up as a reinforcement card and you choose them. After that, they are unlocked for you for the entire game. So you can buy as many of them as you want. Narian winning round 2 hard. He had 3 Wraiths on the board and some Phoenix. The Phoenix answering the level 2 Phantom Rays in the bottom left corner. Both players take redeployment. From Matt's perspective, if he has any dead deploys like this corner Phantom Ray, he can now redeploy it without having to sell out of the unit. So he redeploys that Phantom Ray, puts it back over where he had originally had it to play defense on his unside tower, his unused tower. Narian has also taken the redeploy, so it's not going to be as bad as it could have been to have, imagine if Narian did not have redeploy. Look at how much he would have answering effectively a non-existent flank here. A 300 cost Wraith, 200 cost Phoenix, and a Fang. That's 800 in deploy that is down, trapped in this bottom corner, while Mathis Might destroys you in the rest of the board. This is why you basically have to take redeployment if it's offered. And in the hands of somebody who's as good at positioning as Mathis Might, I would put my bet on Math, given the fact that that has shown up. So here we go. We're going to put my money where my math is, put my insight where my mouth is.
My math is, I love that.
If my math is right, Mathis Might in command of a redeploy is a lethal combo that suits the defending champ.
See what we get.
Welcome in, Dillo and Dillo Raiders. How are you, my friend? How was your stream today?
I love that.
We have just been raided into by the man we cast earlier in the tournament, the number 4 overall seed. I know that this tournament, sir, may not have gone as well as you wanted it to, but I hope you've had a good time. I hope you enjoyed the tourney, and I really, really appreciate the raid. I hope you had a great stream.
Thank you for the follow, also Benoit. We're cooking, or Benoit's, we're enjoying this. This has been really, really awesome.
So, it actually is. I talked about maybe that there is a Typhoon Ball build. It's rare. I run it. Mathis Might is in the Typhoon Ball build. Typhoon Ball aggro.
Once I saw those shields, I was like, wait a second.
He's committed to it. Now, there is also a Typhoon Phantom Ray build, and the answer to both those builds is different. So which one are you going for? Which one are you defending if you're Narayan? And given the redeploy, where is that attack going to come from next round?
Yeah. Redeploy mixes it up a whole lot. This is what makes it so fun, because it's still anyone's game. Like, if you're looking at health, like it's 26 to 32, that's a 1-round difference at the most.
Yes.
It can be a blowout.
So, Mike, just so you know, I want to introduce, we are in what could be the finals, right? Narayan, your number 5 seed. It just beat number 1 seed. Apuchi in the 5th round. Now he's facing the number 3 seed Mathis Might. Apuchi in the spoiler role. Stale Donuts announces Apuchi has won. Apuchi has beaten Villain. Captain down. Perfect. That is what we were rooting for.
Great
we
job.
don't want to have to give that person airtime if we don't have to. You guys know I do not root against any of the top mecha players, but I'm sorry, if you're going to take a racist name, I'm going to root against you every single time.
Look,
bye-bye.
That's a
like, I'm not neutral.
I
am not neutral in this. And
you know what I love? Peace and sleep.
But we just got a 90-person raid, so I want to take a moment to introduce the man co-casting with me, your play-by-play Mortar Mike. He is amazing. I'm not neutral against Vulcan, it's true. I'm racist against Vulcans, you're not wrong. But, oops. There we go. Please do give Mortar Mike a follow if you are... He is new to Mecha. He is a tremendous streamer. Does a whole lot of things, but if you want to follow a real intelligent, emotionally real gamer as he learns Mecha, if you want to be part of Mike's journey to whatever level of mecha he reaches, give that man a follow and check him out.
And you will be seeing me on the boards. Now, I'll be giving my best effort. Now, my goal today of watching this is to ask all the new questions that people that are playing the game, they have the question, but they haven't asked it, or they typed it and might got omitted or something like that. I want to make sure everybody has a way to be heard. So I'm asking all the questions that I have since first game I played. Like, where are the command centers in this tutorial? Because I didn't know they existed until my third match.
Tutorial doesn't cover the command centers. Like, I was looking at that and I'm thinking, like, I wanted to be part of coaching Mike's first games in order to do, like, here's the tutorial content we actually need. And I actually need to start recording that this week so that we have it up on for the players who are joining from the Beastie QT Invitational. All of you guys who are new viewers, new to the game, I want to add those. Welcome home, Little Miss Dumpster Fire. Apparently, Twitch won't verify your phone number. Sorry. It's unlucky. That's unlucky. All right. Here is what Narayan is trying as a defense. One of the few things you can do, this is an auto battler, right? You don't get to control what your units, where your units go or what they do, except with something like a mobile beacon. And we talked about how deadly Mathis Might is going to be with the redeployment. And he's now combined that with the other high skill item. These are probably the two most high skill ceiling. I don't think our best players have fully unlocked the potential of them. Mathis Might using them in combination to create this huge push straight in on the tower. That is the only way to control movement, is a mobile beacon. Narayan has added the only way to control targeting. It's a tech called Fortified Target Lock on steel balls. It guarantees that if you have a steel ball, it is shooting the unit that currently has it. When it chooses a target, it chooses the unit in range with the current highest hit points, whatever that is. So yes, over here they do get stuck on some crawlers. Those crawlers are not particularly high hit point. But here in the middle, they absolutely crushed that push by ignoring the crawlers, ignoring chaff, and locking on to the key units in Mathis Might's push. It's a sleeper tech. It's not on a lot of people's bars. It is really, really great when it pops up. I ran it for a long time and had a whole lot of surprise wins with it. I was able to catch high-level players out with it sometimes, especially if they've deployed into a flank or an on the line. If they've deployed into a flank or an on the line that they expect to win, should be able to win because they have good enough chaff in front of it, and all of a sudden my steel balls just ignore the chaff and hit the units that they're counting on winning with right from the rip. Like, you can get some surprise wins. It's nice. But
I was impressive.
I really
disconnected in Discord, but get both sides and come down the lane. That's pretty impressive.
It really turned that match, and that round. It looked, going into round 6 there, it looked like Mathis Might was on the verge of just winning and closing this out.
Yeah.
You can see how much of his time Math has just spent thinking about, okay,
still doing it.
How much of my positioning is wrong? Which unit am I going to fix with redeployment? How am I going to get back out of this key? I have 6 key units on the line that those steel balls are locking onto. How do I fix this? What am I fixing it with? Right? Where am I deploying to? We'll see what happens. Here, that's the redeploy. Brings it back so it's not in that instant lock. Good. And still, he's very much, now he's got APM from like a StarCraft player does. So he literally spent 45 seconds out of 90 thinking it through. And then boom, 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 boom. I know the clicks I'm going to make. He gets them all done. He throws out photon coding so that it takes longer, using the Farseers to create photon, slowing down those kills, ensuring that the photon negates this degen beam. Degen beam is slowing his units down, reducing their attack, and causing them to take additional damage. It is basically like a mini tower take, but it's a aura effect around the wraiths. That is part of how that round had gone so well. So he negates that with the photon emission. Even though he's lost the far side tower, even though there's a worm underneath, he's going to win on the near side. He's fixed his steel balls by giving them range. He's
What is
now
Typhoon's gonna do here?
he's now legit in the Ball-Foon combo that I was talking about. It's not enough to win the round, but it is enough to stabilize. Narayan, on the verge of his first ever weekend tournament win, has Mathis Might, the defending champion, down under 1,000 hit points. Can he close it out, or will Mathis Might go back to back? Let's find out. Photon emission.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry. This is the electromagnetic blast. That is terrible for Narayan because there's no real way to protect the wraiths other than going Overlord with photon emission. Since he has those wraiths, he has to do this. Turning off their techs would basically negate them entirely. So that is such a huge investment. It's all but 300 of his supplies. Mathis Might knows he has to do that. He basically knows what unit is going to be on the board and just about where it's going to be. And okay, sure, this whole side is going to be protected, but knowing what your opponent's going to be able to do, I think Math should be able to exploit that. Let's see how he does. It'll be Burst Mode Phantom Rays. Burst Mode Phantom Rays, if they connect...
he's building it up.
If they can connect with the Steel Balls, they'll bring them down. If they can connect with the Wraiths, they'll bring them down. If they can connect with the Overlords, they'll bring them down. Now, Overlord is one of the known counters to a Burst Phantom Ray build, so do watch for that if Narayan can punch through, especially if he can take the tower with this. That's clever. He's gone for redeploy off the front with this one Wraith. A redeploy, and one of the very few things he had left was enough to buy the Steel Balls. He's going to try to mobile beacon them right into the tower, get a really early tower take. And these guys are going to be negated by the photon emission, the big spell investment negated. Let's see who's made the right choices.
Oh, you guys are after my graphics card.
Tower going down on the left. Tower is down. 7 seconds of debuff.
That's a lot of time. That's a lot
2,
of damage, but still
1. Warren back off. He's back up to full strength. Now, can the burst mode Phantom Rays close this out? 2 of the Rays are down.
Phantom's got it.
Phantom Rays bringing down one of the boats. Bringing down the other boat. It looks like he has done it.
Wait a second.
Stabilized.
Still got a surprise break.
There's a worm. There's a worm.
The worm's stalling. Oh,
the Mathis Might staying alive, but does not win the game. We go to round 9. Both players under 1,000 hit points. Could you have asked for a better final, Mike? How pumped are you, man?
I'm feeling kind of good here, watching this glorious combat. I'm gonna just come out with the broom and the camera because I wanted to get all the footage and also all the mechs they were using because apparently they're pretty good.
Wasp. I'm expecting range and AA from Narayan on those wasps, plus a couple more wasps or wasp production off of the existing boats. Math, I think you've got to recognize that and pick the same thing. It counters opponent's wasp choices, it counters opponent's current Air Force, and it would counter the Abyss pick. I think that's the choice for both players. Narayan has only taken AA. He's still got 1550 to spend, so this is his locked in. He's going to jump drive his Phoenix over to try and create a strong side on the far left. Can sell back out of those Overlords now if he wants to use that, but instead sold out of the Worm. But he could sell back out of those now that the Photon is no longer necessary to counter the spell. Again, he's going to push right in on the tower with what he's hoping is overwhelming force. He has taken the range on Wasp, just as I thought he would. And for Math, what? Math is what a pivot. Did not see this coming. Level 3 marksman from the drop, and he gave them assault mode. Plus 500% hit points. Movement speed increased. Attack increased by 50%, and suddenly marksmen that do not have splash damage suddenly have splash damage. Full pivot. Did not see this coming.
Okay.
Is this a game-winning choice, or is this a tournament-losing throw from your defending champion?
A1, you told me that the marksman can be really big game changers of having switching up like that. I want to see how this plays out.
It did decimate that left. Look at how much started to hit that left side tower, and how little survived to actually get it. Now that debuff is wearing off. Now Math is back up to full strength. The right side has collapsed There's one assassin steel ball locked onto that
And
tower.
it broke tower
Buys a
again.
9-second
Man.
tower debuff. Is it enough to win the game?
I think that's it.
Boom! Narian
Man.
upsets the number 1 seed Apuchi in the semifinals, beats the defending champion in the final.
God.
Clap, Narian, you are the European champion. Congratulations. What a day for you. Let us make sure. I'm going to I don't normally do this, but let's give a shout out to our winner since he is streaming. Any of you that want to go out and get
awesome,
give the man a congratulations. There he is. Just dropping a GG into his chat or whatever. I believe he's streaming in Russian, which of course I don't speak. So, congratulations. What a game. What a tournament. Mike, thoughts? How are you feeling? What are you thinking about that game?
I just got like a good month's worth of wisdom in this game by watching this, because like you were saying, the combined arms is huge. But I will say the game cranked up a notch to me once the race started to get the I call it the EMP cloak basically. But once I started to see that little stasis field come from them, I was like, okay, it's about to turn into a whole different game. But the protective coating, I forgot the right term for it, helped them help a whole lot of actually staying into the fight. So yeah, I enjoyed this. I'm glad to also see the Typhoons in action, because it's such a hard card to go by, and for somebody to pass up on them really was like, okay, it's sitting here playing completely different strategies, but they come out so even, especially the fact that Mathis might spend 75% of his time thinking of the strategy and come with a strategy good enough to have a heavy match all the way into round 9.
Right.
Yeah, I enjoyed this. Also, Narian coming in and upsetting twice in the tournament is freaking awesome.
Yeah, 2 huge upsets on the way to a title.
Yeah.
Really well played. And I'm glad we got to show how strong Mathis Might is earlier with the game against the number 2 seed Schlaumamj. I'm glad we got to show Steel Sane earlier how strong he is. So we've had some great games on the run up to this. If there's only one thing I am sorry about, it is that we did not get a 7th round. But I'd much rather this. This was a very, very satisfying final.
Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect set of storylines for a final. Now I'm gonna say what we saw from Narian, he is basically winning with Ball Wraith. So again, you've got some games you can save and look at the positionings and say, like, this is a way to play Ball Wraith. Narian singing "We Are the Champions" on his stream, deservedly, man.
I love it.
That is hype. First time championship. Huge win for him.
That's outstanding. So I'm getting the idea of the ball wraith concept now. So wraiths are basically overhead, but balls are still the ball is still pretty speedy, so they can get in their position pretty quick. And they're just letting chaff come in and just get everything busy. So then the wraiths can get the extra range. And wait a second. So here is a tech upgrade I haven't paid as much attention to for the balls. The fortified target lock.
Yeah,
I did not think of that. That makes plenty of sense. Yeah,
did explain that one a little bit in the middle of the tourney, but it is rare. It used to be on absolutely nobody's bar because it had a slight range penalty, and people were like, "The steel balls already have terrible range. Why would you nerf them even worse?" I actually liked that idea because it was one of those. It's in the game. It's the only thing you can do to create control over your unit's targeting. And you put it on a ball.
And it's overpowering. Yeah.
And a steel ball wants to be targeted onto other things. When does it suck? It sucks if you're advancing into the enemy and, it's always going to be picking up, always stopping on their chaff if you're just letting normal advancement happen. But if you use it with a mobile beacon, you can mobile beacon the unit into space so that it keeps moving and gets in deep enough to engage with things that, to be within the 100-meter range that it needs to be engaging with, the big targets, whatever those are. Also, it is perfect in defense. If you hate a rhino aggro of some sort, especially the way that Rat used to run them from, coming from all angles or whatever. Yeah, you just throw your steel balls down near your tower with range and fortified target lock. I don't care what direction you're coming from. Those rhinos are getting locked onto and killed by
Yeah.
the steel balls. It doesn't matter what crawlers you gave to accompany them.
And of course, the highest HP and range is associated with max HP, right?
Right.
Just to be 100% certain.
It's
Okay, just
it's
making
not
sure.
it's not it's not actually. It is at the time that they lock. It is the unit with the highest current hit points, not the highest
Okay,
maximum.
okay.
So
I know that's a tiny thing to think of, but the difference between hitting a unit that's at full health that's frail and a unit that's super tanky that's at half health and they're just around the area
right,
could make a difference, especially depending on what kind of perks you have on them, like
right.
the different armor plates and stuff like that too. So
It's basically what would it be the most valuable to get a steel ball locked onto for the longest time?
yeah,
That is the thing it will lock onto. So again, great in defense, great with mobile beacons,
great.
really creative use of it by Narian. Interesting tech bar because I did call out when we watched Mathis Might run a ball wraith. This is the standard tech bar right now. Energy absorption,
Mm,
armor enhancement, range, and mechanical division. That's the one that most people are running. Narian has dropped energy absorption. So my steel balls are never going to be able to heal. They don't get the plus
mm.
40% health, which is the big part of why you take energy absorption is just for the
Well,
plus health.
yeah,
I'm never going to get that, but I am going to be able to control their targeting. I love it. It's a really, really good bar. Really interesting in that most of the high level players are running the bar that Math is. Narian winning a tournament with with an alternate bar, and you can see gold damage dealer on this steel ball. Not gold damage dealer overall, but in a strong damage round from this steel ball as well. Using that, who was the gold damage dealer? Is it this wraith? Oh no, it's the far right steel ball. Also
yeah.
almost a quarter
Look at those
million.
numbers.
Yeah,
Crazy.
great numbers for those guys. Um, so really, really
Awesome.
fun board from him. Mathis Might is actually running and losing with the build I was going to tell you about, which is just a fun one to be able to run with with crawler.
Mhm.
Hound with mech rage is a important part of it, which he never took. So crawler, hound with mech rage, steel ball again with range, and then typhoons with barrier. Let me point out why that's a good build, because the steel balls have 100-meter range, which puts them just within the within the typhoon's barrier, because the typhoon has
Mhm.
115-meter range. So these two would be targeting the same thing essentially. The typhoon clears the chaff. The steel ball, it locks onto whatever big thing is. You're never going to get stuck with those two. The steel balls are protected by the barrier, and if you build just enough crawler arriving, opponent winds up shooting nothing but crawlers. What you need with it is an answer to a strong air game like a wraith, which Mathis Might did
Mhm.
not have. So my version of this build, it would have been to take the Phoenix when they were offered as the drop on round 3. Yeah, they may not be the greatest thing for an air single target, but they are a really good air single target. Mathis Might instead went for the Phantom Rays with burst. We saw how strong those are and can be on the rounds that he won. But again, we also saw them lose out because,
Mm.
as we said, Overlord is a known counter to them, and ranged AA Wasps are a known counter to them. I'd be really interested to see this one. This is a game that you could think through different lines that the different players could have taken. Like when those Wasps were offered, I said I thought Mathis Might should take Wasps with range and AA and just make commit to that as his build. He didn't do it in part, I think, because the photon on the Farseers wouldn't have applied to the Wasps, so they would be getting degened. But you know what?
Mm.
With range and anti-air, they'll be out at 135 meters. That's just far enough away that they're outside of the degen beam from the Wraith. So when they were locked onto the Wraiths, they wouldn't have been degen. So I don't think you need the photon on them. I'd love to replay this one and just see if there's an opportunity, a different line that Math could have taken to get the W. And in a
And
game this
also the
close, right? A game this close, I think there are different lines that would have given you dubs.
Also, I like the little micro perks they threw in there. Also, like heavy armor being thrown over the ball units. They were really counting these ball. And then on the bottom here we have the protective portable shield. They were really counting on those ball units doing a lot of work on the teams, not just just being fodder. I mean, of course, you kind of said that a bunch of different ways just now, but it's interesting to see how much of an investment is going into a unit you can literally just start with in the game. So
Right.
it's awesome to see the change of pace in that. Because most of the times I'm playing the game, I'm seeing so many base units get pulled out, but a steel ball can definitely be an in-game unit and show up.
Uh, I got my insight. We made some insight at the start of the day. We haven't had it all wiped back out, dropped back
Mm,
down to 1. Congratulations to our tournament complete. 10th place, Godius Prime had a
awesome.
great run. The Helg in 9th. Gonpachiro Komaboko, 47th seed, had a huge upset in the first round, advanced, ended up 5-1 and in the top 8.
Mm,
Our P-Man and 201 guests 7th and 6th. Isaacs, as number 17 seed, came 5th. Math is Might, your number 3 seed and defending champion, loses the final, and because of the way that minor points work, winds up dropped down to 4th. I think that is kind of unfortunate. If you've been unbeaten
mm.
into the final, I feel like you should basically be guaranteed the 2nd spot. But that's just the way that minor points work. Poochie, number 1 seed, comes in 3rd. Only lost to the defending champion, or to the eventual champion. Captain comes 2nd. Lost to Apucci in the spoiler role in that final 6th and final round. Your champion, Narian. Look at the list of players Narian had to beat to get this. Vol'jin Rain, sure. Fellow Russian player in round 2. Those are not impressive. Sparty? Sparty was one of the top 20 seeds to begin with. HD Susauer, your 16th seed. Then Apucci, the number 1 seed, and Mathis Might, the number 3
Right
seed.
hack.
You came through 4 really good players to win that championship. Congratulations, man. That is a heck of a run.
Earned.
That is a heck of a run. He's going to be floating on air tonight. I remember Steel Saint talking about just how happy he was the first time to be able to say, like, I am the champion. It's a feeling I've never gotten to have. We'll check out the other 2.
Time will come.
Room, you're an intermediate
One day he's
group
going to
champion.
Probably the entire time and just going to lock in and just cook y'all.
True. I was actually thinking someday I should do a Amarok tournament stream where I mute and deafen, lock in, and just play, and have one of my mods cast.
That's it? That'd be kind of cool, actually. That'd be kind of cool.
I've got some mods who do tremendous work on the vocals, so I know we can do that. And Lieutenant Dan with legs goes 7-0 to win the rookie group. Congratulations to you. 3 hours out to the Americas. I will be playing in that. Mike, what are you up to next? Where are you going with your stream tonight?
So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to send the raid to somebody. I'm not sure who yet, but I want to send some love to somebody out there that's awesome. Likely in the Mechabellum platform, like Mechabellum streams, because I feel it's only right. If you've been enjoying this game, it's got to go to somebody awesome. Also, I'm going to be getting some pizza for the little ones because they had a pretty good day.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Delicious
or whatever
for the kiddos.
They love.
Hey,
my favorite thing is when they go in the store and say, what can we get? And my daughter says, all of them. I was like, well,
honey,
we got one oven. So.
I hate to explain to you, but that's not how ovens or money work.
Or money
you keep dreaming that. Hey, I meant to ask you, how old are your little ones? If you don't mind my saying, you don't have to. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
You good. My daughter is 7, and she is a game whiz. She beat Sonic Forces by herself with a bum controller.
Let's go.
She's amazing.
Let's go.
And my son is 4.
Nice.
If she's playing something on the Xbox, but she gets to play like once a week. If she's playing something on the Xbox, he goes and gets the laptop and plays like some Arthur game. And it's great. It's awesome.
Love it.
Like watching them play games in the other side of the room because they know that I stream.
Right.
So they'll actually say, look, Dad, I'm going to be on TV next. I was like, oh, there we go. Melt my heart.
Indeed.
Melt my heart.
Well, my kiddo is in their teens now, but I adored having a 7-year-old. Love it. In fact, I want to call out to if there's anybody who is feeling super wealthy in the community out there and wants to do a little bit of donation, the big ticket item on my throne is not for me. Most of the stuff out there is for me, or little gifts for kiddo. But kiddo would like to start streaming, and I think we could give kiddo a big boost by getting him connected with some of those communities. Yours, Kiddo, yours, Tam's, mine.
Yeah.
Get some support for them. But the big ticket item out there is a gaming laptop. That Kiddo's birthday is near the end of September, early October. I would love for our streams to be able to say, hey, here you go, kiddo. Like, let's get you streaming. They would love it. They would love it, but they don't necessarily know. That is currently like 3% funded due to one generous donor. Just calling that out there if anybody wants to. Obviously, there's some other things. And hey, I did not put on my wish list. I did not put a camera on my wish list. But I won one today. Yeah, I was so pumped. I won this
camera today. You can see it on the stream. He won the Facecam Neo today. And it was because the person that won did not show up. And he won by a single pixel. And that's the best wording I have. If you see my VOD, he won by a single
Gotta
pixel.
zoom in on that. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
In this tournament, Ghoster said there was a bug. Is that in the round 5 Lau versus Math is Might game? I remember. Was that the round?
It was later in. So I would say I'm thinking round 5 is it.
So
I don't remember. I don't remember it in the last one. So
Pucci versus Narayan was game 5. Let me look at that one first, and then we'll look at the other one. It was like round 4 of that game anyway. But we'll take a look at that. Of course, let me see if there's anybody that I would want you to raid to in the Mecha community. Let me put it this way.
Let me know.
Let me put it this way. You've got the folk out there that I would recommend are Apucci himself. He's got a 450 person audience, but just making the connection with him for you, I think, would be a good thing. He's a great guy. Absolute great guy.
You just made that's my decision off top because I've been wanting to see this person play, and I wonder if his dog knows if it's as legendary as he thinks.
I know that dog is legend. Absolutely. So that would be my place.
Dog is famous.
That would be my place to go. And it looks like you and I are the other 2 live channels. So your choices are raid Apucci or raid Amarok. There's nobody else streaming right now. Even our nobody else streaming in English. Let me take that back. Your other options, of course, are streaming in other languages. Our champ just logged off. He was like, "Nope, I'm done." It ain't getting any better than that. Stream over.
Time to go celebrate and relax.
Exactly.
So I will send it over to Apucci because I want to know awesome people, and I want to.
He absolutely is. I full recommend him both on and off. Whoops, I hung up on you. My apologies.
He's back now. There we go.
I fully recommend Apucci. He is an awesome guy on the air, off the air, and in game. So fully recommend him. Make that connection. Thank you very much for co-casting with me.
This has been awesome.
I had fun. I was just
thank
so
you for
excited.
having me. This is genuinely. I genuinely hope at the end of the day people enjoyed themselves today. Like you enjoyed the battles, you enjoyed the commentary, you enjoyed like the back and forth, you enjoyed just every part of it. That's my priority. If you did, we did our job. We did great.
Absolutely. And let me just say, for those of you, I'm going to give one last shout out to Mike. If you have enjoyed the commentary, but you're over here on the Amarok side, please give Mortar Mike a follow. He is a man. He's a real one. He's a genuine guy. But he puts a smile on my face every single time I watch this man stream. Does some epic stuff. And I'm going to shout out a little bit. One of our moderators, Zalex, came in and said, hey, Mike should do a duo game with Amarok. So let me put it this way. There is some 2v2 or two player versus environment in Mechabellum. There are 2v2 tournaments in Mechabellum. And a 2v2 ladder. And a 2v2 ladder. And if you've got anything in the let me see, what was the one oh shoot, I've got it in my library. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Let me restart. I'm gonna restart the raid just to be safe.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say, obviously loved doing something like Peak with you, but I was thinking about where under strategy. What else do we have?
Pete, do you play Repo?
I have not played Repo yet. I haven't played Repo yet. But I was thinking about something in the Divinity Original Sin style, where it's like a two-player. They really have those like long two-player, and just like make a
Yeah.
thing of it. Other one that was really fun, Jagged Alliance 3 was really good. As a
See,
two-player strategy game, slower paced, not quite Mechabellum, but also a lot of
yeah.
fun. So I'd be totally be down to do something like that
Mm,
with you. Obviously, not something I want
hey,
you to answer on the air right away. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
no,
just
no,
an
this is good.
option
No,
to
I
think about down the line.
already made the decision. The answer is yes. Like that was an easy answer. That's no challenge in that there.
Will, I just wanted to make
If
sure
you
I wasn't
guys
putting you
saw us
on
play
the spot
Peak,
on the air. You know.
if you saw us play Peak, you understand how easy a yes that is.
Yeah. Yes.
Great.
Well, let me.
Even in death, he coached me to victory. Even in death, he got us on top of the hill.
Well, I have never done better in peak than I have with you on the team. So
I love y'all. I got 10 seconds on the
yeah, go.
stream. I'm sending it over. If you're following the channel, copy the first message. Love y'all. I will be chatting a little bit more in the Amarok's background, but have an awesome time.
Thanks again, man.
Thanks again. I appreciate it. Awesome. 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 Have a great time.
That is going to bring our stream together portion to a close. Thanks again to Mortimer
Yep.
for joining us. I'm gonna who won the math game? I was in the shower. Narian is your European champion. I'm just looking to see if we can find. Was it this game, Ghosters, that had the long shot? Maybe it was even on round. No, I don't think it was. So maybe I've got to look at the other game. Just trying to see if we can find the bug there. And Mike is still in the booth, so you may hear him when he rejoins. I think he's just closing out his stream. Is that the Lowmams versus Mike game? I don't think Mathis might had.
Oh, my apologies. I have rated out.
You're here. Yeah. No, that's fine. I was just letting my audience know that you're still here. His stream's over, and he's finished that raid. But yeah, give some love to Apucci. Hope you enjoy his stream. Anything else on your mind? Anything you wanted to add?
I just hope everybody has an awesome weekend.
Indeed.
That's priority one. Y'all having a good time? I'm having a good time, and I'm glad y'all here.
It's a plan. It's a plan. Have a good time.
Piece of time. Take care, my man. Until next time.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing this. I was really excited to get to do it with you. Let me know offline again about the 2-player games, or if this is something you'd want to do later. I don't know what your, if it suits your style as a long-term element, but I really enjoyed having you. You're welcome anytime.
Same. I appreciate you again, man. Thanks again. It's been great.
Thank you. I got a camera now. I'll send you some shipping details.
True. Get this bad boy to you. Have a face reveal on the stream before you guys know it.
So I actually have done a face reveal as when I did the DreamHack Summer tournament back in 2023. $1,000 so that was summer of 2024. $3,000 cash prize tournament, and I was a paid announcer for that, and did the face reveal for them. It was fun to work with a pro esports production company and team. Had a lot of fun with that. So, awesome. Yeah, I've not done it on a regular stream at all. Not once.
Let's make it work soon, brother.
All right.
Where's the okay. I'm looking for the raid message. I didn't see it on the chat. I want to make sure. I think I did raid it. I just see the whole conversation. Oh well, no worries.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. Enjoy the time with the kids. Tell them thank you from your co-caster for loaning their dads to me for the afternoon.
Thanks again, man. This is awesome.
Right, cheers. That, folks, was Mortar Mike. You saw that face reveal. You were here. Again, that was Mortar Mike. Tarsus says, well, damn, I gifted back 80k rocks to charity today. Again, if you guys are only in my stream and never made it over, please do give Mortar Mike a follow. Guy's wonderful. You could hear it in his voice. You just hear what a good guy he is. Absolutely. I was looking for the bug. I didn't see it, Ghosters. So maybe if you said you clipped that and threw it into the Discord, right? That'll be down in, I'm going to guess that is in video library. Is that right? There. Nope, still not seeing it. Well, wherever you have put it, Ghosters. Let me get that in. Oh, Ben, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Wherever you have that, let me get that in. And there was also another one that I need to run with. There was a bug report somebody did. So let me, and I should also probably think about eating before I go on ladder. So what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do for a minute? Um, um. Pants of Fury is playing. We're gonna jump into that one. It's round 8, but that just makes me excited. Panso is a long time, has not streamed in forever, but last playing no game. That can't be right. Well, I don't see them. I don't see them, but I used to shout out to them a lot. I think it's wait, it's in my recommendeds. Hold on a sec. I have this somewhere. Got this somewhere. Hold on, let me go back to my my main channel. I know I have him somewhere. Panso. It is Panso. There we go. Last playing Mechbellum. That is the guy near side left. He's not streaming now. Has not been streaming in a long time. He had to make the decision between trying to stream Mechabellum full time and taking a full time job. Made the wise decision for himself and his family that streaming Mecha, as fun as it is, it barely keeps the lights on, and he had a much better opportunity. So he made the right choice. But he was a really fun streamer, worth following. If you ever get a stealth Panso stream, that's just one of those worth having in your follows list to have a pleasant surprise if it turns on. And I'm going to say, Panso, some advice that I got from Panso off stream is part of why I am still streaming. Because I was comparing myself to people at his level, at Doxson's level, at Abuchi's level, and thinking, I'm never going to be that good. There's no point in continuing to stream. And Panso came back to this with, no, brother. The stuff that you do with your community, with the, to tie in the 2v2 stuff, to allow, like the Fun Friday stuff, the 2v2s that you do with the tourney, putting in things like letting your community force you to play wild, crazy strats, that inspired me when I was ready to give up streaming. And it's like, nope, you don't get to opt out. You're great. Stay in the community. Keep doing it. And, something like 6 months, maybe a month or two after that advice is when I got the big raid from Grubby. And things really started looking up, and we managed to reach partner and all of that. So I am always deeply appreciative of him for that moment. And, a lot of times it's these connections that we make through the game and through streaming. They don't seem to be, they can feel like these little virtual connections. And then all of a sudden, somebody just had an impact on my life for life, right? Like he pushed me to, like, it kind of caught me misthinking my, I don't know how to say it. Like, he caught a bug in my thinking, fixed the bug, and got me straightened out. So I will always have a fun spot in my heart for Panso. That's why the shout out there. Okay, I'm gonna step away, make myself a quick lunch, and check in with you. So you guys have this match between Doxson and Pants of Fury to enjoy it without commentary, and then I'll be back once I've eaten. I'll be back on for. Well, maybe I should run Words of the Stream. What do you guys think? Words or commentary list matches? All right, you've got a poll up. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to get your vote in as to what you want done there. Whether you want words on stream or commentary list matches. Right. Checking in on that one. It is clear. It is clear. First off, it looks clear that Pants is going to go on and win this match with the full tech carry wasps. I love it. I love it, Panzo. Let's go. But it's also clear from you guys' vote that Words on Stream is the champion. Let me take just a moment to set that up. And we'll pivot over to that while I'm gone for our... Basically, as soon as this match is ending, Doxson is going to try to end this, to answer the wasp threat. He's got 4 tech wasps of his own, and he's added a whole bunch of forts. I mean, this is just silly. This is not tournament game. This is full wasp commit. I love it. Full wasp commit versus a 4 wasp defense with AA as the... Oh my god, it's a mountain? Hanso goes to the mountain? Holy heck. Oh, I really want to know how this finishes out. Austenberger says, I just got back from a drive, and what? Pucci lost? Yes, sir. Narayan from the 401 came through, upset Apucci in round 5, upset Math is Might in round 6, running a Ball Wraith build. So Ball Wraith to win the European champion, first time champion, taking out 2 of the all-time greats from the 501 to take the European title back to the 401. Huge congrats to him. Mountain unkillable on the left side, does not care. You've only barely scratched the paint on that. Holy heck. Holy heck. Grinding it out. Is it enough to finish off 1,000 hit points? I think it's barely. Is that exactly 1,017? A little bit more. Just enough for Panso to get a really fun-looking dub with a 4-decked Wasps. It's Rhino Watt. Wait. Cheese. Check this out. Panso ran the gospel. It's not really. It's not really the gospel, but it's kind of close-ish. I'm going to be closing out of Mecha, switching over to Words on Stream. Start that up for you guys. If you've never played Words on Stream before, well, welcome to the channel. But you get a jumble of letters, like ECAF could be cafe or face. You type your guesses into chat. You only get about 6 correct guesses, so once you make a correct guess, your guesses are locked. So if somebody wants to put a guess in here, we'll show that mechanic. You see there's a little countdown timer working down towards the little padlock icons. Okay, so now Teddy and Zany Zap are locked out. They have a little padlock next to each other. If they guessed something again, like that wouldn't take. Now it's unlocked. As soon as you saw that unlocked, now they can both guess again. Right, Matt's cup of tea comes in with lawyer. Looks like we're going to be making it through this round. You guys will be on to round number 2 on your own. If you can get complete, perfect, you get on to something like round 6. By round 7 of this game, you'll start to have, by level 7, you'll start to have all sorts of different, things coming up. You'll start to have fake letters, hidden letters, all sorts of stuff like that. So once the game reaches that more difficult level, help each other out by typing in caps once you figure out what words are valid, because eventually you get to a point where like people can't even see which of your guesses were right or wrong, right? Everything's question marky. So, in that example, if Matt's cup of tea had hit lawyer is the correct long word, but like nobody else knows what even the valid letters are. Matt's cup of tea sees that lawyer got accepted, comes back and types L space A, in all caps, types out lawyer in all caps, and then people know that those are the letters to guess from. You're not there yet, but once you hit level 7 plus, you're going to want to start doing that. So far, that's Savage Life, top of the table. Teddy, Matt's cup of tea with 12 points apiece. DJ Kimco at 11. Zany Zap and Rage and Jim G on the scoreboard. We go on to level 2. You're going to have to do it without streamer, because I'm off to make some food. I won't be back until I've finished eating. But merely will be your long word here. Merely. Right. I thought acai bowls exist. They do. Acai is a valid word. It should definitely have worked. But yeah, we don't. I don't think I agree with the words on Stream Dictionary. It seems pretty strange. I have got my food. We'll keep playing probably through two games of this, maybe one game if we go super deep. Egophobic, top of the table, overcomes Faustenberger, who's dropped down to second. Rage and Jim G in third. Streamer in fourth. That Savage Life fifth. Matt's Cup of Tea sixth, both in the round and the game overall. Teddy, DJ Kimco, and Zany Zap on the leaderboard. We advance to level 7, where you'll start having a hidden letter. One of these letters is fake. Let people know when you figure out what it is. Right, F is fake. Marlin is valid. Let's go. Ego, top of the table. Streamer leaps into second. Teddy has a strong round, getting up to 7th at the moment. Life of Chai scoring. Welcome in, Life of Chai. Raging Jim G and Matt's Cup of Tea also on the scoreboard. Fastenberger shut out that round. Kind of strange for him. I don't know if he wasn't guessing or AFK somehow. We will continue on. One fake letter. Let us know when you figure it out. The O is the fake. O is the fake. Revenue are your letters. Revenue are your letters. That's how it's done. To quote a certain K-pop demon hunter. Egophobic hits 100 points in the lead. Streamer running second. Faustenberger in third. Much better round that time for him. Raging Jim G fourth. Matt's Cup of Tea in fifth. That Savage Life sixth. Teddy, Life of Chai. DJ Kimco, Zany Zap, Selma Cinerinius, and BZL 109 rounding out the top 12. We go to level 15th. It'll be one fake, one hidden. Let us know when you figure them out. Well, we were one shy of perfect. Plus 3 levels puts us on 18. Unsurprisingly, Egophobic top of the table. Streamer running second. BZL 109, what a great round, jumps into the top 8. Matt's Cup of Tea leaps up into 5th, a strong round. Raging Jim D holding on to 3rd. Faustenberger holding on to 4th. Selma Cinerinius on the board as well. Selma, that has moved you up from 12th to 10th. Congratulations. Your word is adjacent. Adjacent is your letters. Nice try, Teddy. That was amazing. S is your fake. Adjacent are your letters. Don't bother guessing with the S. All right, 2 more levels puts us on level 20. Nicely done, nicely done. Egophobic, Faustenberger, and Amarok are only 3 scorers. They are first, third, and second on both this round and the overall leaderboard, respectively. Tough round. Tough round. Well, that's us over and done for. Well, S indeed. I agree. Not much scoring done on that last round. BZL sneaks his way up into 6th. Nicely done. Scoping any word on that round, really tough. Egophobic, tops overall. Streamer 2nd. Austenberger 3rd. Origin GMG, our Mecha Mini Masters champion. Sorry, you probably don't get tired of hearing that. Comes 4th, 1 point ahead of Matt's Cup of Tea. BCL, as I said, in 6th. That Savage Life 7th. Teddy 8th. Life of Chai 9th. Salma Cinnerinis 10th. DJ Kimco 11th. Zany Zap 12th. Since you guys spent so many rocks requesting this, I'm going to run one more game of it. I will be done eating by the end of that, and then we'll go back to Mechabellum until the Americas tonight. Acquire are your letters. I mean, it's not like there's anything hidden. I see the big smile from Darrington. You ain't gonna get tired of that. Joins the link. I mean, think about the people you've joined. Alpha Titan, Odyssey. Like, these are good players who've won that title. Teddy, there is one of our regulars who I suspect uses AI on this. It is not egophobic. It is somebody who I know that English is not their native language, and they ping some pretty wild words. Ego picks real letters, real words that are, he's just got a huge dictionary. And it's both a really good knowledge of the words on stream dictionary, but also just a large diction in his general language. Egophobic, top of the table. Snowy Mole, second. BZL 109, third. We go on. Some people fall asleep to Mecca. Some people fall away. Fall asleep to reading the dictionary. It's true. I don't think that one's going through. Oh, it did go through, Teddy. Nicely done. Auto mode was trying to hold you back. It's true. Auto mode said, that is from Teddy. Specifically, I'm not letting that one through. I'll let somebody else through. Dang it, Ego. I was typing that, but I mistyped. I had to backspace one, and in the moment I backspaced, you got it. Nicely done. All right, on the scoreboard this time. Teddy, Cured Newt, Rage and Jim G, Life of Chai, Selmo, BZL. Streamer in third, Snowy Mole was second that round. Egophobic, top of the table in both round and game overall. Snowy Mole is in third, BZL 109 is in fourth. Ragin, Selmo, Cured Newt, Life of Chai, Matt's Cup of Tea, and Teddy, your top 10. We should probably just do that, Snowy Mole, you're not wrong. Although I don't want to disable automod while walking away from keyboard if I don't know that there's an actual moderator live during that moment. You know what I mean? Like, I do want, in case something goes really, really wrong, I don't want my, I don't want my stream demonetized or whatever. Some hate raid coming in or whatever. You guys know. Like, I hate that I have to think about that, right? And like now, as soon as I know something, okay, wait, Jerry Hattrick is actually here. Like, now I could disable automod and walk away, it would be fine, right? But because I know Jerry would leap on top of it if there was a problem, throw the stream into protected mode or whatever. But since I do run, Jerry has it all. Yeah, Whooped is here too, so you guys would have it covered. Do I really count as you do? You do. I know you'd jump in if there was a problem. All right. Ego, Selmo, Snowy Mole, Cured Newt, Matt's Cup of Tea, Dat Smurf account, and Life of Chai. Man, there's even Smurfs in Words on Stream. Did you guys know that? They all score. Egophobic on top. Snowy Mole takes second away from Streamer. Selmo's in the fourth. BCL in fifth. Cured Newt also broke 20. Teddy, it's true, but there is hate. There's also hate, so you never, like, Teddy, I banned a guy for racism, right? He argued with me. He came and, like, hate watches my YouTube, makes comments on the YouTube. You know what? Fine. I could imagine that guy taking it one step further and hate rating on purpose. You know? To be fair, that specific person was I think was a total gentleman. You know, he's never. Yeah, you don't. You're gonna have some haters from somewhere. You literally you cannot please all people all the time. I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna run a stream that pleases me, pleases my audience. Done. Right? If you don't belong here, you don't belong. Ooh, combs. That's a great word. That is a great word. Boom, perfect round. Let's go. And Teddy, I want to be really clear about that, actually. I thought about balancing growth versus balancing safety for this channel. And I decided to, you'll know, like, I don't have quite as many viewers as some other streamers in Mechabellum. I've got it locked down. You've got to have a verified phone number to chat. Right? You want to come in with some, you know, made-up word, like made-up account that you just wanted to have some, like, throwaway account to drop something in? I'm sorry, I don't care about your chat. I'm sorry, I don't actually care about you as a viewer if you're going to be, you know, coming down as, like, from wherever. Like, I would much rather have a small, safe community that I can trust than a larger community of folks. So, you know, I'm never going to have the numbers that some people do. And that's fine with me. It's absolutely fine. Snowy Mole, I completely agree. There's a couple of exceptions, and like, if I was going to grow the toxic community, I'd have to be running a toxic personality. I'd have to be putting up with them all the time. It would wear me down and eventually break me. What did you get, Egophobic? What was the actual word that got through there? B is fake? And uncover was the word that got through. Okay, okay. Trounce gets through, that's a good one. Dat Smurf account, solid on that one. No, uncover was not it. Counter, maybe? Yeah, recount, those are the letters. That's the letters, folks. R-E-C-O-U-N-T. And of course, 5-letter minimum as well. Type the words that copy Egophobic's words right now. If you can, if you haven't gotten a good guess in yet, copy one of the words that Egophobic throws in. He's feeding you guys words to try and get us all over the hump. It did not get through. So you can see when he does those double arrows on us, we're that's trying to feed words to us, because he's only allowed so many guesses in a valid guesses in a level. So once he's made the guesses, especially down at the end there, he was trying to feed the rest of us letters so we could get through it as a group. We didn't quite get there. We came pretty close, with scores from Salmo, Matt's Cup of Tea, Life of Chai, Dat Smurf Account, Snowy Mole, Egophobic, and your streamer. I actually outscored Ego on a round. That does not make sense. But not overall, of course. Egophobic, your winner. That'll be our last words on stream. Congrats also to Snowy Mole, Life of Chai, Salmo Centerinus. In the 30s, in the 20s, we had Cured Newt, Dat Smurf Count, BCL 109, and Matt's Cup of Tea. In the 10s, Raging Jim G, Jerry Hattrick, and Teddy. Congratulations to the 12 of you. We made it to level 19. That'll be enough words for now. Your hypothesis remains untested. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn Mechabellum back on. I remember I stopped it. I stopped Mecha because we were going to be doing words on stream. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just restart I'll just restart things. It'll be fine. We probably don't need the tournament block. There's we go. We're verifying a login server. We've made it in. The Beastie Cutie Invitational last day of action tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. I think that is 1600 Central European Standard, so 4 p.m. Central European Standard. If you prefer to think in CEST, last action there. We're just going to be out on ladder. We had one game so far, which was a W, and we're going to be facing Ceodon. I stream all the way through the end of the Americas tournament tonight, Teddy. So that'll be it'll be about a 9.5-hour stream, starting at 11:30, finishing around. Well, it might even be a 10-hour stream, starting around 11:30 a.m. Pacific, ending around 9:30 p.m. Pacific. It is a long day. It's exhausting, Teddy. You're not wrong. But it's fun, and I like it, and I do it. I'd probably perform better if I started playing the European and then casting the Americas, but the European is sort of the headline. So like to do it. Yeah, I'm actually a Blitz hater, Jerry. I'd rather spend the full 90 seconds. It's one of the things I like about it. I'd prefer to be able to set Mechabellum up where if I made a really quick round 2, I banked the 60 seconds. Because the round that I need to think for more than 90 seconds. Or there'll be something's happening in chat and I'll be distracted over to that, you know. Hello Momaro, how are you? Welcome home. How have you been? And Jerry, I don't know if you were around earlier, but I did give a shout out to you, Hail the Nerd, and Just Nash XYZ, the 3 OGs. You guys all 3 subscribed on the first day and are still subscribed. We are 2 years on down the line, so I wanted to say I really, really appreciate you guys. You probably need a shower. Fair enough. I mean, do I want to rely on these guys? You know what we're gonna do? Yeah. Well, we got it wrong as far as which side to be on. I'm not even sure how to when I describe this formation to the Mechabellum tracker, technically it's aggressive and asymmetrical, right? I mean, those two sides are very different. I break the bounds of this thing. He made blueberry pancakes and strawberry compote for breakfast, and there's 3 left. We still have the collab going. I thought. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's see if we can fix that real quick. Collab should be ended. That's just the stream title. Okay, I just need to update the stream title there. Dashboard. Where are we at? Stream manager. Click the button. Okay, we're just going ladder until there we go. Actually, I think it would be it sounds like it would be Jerry, Hail to Nerd, and Just Nash XYZ. They're the 3 that have been around for the full duration. Doxson, hello. I feel no. We just do this, right? You just throw this down. You become the linchpin over here. You get sold. We don't care about you. We did not take the traditional round 2 Phoenix, neither did opponent. We'll take a traditional round 3 Phoenix for sure. But I just wanted to bring the heavy armor saber out over to the side that opponent is out there with all of the... just get these guys locked onto the wrong unit if we can kill them. That is going to need a hound of its own. Be a shallow hound. So, might be shallow hound, right-sided hound, and Phoenix. Had a guess. Maybe Central Phoenix. Shallow hound, right hound, Phoenix. Okay. I'm dialed in. Sidian on the far side, cost control specialist, 4,600 hit points. We are down to... Ooh, well, hold on a sec. Is it dogs or is it wraiths? Do we pivot back to ball wraith? That would be hilarious. Right in on that tower while pulling you guys out to the outside. Sounds like a plan to me. Let's just speed it up, shall we? If we can get these two kind of engaged with each other in a air-to-air, I like it. Opponent might do flying on the Void Eyes. I could see that. It's like when I click play donut and then my opponent kills my donut and then I don't clear tap and I lose. Yeah, that's about right. Sounds very familiar. Please bring that tower down while our wraiths are engaged with each other. Thank you. That's exactly what I need. Finish off wraith. God, it takes forever to finish off sabers when you're under tower debuff, doesn't it? Alright, yes, you might get that tower. It's not gonna matter much. I promise. I promise it is not gonna help you. Nice try, though. Nice try. Should have hacked on turn 1. Hey, man, if he's made these gorgeous pancakes, then maybe he already was life hacking. Sounds delicious. I don't care who you are or where you come from. We're gonna put the stops to you. Maybe we let you be a little bit further away, more like that. Sure, something like that, I think. Like to run somebody straight into that. opponent does not take the lightning storm. Did take 2 more wraiths. So trying to get the wraiths to get a whole bunch of experience this turn. We'll get the round, I think, despite the lightning storm. That is bad news for us. A lot of experience into the wraiths. Oh, he moved the heavy armor over here. That's fine. Hello. Five packs of Darkwing Duck emoji. 5 packs double tacked into the ranged 8-gun Wraith. Normally, I'd think this is a losing play. Definitely, like, Wraith is supposed to counter these wasps, isn't it? Surely the Wraiths counter the wasps. Amarok will teach me different. Maybe. Maybe I just go Wasp when given the choice too much now. What is happening over there, sir? You actually had the right answer on the board and decided to take it off? Not take it off, but go to Mustangs? You're feeding me what I want to see, sir. Quad missile out the 11 wraiths. Wraiths every turn. Yeah, we did have some hounds. It's true. But yeah, no, we have no chaff clear. That's been a problem. Granted, granted. I think we did. This game I made the wrong choice. You were right about the jumping out over to actually, I feel like we lost this game. I was planning on going Wraith Wraith Ball. And lost it on, was it round 3? It was round 3. Because round 3, opponent goes to the double Wraith. I forget what I took. I had the drop. Had the drop saber, and I needed to. What did I do wrong? So he's going. So this is the round, right? We get. No, it's round 4. So round 4, we both have the Wraith on. I'm planning Wraith Ball. The correct thing to do is what opponent did, which is skip the storm, take the amp core, probably, sell, and wind up with something like this, right? So middle guy gets that piece, this guy gets this one, and you guys go get tower, probably. What I took instead was lightning over this, and some, like a chaff build of some sort, I think. Yeah, so so we could have wound up in this mirror correctly, right? Maybe even 8-gun might be better than range here. It's like, who cares about the range, really? on. If it were that. Because do we actually care about the range? Probably not. I think we actually want to do the damage faster. We want to do the clear out faster. Win the heads-to-head, not by engaging first, but by engaging heavier. So this is the right play on that round 3. We wind up winning. We level all 3 of our wraiths versus his wraiths. We win the head-to-head. If he stayed in the Wraith V-Wraith, we win the head-to-head. If he didn't stay in the Wraith V-Wraith, then we've got levels going into these guys. That's the play for round 4. That's where I lost this game. Not in the late pivots to Wasps. The late pivot to Wasps was a follow-on to this mistake. Because I'd lost this, I couldn't stay in the Wraiths to keep pressuring him. So that's where this game went south. Way back on round 4. That'll be our learning. I don't mind blind 8 gun before range, Mamaro. It's nowhere near as bad as people think it is. Oh my goodness, Apuchi facing Void Insanity. Hello, Thonix. Welcome in. You missed some wards on stream earlier. But I've just eaten, just kind of settling back in. Gonna shake it off and get the... You made plus 108 MMR with Whooped playing 2v2 or what? Or getting some coaching? What are we taking here? I didn't even look. Okay, sure. Not really my favorites, but we'll pivot out of the... Probably pivot out of the Saber and into the Giant eventually. Not like he's going to have single target. He's got to buy a chaff clear, right? He's not going to have single target, I think. Yep, he goes to the chaff clear. Cool. Good God. Can I spam mass-produced support and make it work? If anybody can, I can, right? Mass-produced carry fort, let's go. This is a terrible turn, right? This is a horrible idea. One more game and I'd be top 200 world on my Smurf. Love it. Melter over here, right? No? You're gonna go ranged sledge, brother. You've got mass-produced sledge versus mass-produced fort. Newbie question. Hello, Maximus. That is a great question. It's a great question. Let's talk about the different ways that you can stop chaff. You're like just giving us the answer to this board. Okay. Arc lights are relatively slow, especially if you've convinced somebody to take charged shot. They can be a little bit vulnerable to things. So Fangs have 117 hit points. Crawlers have 277. If opponent is in something like Mustangs, Mustangs go through Fangs much quicker than they go through Crawlers. Fangs are a terrible chaff if your opponent is in Mustangs. Fangs can be a really good chaff for if your opponent is trying to light the ground on fire, right? Guy wants to throw incendiary on the ground. I put some crawlers up here, some crawlers in some middle positions, and I just wind up with a whole bunch of back fangs that walk out in front. They defend air. They're very slow. They get in late. And yeah, even if I put them in front, they're gonna. This is great from Soja. Beautiful answer. Um, it does have balls to try Sledge into force. He's got them mass produced. He figures he's gonna outproduce me on them, I think. So we're gonna use kind of what we're gonna wind up with, Maximus, is I'm thinking of 8 waves of chaff eventually. You don't see them all. Front line of crawler, mid line of crawler, mid back line of crawler, back line of crawler, and then a hypothetical front fang, mid early fang, late fang, sorry, mid late fang and late fang. We might not get to building all 8 of those waves, but we'll go through. Fendi, yeah! Fendi, 2 months of subs with Prime. Thank you very much. It says, switched over to Amarok Sea Forts. In a world of constant turmoil, it's good to see some things remain constant. Love it. These are not Amarok forts. These are not normal Amarok forts. These are mass-produced forts. Yes, we do, in fact, have 3 giants on the board on round 4. That's kind of feels like cheating. We didn't even get one from a drop. We've just put them out there. Opponent has mass-produced sledges. He had quick supply. He's trying to beat us with sledges. He has failed to address the possible Phoenix drop this round, so it doesn't matter how well he does on the ground, even spending the oil. But here's the answer to why those fangs. Look how there's still 5 of them left drawing shots from Stormcallers, and by the time they're down to late in a pack, go onto the testing grounds and do 1 fang versus 2 Stormcaller packs back here. Like, you can put 1 fang right about here, and it will just tie these guys up for days. Opponent took high explosive anti-tank. I doubt he also takes fire to light this on in flames. That's fine. If he does, it'll be okay. He should just take this. Really glad you're enjoying the game, for sure. We're gonna keep expanding our fort line here. We're gonna want... kind of want something here-ish. Basically want them to draw that first Stormcaller volley. This arrow isn't drawn right. These crawlers will split up the storm. If he does go to flames and doesn't add another Stormcaller out here, that first volley will miss. The second volley will probably still light it on fire. I don't know, we're just unlocking. So I should have unlocked Melter. What am I doing? Your giant spec, Amara. Always unlock Melter when you're to the giant spec. What is this? Why a Phantom Ray? What are you even doing there? I'm sorry, Tad. I didn't mean to be that critical. But yeah. What are you even doing? Oh, it was 1 more there, and it's almost perfectly countered. Oh, that's sad. That's one of the earliest. Yeah, they took the Rays. No, the Rays weren't the drop. Were the Rays last turn? No, they're new this turn. He unlocked them. Maximus, upgrading chaff. Techs, yes. Levels, no. All right. Oh, there were 2 last turn and he's selling out. Okay, thanks, Jerry Hattrick. I actually missed that there were 2 on the... No, these guys literally did no damage. There's no way they were on the board. They actually flew out in front of everything and just got 1 shot by the Phoenix. Holy smokes. Yeah, Soja's got the right answer. And the reason is level 2 units, exactly what Soja said. Level 2 unit gives out 3 times the XP to the enemy. You do not want your chaff going out there. There were, and they got insta-killed. They got wrecked. I love it. Yeah, do not ever. Only time to think of leveling crawler, for example, is if you're getting into crawler versus crawler fights, especially on flanks and stuff. Um, this guy is fighting a crawler right here. Then maybe it's worth a level 2 crawler. Maybe leveling up this guy to level 2 gets a surprise win on that and gets a surprise tower take. Um, for technologies, if you are using them as chaff only, the 2 techs you want available are Subterranean Blitz and Loose Formation. You take Loose Formation when opponent is running Arc Lights, right? That is this guy's build choice here should have been not 2 Fangs on this round, it should have been 2 Crawlers, and a Loose Formation on the Crawlers. He can overwhelm my chaff clear, get the Phoenix stuck on Crawlers, get the Fortresses stuck on Crawlers, and finish off with the Stormcallers at the end there. For Fangs, if you need to extend their life, Portable Shield gives them, basically means it takes 2 shots to kill them. So that is the one tech for chaff tech for Fangs. For Fangs, I will often tech range, especially because you saw how we're kind of using them to be some late chaff. These are also our anti-wasp, right? If you took over for Tatakau and threw down, instead of the Phantom Rays, you threw down 3 wasps this turn, 3 wasps are going to distract the Phoenix for days. Nobody on the ground can shoot them, but the Fangs will stop and shoot up while the ground units walk out in front of them. So you wind up with the forts tanking the wasp shots while the Fangs actually kill the wasps. It takes them a while. They're not great at it, but they do kill them. And then at that point, you might consider range enhancement, possibly mech rage for the Fangs. But honestly, it'd be better getting a real dedicated anti-wasp answer at that point. What, that person was like 1600 or something, right? Wait, what have I just done? Hold on. Uh, did not have a 1746 against Cidian, right? I had a win against Sir Limbo. I had a loss against Cidian. Is going on? I'm sorry. My stats page. I can tell my stats page is wrong because my actual MMR and my I started the day at 1704. Somehow the tracker thinks I started the day at 1728. So that means I missed a minus 24 match, right? Ah, I missed this one. Okay, so that one's just missing from the DB. And in that case, we can add that match, whatever it is. I don't know. Just put it down as kind of standard for everything. Holy hell, that's a long way back. Because that is this one. Right. I don't know what the healths were, so I think it was pretty lopsided, if I remember. Good enough. Okay. Yeah, Abyss missiles do wreck Stangs, that's true. What are good counter units to several melting points with the multi-beam? Crawlers. Crawlers, 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 and more crawlers. You don't care about the multi-beam if all they're shooting is crawlers. Then, as soon as you have cleared the chaff, you get a unit that EMPs them. It could be a single Phoenix, as long as you're clearing the chaff in front of them. And yeah, then there's, as Soja said, you can outrange them with a normal melter, or a long range forts can also outrange them. Okay, we need to add this last thing. I'm gonna run my ad now real quick, Keep asking the questions though, Maximus. Yeah, I know you're Prime Gaming, so you might not even see the ads. So lots of crawlers, then something with EMP. You could also be like steel balls. I've seen people win that with steel balls, just melting the melter, because healing melter versus steel balls, the steel balls can beat it, I think. Healing multi-melt versus steel ball. Then we had this one was this match. Dub. We had like it's real early surrender, but that's okay. We never even got to detect them. Just had enough of them. All right, back out on the ladder, shall we? Maybe I want coffee first. Hold on a sec. We're still running that ad, right? I have a coffee. Maybe what I need is water. An ad. I'll be back in 25 seconds. Excellent. You are back. You have made it back. I have made it back. We've all made it back. I think. Thank you for the follow to Stealth Toucan and Cured Newt, who followed about an hour ago. Really appreciate you guys. Also to Defoe's, I think it was one of the Dillo Raiders who gave a follow. Thank you very much. So we are two games in, 2 wins, +9 maybe for the day, +11. I think it's +11. Honestly, yeah, it's +11. And we'll be facing Absolodger. Sir, is that a name, or did you fall on your keyboard during account creation? Abe's Al Jr. Okay, it's a name. Sorry, no insult intended. It just took me a minute. Channel point predictions are up for this one. If this were any other 100 cost unit, I would be all over that pack. Instead, let's take the Hound and Steel Ball. I think Fortified is probably pretty good for the going into the Wraith. This makes the Wraith a little bit contraindicated because he can aerial spec and electromagnetic them. But we can still fix it, right? This should make opponent feel a little bit suspicious, I think. That will probably make them a lot less suspicious, right? Now, some subtle positioning stuff here, right? We're just far enough off the line. Maybe even 10 forward helps with that. Just far enough off the line with these guys that they... we could fit a Wraith... Well, so hold on. We're far enough ahead that a crawler here and a crawler here will keep him from missiling these guys right off rip. There's room for a Wraith right behind them. There's room to sell them and wind up with a 7x7 Titan there. So these guys are exactly 7 off the eventual forward line. These guys get a run straight at the tower. Hopefully, the crawlers are coming closer and closer. Eventually, they peel off. Yeah, we wind up stuck on level 2 crawlers with no real hound support. So opponent, I think, wins round 1 by stymieing our steel balls. Okay, that's fine. Wait a minute. We've survived. We get the tower. Be an assassin. Go to this tower first. Don't turn. Smart steel ball. Who's a good steel ball? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Lady Naween. As I always say, I am not rude, I am just stupid. Hey, I am glad. I love Whoop's answer. Don't call yourself stupid. Best mods ever. Let's go. Get rid of the armor link tech and get the range upgrade, is what I would say, Maximus, to that question. Usually getting the armor link tech. Just go with the range upgrade. It's really good. What do we want to do here? What about that? Hate leaving this deploy on the table. I loathe it with a passion. I want all my deploys, but we needed the Wraith for the chaff there. I don't want to invest into a bunch of hounds. We'll probably wind up selling this hound to unlock the cell in a moment. Yes, we know opponent has aerial specialization available, so I was talking about blind teching floating artillery array to increase the DPS of the Wraiths, but that's not going to work with marksmen on the board. We need the Wraiths to have 30 more range than the steel balls. We're not going to tech steel ball range this turn. We're going to tech, in this game, ever, we're going to tech range for the Wraiths. We'll tech into the steel balls. Opponent has run out of upshoot. Our Wraith will win. We get to feast levels off of this. Now, this is really valuable. We talked earlier about not wanting leveled chaff. These guys are going to feast so much experience to the Wraith that Wraith is just about going to level. Does level. Look at that. Getting it all the way up to level 2 right away is huge. Teddy says, I was going to doing some bread for tomorrow to have food to eat. When I wanted to put it in the oven, the tray fell on my foot. Now my foot is bleeding, my ground is covered in dough, and I've got no idea how to get it off, and yeah, my foot just hurts so much. Ow, at least it was not... I mean, at least it was not... Holy hell. Yeah, scoop up as much as you can, put flour on the remains is definitely it. Thank you, Lady Naween, that is 100%. We did some words on stream earlier. I'm going to have to come back. Osis, I'll answer your question in a moment. Yeah, at least nothing's on fire, right? Do I care about any of this? I don't really care about any of this, but one thing we can do. Hold on, we said we were gonna sell you now that it's that time, right? I also wanted this guy to have the extra damage. Sorry, we're planning kiddo stuff for tomorrow, so I keep getting a couple of interruptions. But apparently we have killed all the upshoot again. Our Wraith's getting the job done. Opponent had nothing left. Now that time we just threw down those rhinos to distract. I wanted to leave enough time for the itemized Wraith to level up. It has done so. Now we've got a Ball Wraith just popping off. Time to go. Wraith and attack, I would imagine. Wraith tech and a level. America's Tourney, good question, is in 1 hour and 4 minutes. 1 hour and 4 minutes from now, so get your dinner in if that's the direction you're going. That is entertaining. We loaned last turn, right? Don't want to loan again. I think we need... If I'm him, I'm thinking of doing something creative to try and take the pressure off. So it could be like a wasp on a back flank or something. We're gonna put a just this little screen, blank screen bang back here, something like that maybe. Nothing, but he has gone to the Phoenix. So he's in Phoenix and Marks, but he should have just like windmilled aerial spec on these marks. Hasn't done it. Now he's into two different single target problems. That's fine. Definitely making me think I can get away with an 8-gun round for the Wraiths at least once. And then have to go range. I think we would have won that round if we were in 8-gun, so let's do it. Okay. Sleep well, Teddy, indeed. Armor maintenance scorps, love it. That is definitely a way to do it. Okay, I promised I did the highlighted message. We go even further back. Osis, hello. Says, I've been slowly increasing my MMR from watching you a few specific learnings. Building your own board instead of just reacting to the opponent. Build more chaff, excepting the last match. Build combos you enjoy, just don't build too much War Factory or Farseer. Haven't gotten up the courage to run Evangelion, the good news of the gospel yet. I mean, hey, someday you have to, right? Okay, we now have a anti-wasp answer, really, which is fine. This is going to be our blank screen. We no longer really need the fangs. They're too slow, so we're going to sell them. They had one specific purpose, and that was to protect against flank wasp or flank phoenix. He has both of those unlocked, but now we've got them covered. And we want a floating artillery array, cheaper because we have efficient tech. And given that, I think we're just going to slap down 2 more of them. See if we can cause early problems here. And range speed them. Opponent doing some distraction there, sure. Also took the Farseers. What did he put on the Farseers? Nothing yet. Doesn't have AA on them. I think he's just not trusting his marksman with AA. The oil was a good shout, for sure. Like, that's a good shout from him. But we're going to wind up with these late Farseers cleaning up on the Phoenix, right? Kind of wild. Who knew it was going to come down to a Farseer versus single target damage battle? He wins that one. We're down to just under 3,000, 2,700. But yeah, Ossus, I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're having fun. I'm glad that you're learning to build your own board and all of that. Well, this is fine. If you want to oil things out so that I don't go that way, we'll come right past you to the other side of the board. It's fine. These guys now have to have rain. We'll pick up 1 more of them, I think. Here. Looks like you and you with a... crawler in front. These guys got some really nice early locks last round. So, not really how we want to let that go. Rhino. Do we like this Rhino anymore? I don't think we do particularly. Maybe it becomes all of those for now. Let him go that way. Next line of builds for this is probably going to be a whole bunch of steel balls across the front. Probably also some crawlers across the front. Yep, those crawlers alone did a ton of work. Opponent really took a Wraith of his own. Why are you going into a Wraith of your own, sir? I mean, is that for the chaff flare? I guess? So weird. Zalek said, I am so sore. I need more finger food and cake. Dinner for me. Good night, all. I see you guys gave the good nights to Zalex. He's probably not even going to hear me. Good night, Zalex. Thank you very much for being here. I agree with the advice to get the flour off the floor with more flour. It makes it a lot easier to clean up. I've made that mistake. Advanced missile device. That's painful. Did not want to see that. Do like seeing a nano repair, though. Let's have a nano repair Wraith go. We also like Degen, I think. How are you doing? It's probably good enough. You coming out. That's fine. I basically want that group going that way. That even it? Maybe it's just this. Took the big missiles. So he's doing a lot of missile damage right off the rip. The sentry missiles. That game. This game, that's 1,000, 16, 18, 21. We've only got 16, and that is GG's. I was trying to run this all the other day, the Ball Wraith, and I'm just not getting it. Just not getting it done. Hypergig says there was a vehicle fire in my apartment complex yesterday. That was entertaining. It's all we. We entered the Americas. That is in, apparently, in 54 minutes. So we have time for 2 more matches. If I hustle, we get through 2 more matches before tournament starts. Gotta get them both started. I don't know if well, Kiddo's gonna make dinner tonight, so I don't have to worry about it. I have to worry about it. I don't. Right? All right. Let us match up again. Oh, hold up. Armor maintenance score. Goodness, what are we even doing? Armor maintenance. Okay, we actually have armor maintenance score on the bar here. It's not even gonna. We're not even gonna have acid available. If we don't have acid available, we want it on the crawler. So our Ray Marshall build will be our armor maintenance scorp. Let's go. Don't run this for tournament, folks, but you know. You scooped off half of it, the rest you're throwing away, letting it rest overnight. Fair enough. Sorry about all of that, Teddy. I don't know what that response is to. Good evening, SCP. Said I wanted to say thanks for the great streams. I was able to break 1600 today, even beat a 1700. Thanks to a lot of your advice. Let's go, SCP. Congratulations. We're facing bad at 680, 1680 even. I think I'm not even anywhere close to caught up. I pray to our Rhino of inevitable victory before I go to bed tonight. Good night. 1600 MMR is top 10%, I think. I thought 1600 was 10%. I'd love to see that link if Imkias can get it through. You can like whisper that to one of the mods. The mods can post it for you, Imkias. Just like whisper it to one of the mods and get that posted. You know what? If we're gonna be healing my percentage, we want to be fortified. Let's go. I don't know which side you're gonna be out in front on. I'm betting you're in front on one side or the other. Gift sub from Ocelotus Gaming to Soja. Thank you very much, Ocelotus. I know I'm 7 minutes behind in chat. Holy smokes. Reddit is not banned. Impious, I don't allow links. Impious? Impious? Okay. Yeah, there you go. That MMR cumulative distribution. We've posted that one, actually. Blue aura upgrade on the raids with Degen. That got answered. What about a reverse till you lose, where you play against a Poochie or someone till you win? I love it. What do prediction tickets do? We don't know exactly. Hello, Toast. You got an unproductive Saturday? Well, welcome. Back woo, looks fine. There's the link. Thank you very much for getting that one out. Appreciate it. That cumulative distribution. Oh, you might be right. 16, maybe. Okay, I missed. I had mapped. So 1600 was 94th percentile. 17 is 97th. Okay, so I had mismapped that one. I had mismapped. So 1500 is top 10%, 90th percent. So good. And I am caught up. Took me a minute. Well, we want to do healing whatever, but you know what? We're going to do this. First, sell you. I'm going to put you right up on the line. Because we're going to sell it anyways, right? Hello. Okay, you were gonna have one over there? That's fine. Kind of funny. Very funny, but sure. I don't even know if opponent is quite yet seeing the danger here. That's okay. Sell out of this one. This one will fund the tech. Well, it's 600. It'll be buy 2 more Scorps. And then we start buying some chaff. Maybe one. Maybe 1 Scorpion and 2 chaff is better. Oh, hold on a sec. Fake gospel. How about fake gospel, chat? How do you guys feel about that? We're literally selling one and jump driving the other next turn and leaving 1 wasp out there. But for right now, we want to look like the gospel all the way. I want to sell it. I'm like, legit. I want to sell that we are the gospel coming for you. Full out, full aggro. You got a crawler back here. Okay. Nothing back there. Level 2 Fang, okay. Okay, let's see how that works for you. Not much left that's going to take care of the, take care of them. There are some level 2 Fangs. A Scorp Gospel with Assault Scorpions? That would be amazing. I can't sell opponent's spider. Oh. No, fake gospel with the, or no, sorry, gospel with the scorpions won't work. The scorpions won't stay out in front, right? Right. Certainly not. But what we do wind up with I want him deep on that side and kind of in the wrong place and time. I want him to be coming out of this corner when he didn't need to be, when he's like kind of getting, basically want to bait him down into that corner and come back and win the rest of it. Oh yeah, hold on a sec. We need to answer the flank crawlers, right? We might want to answer the flank crawlers, Amma. I don't know about that. In fact, we'll just let you guys have your head from back here. You can refigure out what you're doing in a minute. Alright, so he went with Mustangs all over the place. He kind of had to, I guess. Gets a 9-second tower debuff. Is he actually going to have enough to kill the scorpions? Also, you know, you guys said armor. You wanted armor, so we're going to need... We needed something that the armor would work against. So now we have the... Now we have the Mustangs for the armor to be effective at. Honestly, it looks like efficient could be pretty nice. Very efficient upgrading. Look how little chaff we've built. Does this even look like an Amarok board? This is not an Amarok board, right? 0 chance. Who even runs a Scorpion mobile beacon like that? What kind of mad lad runs a Scorpion beam like that? Are we out of upshoot? We might be out of upshoot for these guys. I think he wins the round on the Phoenix. This looks like a whoop board. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Love it. We need to... Looks like we might snooze an ad now. that. So just this, right? Alright, so he's trying EMP to turn off the healing, right? Is some of the answer here? Basically, at this point, we're running Scorp Stang with Wasp instead of Stangs. Won't really be the gospel. But they should be solid into the air units for enough of the round. For example, here the EMP is off. The Scorpions can't die to the Mustangs at all. They'll heal through it, and we'll win rounds. It's a plan. Impious would like an invite to the guild. Can one of the mods or VIPs let me know when that happens? Why get anti-ground on the Wasp when you just got scammed by air? I took anti-air. Hold on. Who's getting insta-locked? Positionally, son, you get insta-locked. Let's see if we can pull some folks onto the backside there. Don't want them getting to come forward. Stuck right there. So no, it's not like saying if you keep playing basketball, you'll someday beat LeBron James in a one-on-one, right? LeBron James has obviously years of practice, but also has a phenomenal body that giving you and him a unfair starting position in the game of basketball, right? He has a much better basketball body than you do, unless I am, accidentally talking to, somebody else. Well, there's really not that many people. Never mind. We'll just keep using the example. I am never going to beat LeBron James one-on-one. He's got better wingspan than I do. He's got better hops than I do. He has tremendous physique that I am never, ever going to have, right? Plus, I'm older than he is. I'm never going to get younger and whatever. I'm never going to get younger, faster, and stronger than him. Can't happen. So, I'm never beating LeBron James one-on-one. I mean, barring some help from, like, Tanya Harding. But in Mechabellum, everything is equal, and on a given day, the wrong decision, etc. If I paid him enough, it's true. Yeah, if Imkias turns out to be 7 foot tall, 230 pounds of muscle with amazing cardio, then I'm going to ask him one question. Why the heck are you playing Mechabellum instead of out there going pro at basketball? Go hoops. Go do the hoops, man. All right, you guys. I'm just gonna let them start doing some real damage too. Underground? Underground doesn't help you, brother. Blue's formation could have helped you. Underground, no. We're one-shotting them every time. I got Ocelotus. Literally spat out my root beer when you made the Tanya Harding comment. Thank you. It's funny. I know I'm funny. I know I can be funny. I'm a lot more comfortable being funny in chat, in somebody else's chat. So I need to bring it back to the streaming side of things. Opponent going to win in the air game this time. That's frustrating, but okay. Fine. We just need to darken the skies. Need to darken the skies with wasps now. Oh, that was pretty foolish, wasn't it? Nah, whatever. Oh, yeah, you'll try to turn off the healing. Bet you they EMP that side. Bet. Bet they try to EMP that side. Alright, you guys are right. Now it is gospel with the scorpions. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Did you ever fix this problem? You never fixed this problem, did you? No, I'm not gonna remind you. I don't even want to remind you that I have a mobile beacon on offer. You guys can go that way. How valuable were those sentry missiles, gang? 6 sentry missiles on that round, but we floated a bunch. Here we go. 8 devices spent already. Now remember that mobile beacon we ran to great effect at one point? We're running it again, Sam. Except this time it'll be over there. Oh, hey, look. Perfect. Went for the steel ball answer. I kind of like it. Definitely not gonna lie, I like it. It's a good answer. Is it gonna be enough? We get that outside tower. During the tower debuff, we're getting a bunch of work done on the left side. Oh my god. Yeah. We're not gonna win out. But this game isn't over yet either. Start calling Scorpion's wasp and tell him to gossip. Oh my goodness. Excellent. When do you use Arclight over Hound? Maximus, I've got... whichever one is given to you by Bearleg, just use it. I have about a 48% win rate with Arclight and a 54% win rate with Hound. Close enough, right? If I'm given the choice, I'm going Hound, but, you know, if I don't have a choice, then I'm taking the one that's given to me. Again, those are going to be a lot of in mirrors as well. Alright, hold on here. Now, you know how we always say, don't level the chaff? Sometimes you level the chaff. And sometimes, when you've got key units, you just want them locked out of the fight, right? Keep them locked out of the fight for as long as you can. Oh hell, we're out of time for the missiles. Damn it. Alright, that's it. I've had enough of the darn Phoenix. I've had enough of losing to the Phoenix. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna buy some marksmen. Oh, are you kidding me? How do I not have AA on these guys? Whatever. It's fine. What could go wrong? We might have lost this. Yeah, this is why, I mean, balls are shredding the Scorps. We don't kill the balls quick enough. And GG's to bad. Again, this is why that is not a frontline build, right? It's you can see how strong it was for how long, and then it eventually is going to die to Melter or Steel Ball. Guaranteed. That's why we don't run it much. That's why it cost 50,000 rocks for Fastenberger to redeem that one for your entertainment. Did Imkius get the invite issued, mods? Question, yes or no? Since he redeemed that one earlier. You did. No, nobody did. Okay, you're in the Discord. He says yes. He says yes. I'm in the Discord. All good. I'm just gonna mark that one redeemed. There we go. Oh, it's okay. I just checking. It's not that any one specific mod did or didn't. It's that the answer had scrolled past me. I was not gonna see it. You're waiting for a full membership after I've beaten Apucci. I'm waiting for the. Wait, no, I have beaten Apucci. Not. It's not true. Fucking squirrel. Minus 21. Ocelot is squirrel. But I still don't hear it. I rebooted everything. Why am I not hearing that in my ears? But you guys heard it? I trust you guys heard it. Oh. Sir, why didn't you play that to me? You hear it. I just don't. Okay. All good. Minus 21. Okay. Heard what? Squirrel. Thank you guys. Panic. We heard it. I jumped out of my chair. I'm sorry to all of you who are trying to stay awake or fall asleep to me. I might need to balance the I might need to balance audio on that. I had it way lower, and then I was trying to hear it in my ear. Let's put that down to about 90% of what it just was, shall we? Yeah, the raid overlay's at 91. Maybe I'll put the blurb at 88. Something. Thank you for the biddies, Ocelotus. And also the gigantified, for the bits for a gigantified Vulcan. Much appreciated. Yes, twice two birds would have killed enough that we would have won this game, I think. You're right, BCL. Tournament in 21? No, we're running one more. Oh, wait, no, we're not running one more. Hold on. Get me the heck out of this tech loadout, please. Okay, I want to run one serious. Just focus it. Yeah, we've already played Words on stream. Big thing of water. Oh no, I've lost my phone. It'll play the alarm. Oh, there's the phone. Okay. Sly Fox 1715. That's opponent. Meh. No hound starts. We will take this to start. I don't think I've ever won with this start. Okay, so you guys asked, or somebody was asking earlier, when do you run which chaff clear? This grouping is really bad at, or when do you run which chaff? This grouping is terrible at crawlers. Mustangs really bad at crawlers. So as soon as I see Mustangs on the board, number one thing I am thinking for my chaff, since I don't have a chaff in the game, is to pick up the pick up our crawlers. I don't actually want Void Eyes at all. Don't care about them, not in this build. We're gonna run a very specific build here. Mostly a, we're gonna hold the... Right, opponent decides to add Void Eyes. We're literally selling out of Void Eyes. Opponent literally buying into them. What are Void Eyes going to be bad at? Well, crawlers, of course. Let's go, let's go. More crawlers. More sledges. 5 gift subs. Ocelotus, thank you so much with gift subs too. Trench Canary, Spiral Cycle, Sir Nibble, Fat Baptist, and Trollmado. What a name that is. Trollmado. Brilliant. The sledges are not symmetrical because, Toast, I'm so sorry, but they are exactly, there is an OCD finish to it. They will always be 20 meters between each sledge. Okay, I promise. I promise. Decaf Sherlock said, I saw you gifted me a sub last week, but I hadn't had the chance to thank you for it yet. Thank you. And that, I guess, was the you're welcome. Okay, let's have some fangs. We still don't care about these guys. Shocking. Who? You know what? I'm just gonna let the outside sledge get a level and go to work here. Nope, not that. Don't do that, Amarok. You've taken one new sledge. You're also taking one new Phoenix. And we've got single target. And we're making basically a strong side here. I can't make it on this side because we're selling this Void Eye later. And I didn't want to put the level 2 sledge in here where it would be the thing that gets locked by the Void Eye early. We are going to build sledges across the middle. But here we are. We're in a 4-unit comp. Sledge, Phoenix, Crawler, and Fang. The Fangs are the anti-wasp. Everything else is the Kaze roll. The sledges will be the chaff clear. The Phoenix will be the single target damage dealers. The Crawlers will be the chaff. Unfortunately, this round is going to go poorly. But this is one of those where you do not react to, oh hey, opponent just did something. Opponent just did something clever, they've just countered me. No, we're going to trust the idea that our 2-tacked sledge, 1-tacked Phoenix is going to win this comp. It does not matter if he beats us in round 2 here. We just know that this goes, long-term goes really good. We don't care about any of these. You know how much I love redeployment. We don't care. All good. We have a plan. We're not getting distracted. Our plan is winning. Tourney time is 15.5 minutes. You do not want to start a new match now. You probably didn't want to do any more than you could. Amarok loves his void eyes. He's just not in a financial position to provide suitable care for them, so he's giving them up to someone who can. Indeed. This is a nice little flank from opponent. It's good. It kind of drew a bunch of units out the wrong direction. It's fine. Lannister, when do you go horizontal versus vertical chaff? Second time we've been asked that one today. I love that people are asking that because it indicates a level of thought about the game. So I do not mind answering that one more than once. Fine. In this case, horizontal is just a... there's your alarm for registration. Tourney reg is open. What was I saying about trusting that this formation was going to come good? Right? Opponent does a nice little flank, kind of wrecks us, still doesn't come good on it. Horizontal, or when I want them dodging first volleys from things that, like that fire missiles, essentially. And vertical for things that I'm thinking of as slow, trickle in later chaff. You know what? You want me to have a unit that's distracted? I love it. We'll make it a fast unit that's distracted. We're also going to be willing to give you a crawler head-to-head there. Also fine. This guy's gotten his level. This guy gets to extend the line. Are we going to be extending the line this way? Maybe we extend the line that way. Now, we talked about Fangs being terrible into Mustangs. We're only playing these Fangs because they're slow. What we're counting on is getting crawlers out in front to run into the Mustangs. So again, these guys I'm thinking of slow. They're going to run up. They're going to take the first shots. They're going to kind of pull people down towards us. We're going to eventually be ranged and on both of our key units here. We really don't need any other units, so I'm not even going to unlock them. You EMP'd some units. You actually kept them slow so that the rest of the army can come back and rejoin. Okay. So again, you can see, the Fangs haven't run very far forward. They're going to keep inviting people into us. Closer and closer and closer. So it's very much a timing thing. These guys are a little bit too far back, but that's going to be better later when the sledges have range. The wasps are, the wasps are why we have the Fangs, right? Those late Fangs, they're going to clean up the wasps. And that's what we're trusting them to do. On any given round, maybe the wasps survive, maybe the Fangs survive. Here we finish off the last flying unit. We've still got a couple of Fangs left. We have just barely enough. Yeah, whatever. 548. Lannister, thank you for the Prime sub. Ooh, hold on. He wound up advancing right into that area, right? His whole unit was fighting from here. I like it. I think we'll just drop on it. Works for me. I wanted to range these guys, but this round, maybe I'm going to play around the nuke. We'll be a round behind on when we go to things, but it's okay. It's all right. So these guys are horizontal instead of vertical, so that they can shotgun around the tower and shotgun through these guys, kind of creating a better approach where large burst units won't do as well against them. Occurring to me that I might have messed up with these guys. I had an idea. These guys are actually pulling everybody further out of position. Wow, yeah, early nuke. Okay, but what about next round? Sure. Let's solve next round when I get to it. Not that one. Do this guy. What about next round, sir? I don't plan on losing another round. That would be egotistical to say to opponent. I wouldn't say. Yeah. But what I am thinking here is our overall build is comes good in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, loses 11 through 13. So I want to tempo him out by the end of round 9. Eight minutes to go to this tournament. That's also the answer to why lone on this round. We're trying to finish this game. We only got 9 minutes till tourney. 8 minutes till tourney. We're not buying a Scorpion. That's just... People do try sandworms against this all the darn time. But check this out. Look at how we're going to solve that problem with range this time. Come back up the other direction. It's going to be great. I think we wind up killing a whole lot of the worms. Do we kill the worms while there are still crawlers alive? It's pretty darn close. I think a replicate will do really well for us. Like I said, sir, I didn't plan on losing another round after 5. I just wanted to win 5 with the nuke. Do agree with you about upping the damage. Whoever said that suggestion, I think it was Cody. He's suggesting about a little bit of extra speed. Can we turn off? Is it the wasps? Can I turn off the wasps here? Wasps there. Anything to sell right now? Not right now. Another big spell. Another big land. think this next round pops off. Not this round, though. Tourney's gonna be close. We're gonna lose this one. We did lose. Oh, we might have needed to pay for speed that round. Wasps have gotten really buff, yeah. Oh, I missed that those were improved wasps. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Thonix. I know how to read English. I understood that he was taunting. 3 minutes left. Yeah, 150. I think we're gonna wind up surrendering, and Sly Fox will feel like it's a good W. Thank you, Toast. And Picnic. Yeah, I missed that this was improved Wasp when he took it, so I don't think we beat it. But keeping the front fangs alive is going to help a bunch. He hasn't committed enough to the improved wasps, I don't think. If he just commits more to them, he does great. Don't care about these screens. Thank you. All right, whew, over and done. Hey, Sly Fox, man, welcome in. GG's. I totally missed that those were improved wasps until far too late in that one. So GG's, man. Well played. Glad we finished it in time for tourney. Be facing Brojon in round 1 here. And as we've talked about before, guys, I am going to be a lot less concentrated on chat. I'm not going to be trying to answer you guys' questions or follow your suggestions. You guys can chat amongst yourselves, but don't be upset that I'm ignoring you. And I'm not, for whatever reason, I am not even hearing you guys in my ear right now if you do things. So we've fallen to 2 and 4 for the day. Thank you, guys. Don't know what that was for. It's like L3, I guess. We'll figure it out later. Oh, I love the balsamic. It's really good. Kiddo made dinner. I'm sure chat will say hello to Kiddo. Thank you so much for making dinner. Appreciate it. Throw a hello up. I think. Oh, yep. He's saying hello to people.
Hey people. Hello Toast. Hello Bimpy. Hello Impious.
Impicus. I think
Okay, that works.
Impious. I don't know. Don't understand.
Shiver me timbers.
Shiver your timbers?
Mhm.
Inkle.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Get a supporting stream by making some dinner. It's a good healthy dinner for both kiddo and parent. But learning adult skills too. It's so good. So good. I know we talked about this earlier, but if anybody out there is independently wealthy and wants to get kiddo started on a streaming career, there is a big gift on the throne that they would deeply appreciate with birthdays in September. Opponent comes out aggro on the side, goes to a round 1 Phoenix. Round 1 Phoenix? You mad dog. Yeah, Brojon and I are pretty well matched, I think. I think that also means we're under the halfway mark, right? We'll be down around here, I would expect to find ourselves. Oh, hey, look at that. We barely avoid being the top. We avoid Bimpy by 2. Brojon, if Bimpy was 1 or 2 MMR lower, or I were about, if I'd won that last game, maybe we would have faced Bimpy in round 1 again. Or the 44 seed. Looks like. Yeah, we lose round 1 because he's flying. Flying isn't real, birds aren't real. Well, we have marksman, so we get marksman as the drop while having free marksman. I guess we're living the dream. Oh, thank you for the lemonade. It did come out pretty salty. It's just delicious, though. It's so good. And then, of course, the seaweed is salted, so yeah, it adds a bunch. So good. The kiddo's like, wait, no, this is too salty. I can't inflict it on him. also providing something else. You're a very good kiddo, honestly. Always very proud of them. Do we like this line? I think we like this line. Sure. Sure, we've got that covered with a single target. Alright, I'm happy. How long can one pack of hounds and one pack of crawlers destroy a rhino? Or distract a rhino, even? That was amazing. Oh, so close. They didn't destroy it, they just tried to distract it. Basically want this tarantula to be useless, and then I want a shield that doesn't get broken. I think those better chaff clear. And, oh, by the way, better rhino clear. Wait, we can't afford that. It'll probably be... Sometimes I'll do horizontal like this just to get them splitting up a bunch, right? And then this guy's vertical mostly for the arrival timing. We are missing this row of crawler badly right now. We're going to take extra damage because we really need to make sure that rhino got finished off. We want the marksman popping off for extra damage. When was the last time you saw both players shield the same flank? Yeah, every now and then Amarok does come up with something new, right? Every now and then. We make a clever play. God, this dinner is good. Way to go, kiddo. Perfect timing, too. Levels for those. What I want to do here. What's our finish now? What's our end condition? What's our winning final board state? We need an anti-was. What is the other thing we need? Breakpoints changed. Kind of wish we hadn't shielded last round. I should have just brazened out the smoke if needed. Econ's back on a better footing. Left side is just this continuing problem that keeps getting worse, but up until now it was all solvable by the same unit. I'm not sure about this, but this is a spot where this is why I didn't want arcs, but I don't like them. I don't feel like they pop off to me. Okay, fine. Now I think we're stable. We might lose this round, but as far as a build goes, I like where we're at. We've popped that shield on the flank. We might lose this round. It depends on this marksman. How much of a hero are you, buddy? Can you take the Wraith down? No, you cannot. Power down. He goes down. That's fine. Now we take AA on the marksman, and we're in way better shape. I'd rather have 2 deploys out here than that, but have to get him up to level 2. He was just useless at level 1 against level 3 Wraith. He was just doing nothing. Cody, don't ever question it. I'm always clicking speed. Even in defense, I want to close around quickly. As soon as I've won any individual engagement, I want those units in the fight somewhere else. It's going to impact how quickly this guy gets a tower. It's going to impact how quickly these guys get back over to the main fight. It's going to impact where these guys are fighting from, you know? Like, every little thing, it impacts. I'm always taking it. Quit questioning it. Get over it. I know you don't like it. I don't care. Damn it. Man, what? Is that round gonna go better because I didn't have speed? Like, seriously. Eat marksman. Eat him. Try to just write the marksman back off completely until I learn how to play him. And maybe the issue is I'm sitting here with no techs in them. Didn't tech the anti-air until far too late. Needed it about 3 rounds earlier, probably. Let's go look at round 5, maybe. Yeah, I think speed is just badly undervalued by players even at the 2100 level, Cody. Why I've been doing, I mean, if you look at my season favorite specialist, it's speed every single season. So the main point of the conversation I had with Apucci about it last night. It's his favorite specialist as well. I think it's really terribly undervalued. Okay, I needed to. I can't redo the Wraith anti-Wraith, but I should have done what I should have done on. Let's see, what did I do here that went poorly? There's a Fire Badger here that does nothing. This should have been the cell. That right there should be the cell, not a deploy. Okay, what else? Wraith is going to be here. Is that predictable? Not really, but it is a wide open spot. And that level 1 marksman's never level. He's never winning his side. Yeah, Bob, thanks. Right. Yeah, Soja, you're right. Like, if you wanted, you could play out the exact same round. Like, if you've got example rounds where I'm literally speed is costing me, you know, and you can prove it by saying, like, if you didn't click temp speed here, you win the round that you would have lost. And, you know, it's usually a let me be more specific here. That would be because the temp speed was changing the timing at which something engaged, right? Most of my formations are built to speed spec. That's what I test them in the testing ground with. If I'm not speed spec, I'm clicking temp speed because I have tested this not at normal speed, but at +3 speed. Like, that's kind of my thinking, is like, I've built my whole game around speed. I'm not going to unspeed. You just can't. Yes, Imkias says, oh my god, Poochie just lost to the 40th seed. Now, to be fair, Poochie was on late last night when he does not normally game. He was on early today. But yeah, goes down to Ikesk. Upset in round 1. That's not good news for us who lost a round 1 game. It means we're gonna have to lose or face him again. Number 3 lost to the number 38. Let's go, Diana. Look at you. Huge dub. Let's go, Diana. We'll step out of this now. I think we should just go around the results, because it is part of why you guys are here. Diana gets the dub. Let's go, Miss Diana. Sag Pseudo loses to is that, excuse me, it is not blue hair. Okay. Odyssey, Mecha Mini Masters champion, 7th seed, beats Ausari. Jiaxi Quin Huanju with the win. Codefly with the win. Kun Mo at 13th. Now, another upset. Let's go. Whooped. Rax knocks off Fort Build. Solid. Odds versus Stormcrow. Odds is Odyssey's brother. And so Gene's in that family for sure. Z going. Gramps beat Thonix. It is early in the morning for Thonix. Park 09, not to be confused with Park 08, beats Craftpunk. That's not Baller, that's the real Park. Database over Yeez's, Illuminati over Jeff Compton, Egophobic gets the win over Snack Trash, Dachshund, Sparty with wins, Zlaumamj a win. Oh wait, the 37 upset the 4. Hold on. The top 4 seeds, 3 of them go down in round 1, folks. 3 of the top 4 seeds down in round 1. Let's go. Anybody can win any game in a tournament. Goobaman beats Bimpy. Brojuan beats me. Streamer frustrated. Also, dinner was, I needed to eat that dinner about 30 minutes before the tournament started, not during the tournament. That's okay, kiddo. Appreciate the effort. No complaints. Zan beats Hackmanic. Phoenix Flight, what happened to Tib? We don't know, but Phoenix Flight wins that one. Becca Mellum, again, former tournament winner. Jacked beats a freaking Nasty. Innate over DJ Kimco. Juxtapose over Ashbash. Business. It looks like Gargarian took one look at the board and noped out. So that's not a 4000 versus V4000. Didn't ready up. That's actually a abandoned. Looked at the board, said, nah, I'm done. Infamous Drivel, Bound by Honor, Stale Donuts, Online with Bobo, Algeron with wins. There say didn't ready up, 4000 to 4000, no specialists. Phonon versus Pops. That's also the score. If you ever want to go into the solo testing ground, you can set up a fake match. Give yourselves both give both sides 4,000 hit points, and turn on the two like select starting units and select starting specialists. No Lady Naween, nothing to see here. And nothing to see. The exciting will be Ms. Diana's win over the number 3 seed. Kesk upsets Apuchi. So one of the favorites out already. Well, two of the favorites out already, and one of our Korean players beats the number 4 seed. So really, the only big name terrifying player left is Zhlaumamj, with a whole lot of folks who have won tournament. There are plenty of tournament winners who have advanced, but this is a great chance. A great chance for people like Sparty or Doxon or Egophobic, Illuminati, Diana, Odyssey, to go through and get tournament wins. Cody, of course, former tournament winner as well. Lots of good stuff. I'm just going to write down initial seeds. Here. Takes me a minute. But I have to scroll through them now because I can't get back to them once the tourney is over. What else we get here? Sorry for snipping at you, Cody. Didn't mean to. I was just more frustrated with how that game was going. Never did turn it around. Really frustrated with it. Also frustrated with my keyboard. What the hell was that about, buddy? Just decided that I was pressing carriage return when I was not. Thank you. Not needed. Odds and Stormcrow were the last match left. Odds gets the win there. We've got about 3 minutes to go till the next round. We'll run our ads. We'll be back in just a moment. Stop it. Gotta get a new keyboard. I actually have a new keyboard that I like much better. I've just got to get it plugged in. Okay. Do that before you try to stream again. Emma, you can't afford to frustrate when you're under time. 1 minute to go if you're going to be in the next matches. About time to finish up whatever you're doing. About time to shrug off the last match, Emma. Do this. No, you can do this. Apucci! Hello, hello. Long day with a sad end, my friend. Welcome in, Apucci and Apucci Raiders. I am very sorry to see you knocked out that early. But I understand. I appreciate that you were presumably tired from our long late cast last night. Had been up early to do a whole bunch of stuff. Had performed really well in Europe. Appreciate you taking the top 3 there and knocking off the person with the unsavory name, let's say. We're going to be facing Hackmanic. We're 0-1 in this tournament. We're going to be sticking out till the end of it. If I get knocked out, we will... Hey, Coruscant, there you. Thank you very much for the follow. Hackmanic, I'll see you on the other side of this one. Good luck, have fun, my friend. Yeah, we'll be playing out through the end of this one, through the end of this tournament. Not feeling it today. What? Oh, welcome in, everybody. Okay, so a whole bunch of things. Hello from Apucci. Yeah, I goofed a bit. It happens. Wowie woof. Will we see any fort shenanigans? Has low plasmate. You'd be in favor of more controls on abandoning. Honestly, it's not that I want it punished more, because I want everybody to be able to feel like they can enter a tournament. And, you know, have that be okay, right? I would like it to not be as punishing, right? I want... Okay, number 40 seed beats Apucci, right? That is a major accomplishment that ought to be highly rewarded in the tournament final placement for them. And I want it to also be okay for Apucci to abandon. And the only way I can think of doing that is by having, like, either... let's jump back out for a sec here. You know, take a look at those original rankings, right? We had, like, I guess we had, like, a small group, maybe. Eh? How many did we have? We had 79. So, like, you know, the 40th seed. So let's just say, this could call it 80. I think either he should get 79 minor points, 80 minus the number 1 overall seed. Call that a way to go, right? 80 minus the number 1 overall seed, give him 79 minor points, he's done. Or give him Apucci's MMR as minor points. One or the other. I don't care, right? So that, and then sort the number of people with the same number of wins by the strength of schedule or strength of victory, either or, based on using those things as the minor points. You know, if you faced the strongest opponents and managed the best record with it, you know, 4-2 or whatever, I'm all in favor of you winning the tiebreaker against all the other 4-2s. Yeah, abolish minor points. I've got a write-up for it. Magician, if the final standings don't have much meaning, then why are you doing it? If you just admit that the final standings have no meaning, yeah, keep the original seeding. No, don't tar and feather somebody who leaves. Just figure out a way to, like, you know, like, I don't, honestly, that guy was the 40th seed, he beats the number 1. Great, give him an extra thing. No, Magician, if you believe that, then you and I are in a completely different perspective, and there's no point in having the conversation. Man. Like, that is not a conversation I'm going to entertain. Completely disagree. You need to put up a bet for this one. One moment. Put up Amarok. I think Hackmanic was like have been like number... Might have been like number 46 then, if he's right here with me. As a guess. You've run 800 plus tournaments? What the heck game? What game were you in that you ran 800 tournaments? That's pretty cool. I think I'm all right with this. This is feeling like very, very much like a fort build to me. Okay, sure, you hit some things there. It's fine. Yes, incentivize staying in, classmate. That is the thing. And Loud Talk. It ought to, bragging rights ought to include, I got to, you know, like I got to top 8. Because that's important to keep players who are not the number one, you know, not the top seeds and able to win. Like, put something there that's like, let's reflex it. Do that one. We're just gonna run a fort staying build from here, I think. You've finally added some chaff there. Congratulations. Or some chaff, even. Congratulations. One of the few builds I want armor back on my hands. This was the only build when people go to the fire, like actually using Fire Badger as a defense. This is the only games I could win with armor on hounds. I couldn't get them to stop Mustangs or Vulcans from hyperscaling on me. Well, Blautalk, you're not wrong about it, but also, why would the... because it's so dangerous to lose MMR, you're not wrong about that. But, like, maybe games should give MMR but not take it in weekend tournaments. Maybe when you lose some of the MMR drop, you know, reset between seasons, could be, yeah, it does lead to inflation, right? But like maybe some of the MMR drop between seasons could be given, it could be dropped to a, yeah, you're right, Bouncy Bucket. I mean, I'm focusing on a game, not math at the moment. But, you guys are not wrong, but like, you know, there's a way to do it that Guys, I've done the math for an ELO system. But like, well, guess what I'm getting at? You do the between seasons reset. you could basically be considering some of that a buffer that gets given away during the tournament, the tournament losses. In the same way that the level, the initial 1 MMR for matchmaking, but 1,000 MMR for purposes of calculations of losses works. That round went much better. That round's gone much, much better. And our shields survived. So plus 200 for that. You don't mind taking that tower real quick, please? Right about now would be nice. Hurry up! Hurry up! Oh my god, why? Why'd you take that long? What are you doing? Hey, it worked. Okay. Eat you. Eat you, don't do it. Well, let's give the people what they want. The people want fort shenanigans. People can have fort shenanigans. Let us make it so. Now, you guys. Taking mech rage first or range first for these boys? Wait, I have armor on the hound again. What the heck? Took it off. Put it back on. What was I? Well, that's going to be handy. In that case, it would be mech rage, not range. We're going to count on them getting up front. That's a really good spot for that. Well played, Hackmanic. If it's worth getting half a pack of Mustangs to you. I mean, I guess for me, let me state what the goal of a tournament system should be. In my mind, the goal of the tournament system should be for a Poochie to be able to have fun trying to reach #1 overall seed, and also have it be okay for a Poochie to bail out because he's tired, isn't feeling it, has lost a game, whatever. That we don't punish him in any way. I want it to be fun for the mid-ranked player who's, number 40 seed in this tournament and is trying to wind up in like a top 25. And I want them to be able to brag about it and say, like, plus, I reached top 25. Like, I hit 4th in a tournament. I've never won one of these. I've never won a weekend tournament. I came 4th in one. That's bragging rights to me. I'm still miffed that I lost a 3rd on minor points to somebody. Like, I want the minor point system to reward the guy that just beat a Poochie tonight. That's a huge accomplishment. The tourney system should recognize what a huge accomplishment that is. Just full stop. No exceptions. No arguing that. So those are kind of my goals for a tourney system, if you will. Like what I think a tourney system should be doing. It should be incentivizing people to stay in because there's cool value to be had for staying in. It should be it should be the case that somebody playing in the rookie groups can feel competitive and awesome about it, but the first, like the the high-end players aren't totally disappointed to come second or third, whatever. Yeah, minor points working off of MMR. That makes way more sense. Yeah, reward for staying, no penalty for leaving. Combat power, as an example, we've got the set so that like the top 200 lose combat power. Nah, just let them go, plus let them go positive, guaranteed on weekend tournaments. Make weekend tournaments, they're double combat power, can't possibly lose them. You want to progress through your, even put that on minor turn, the mini tournaments. You want to progress through the season pass, play tournaments, gain double points, can't lose anything, done. Right? Put special badges or special skins. Played through 7 rounds of N number of tourneys. Still, lived to the end, so it's rewarding the mid-pack player who can go 4 and 3. Made it to the end of the tourney, didn't abandon. That counts as a point towards this long-term thing, or gives store credits. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. I don't care so much what the idea is. We're gonna have faster forts because we love closing speed. We argued this point with chat earlier. We're going to. You're gonna be shocked. We're building more forts. Who knew? Who knew we were going to be building more fort shenanigans? Classmate, this one's really dedicated to you. Hello, Tachi Codes. Welcome in. Welcome home. We are 0-1 at the moment. It is correct. We lost the first game. I was very frustrated with myself. I was a little tilted, maybe. Tilted because I was going to run 2 pre-games. The penultimate one ran really long. The second to last one, I missed something important. Then I didn't have the kind of like 5-minute break to reset myself before tournament started that I'd intended to give myself. Just didn't settle back in. I should have abandoned that game or not even tried it. Maybe I should put my like no new at 25 or 28 tel. 30 tel even. Amarok, don't click fort button challenge. Impossible. True. And I just have a way better win rate with it. Forts from standard. They work at my level for whatever reason. I don't think they should work at Apuchi's level necessarily, but they do for me. My people tend to not do well against them. My opponents. We will throw down, we might even throw down the shields on the hounds in a moment. So they are getting out into those, getting out front to get into these guys. I don't think it helps them against the Farseer, but just keeping them alive a little bit longer against the Fire Badgers might matter. Probably throw a barrier on the forts. Bad. Hey, welcome in. GG's earlier. I run a pretty weird set. Not a whole lot of people are running this. You can see I took Elite Marksman first. I've got range, barrier, anti-air. Elite Marksman early gets their DPS ups, helps them get the early levels, and all of a sudden I've got a level 3 fort it's going to be doing 27,000 damage per shot, and it's going to be healing itself by 27,000. I'm going to give away the extra range to do extra speed. I want these forts in contact all the time. That's fine. The idea is seek and destroy my forts. Seek and destroy. Go get them. Have I rote-clicked too much here? Yes, I have. We're going to take that. Let these guys catch up to the forts. They need some speed. Take that. Why did we change that? Because the opponent has the missile strike coming and the bombardment next turn. I know I'm going to need this. I might as well have it on the board already. That means we're not getting the shield for the healings for the hound yet. Love to be able to level them. Shield should be over here, I think. Okay. Perfect shield. Oh yeah. Check this out, gang. Holy Assault Fort, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. What are you gonna kill this? No, you're not gonna kill this. I'm sorry, they have too many hit points for your assault. What's the hit points on the big one? 217,000. I mean, he's going up again. Sure. I'll take a Phoenix because you could wind up in something very big and scary. Absolutely no way that the orbital will be out there, right? There we go. Let's see. 290,000 hit points. He's done 290,000 damage so far. And let's give him some friends. Big happy forts need big happy friends. Oh, we still can't quite level you. We're gonna do better on chaff. He's steadily building a chaff board, which, you know, wise, I would think. Good enough. Reason for the mobile beacon, of course, was if he had put this way out on the edge of the way that we had. I just wanted these units outside of it. Scorpions with acid is a good shout, but you need to win the chaff war first. You're not really doing it. I think the hounds can wind up with, like, I'm kind of glad maybe they don't have the armor tech now. We can give them cleanup and just get all this acid off the ground. But it's not going to matter. We hit that outside tower. Hackmanic did say going into this one that he was not feeling it. We'll give him a GG, well played. Good luck in the rest. Sorry, not feeling it tonight. Assume that those are correctly things there. Classic Fort Stang. Hello, Gramps. That Lore Factory would have been the Hail Mary, I think. Hello, Hackmanic, yes. I do love me a good corner factory, but the Scorpion Acid would have made trouble there. Would have been trouble for him. Yeah, it is really tough when a unit does 70,000 damage on a round and has healed itself for that much. You know, it's really tough. It's just tough. He's done, I think, some good things with EMP, but he's not running armor piercing on the bar. He's got armor enhancement, so he can't really break the shields with that. For a little while, the Farseers were having a great time. By the end of this, they are just hitting shields, right? They're not really achieving much. The many Scorps with acid, I've seen that tried many a time. My forts kind of seem to run through it. If necessary, we will pick up Farseer for Photon, or it's one of the reasons I'm running Sprinkler on Hounds. I had been debating earlier in this game taking armor on the Hounds to try and just wreck the chaff clear for Hackmanic's Badgers. I complained at the very start of this game that I didn't have armor on the bar because I'd taken it off. Apparently I've put it back on, so we don't have fire anymore. Yes, the bubbles are blocking the acid. Yeah, it was in trouble a couple of times, but it just heals through it. Heals back up. All right, we have ended whatever that hideous slide was. Where were we at? Yeah, it's definitely my best build. I honestly ought to just sit down and run it for a week. Like, literally, I'm just gonna force this all day long and see how far we get. Exactly. I don't know either, Grant, but we win with them. Why do we win with them? I don't know. Also, why was I a 93-1 underdog in that game? Who was donating to... Which one of you yahoos was donating to the favor to those who had faith? On we go. Let's see. See, I wish I could click back to round 1 so I could go pick up the original seeds. Or, last round's reeking original seed would be nice. Like, right? So, OG, seed, ranking, player would be a great list, right? Because then you're like, oh yeah, this is the OG number 1 seed. Now, again, we talked about in that first round, the 1 seed, 3 seed, and 4 seeds were all upset, leaving Lau as the top remaining unbeaten. He's now 2-0 after beating Psycho Billy. Sparty, Cody, Park, with all the favorites knocked out. You 3, Odyssey, Egophobic, you guys are all in line for a tourney win, with a whole bunch of the favorites out. Gramps, Diana's a long shot, but she's done it before. She's been in the finals of a tournament before. Algeron, Phoenix Flight, probably even longer shots. So interesting. We'll see if did Dachshund get the dub? The dog does get the dub. So we have our next round set up. Streamer, well, originally the 44 seed, currently the 45 seed. I mean, we are playing exactly 500 ball right now. Should run our ads. I don't see the ads. Where's my thing? This one? Oh, it won't let me push the button, but it'll let me push the button over there. Cheyenne Sin X, I know you've swallowed before. Welcome back. Welcome back to Following Amarok. 1300 MMR opponent, and I almost die. This game is too hard. Let's go. But way to finish it out. You got it done. Got it done. We are, of course, running ads for those of you that see them, but for those of you that are subscribers, let us see if I can throw up that cumulative MMR the link that was posted a little bit earlier. That's this graph. We talked about this in depth when it was first offered. We showed it in a whole lot of depth. But if you are at 1500, you are 90th percentile. If you are at 950, you are 50th percentile, right? So if you're over 1,000, you're doing better than more than half the players in the game, right? If you are 1,200, that is 70th percentile already. There's only 30% of the game that is better than you. If you've hit 1320, call it 80th percentile. 1400 is 85th. 1500 is 90th. 1800, 1900 is top 1%, and it goes up from there. So, we managed to peak here last season. We are currently hanging out around here, and it feels tough to go between these two. Dachshund, of course, was sitting up at around that level right now, facing somebody at the 1300. It's not actually that far down when you think of the overall percentage distribution. 1300 still solid enough to cause problems. I did get some I did get permission from Gloomy Soup to do some streams on that. We had some great discussions on it, etc. Super appreciate you for letting me show that, and I appreciate somebody brought it back up recently. We are welcome back to those of you who saw ads. We were just talking about the MMR distribution curve. Let's find out who we've drawn for round 3. Gargarian. Gargarian will be our opponent. Looks like Gargarian was seated outside of the top 40 as well. I'm going to guess they were somewhere around number 50-ish. Yeah, there are some Titan builds that beat it. Cat Say Mew, I agree with that. And then Vulcan Melter. If the Melter had crawler spawning, that's considered. That's strong. But nobody's running that right now because of how nerfed it's been. Maybe we'll do the training specialist with the hounds. Gargarian came runner-up in the intermediate group 1 last week. We came 8th in this exact tournament last week. We're going to get top 8 again. We've got to basically win out, I think. Maybe win out would be top 6. But, again, we've got the hounds. For those of you relatively new to the game, if you found the game through the Beastie Cutie Invitational, I am normally happy to answer all sorts of questions. Right now, you've got 300 other chatters to answer the questions. I'm going to focus on the game, but I will take some time to explain part of what's going on. I will run the hounds that deep, partly because opponents might be running aggro, and then I'm in decent defensive positions. It's fine. But also partly because even if they are playing from deep on the other side, I'm going to take mech rage on the hounds. That'll get them up to 14 meters per second. If they are any further forward than that line of the towers, I find that I get them into action before my crawlers do. And like to Cody's point earlier in the day, right? That is a spot where clicking temp speed might cause my hounds to get into range even faster and outpace the crawler. So if I were habitually putting these crawlers or these hounds 20 meters forward, I'd need to habitually take high mobility a lot less than I do, right? But I'm planning a full mobility build. We're gonna take the Wasp Swarm because if opponent does not play around it, it's gonna suck for him. We are going to play around it. Happens if we play around it nicely. Is there a fun way to play around it is this work. That actually turned out to have played around the wasps. Out here and here. This wasp still actually wins. Maybe it's crap. Maybe it's crap. Let's rethink everything. I'd rather have units on the board right now anyways. Now, this wasp will lose to the outside flank. This fang pack loses to the outside fang, outside wasp pack. This round, this guy is, the intention is to distract the wasps, get them focused on him. Opponent didn't even play them, instead took Mustangs to protect his back line. He's got a whole bunch of Stangs. Okay. Okay. Your cost control, you can afford to buy Mustangs and those. But you know what? I just played this mirror where somebody else took, I was cost control, I took the Mustangs. I wound up a turn ahead of the Mustangs and losing to them on full strength versus not full strength, so... Nice little tower take. I need one Fang to go do the job back here, please. Please go get that before. Don't run to the Mustangs. Don't. You Muppets. Like, go there. Go you cannot, like, and make them go there. It's not an RTS. It's an auto battler. Once they start running. The crawler needed to be further back and further outside for that beacon to be guaranteed to work. Cool. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate. Thank you, Barely. Who am I to say no? He's gonna die, I think. We're gonna level him up. By this, I meant he's gonna die first on this battlefield. So we level him up so that we got him at level 2 if we want him at level 2. Opponent wants to bring worms to a fort fight. He brought worm to Fort Stang, sir. Oh no, he doesn't die instantly. Good enough. That worm is gonna feel bad, yes. Sometimes it won't pull every wasp if it's placed to tower. I know that type of beacon was reasonably popular for a while. One person used them a lot and they got copied. Yeah. That worm's gonna have a bad day, but we need some of the fangs to survive to take on yeah, oh, even one of the Mustangs survived? Let's go! And look how long this pack of fangs has delayed that worm for a year and a half over there. What a hero. Unfortunately, the tower timing is going to be bad for these fangs. Are they still able to bring down a Phoenix and save us a couple hundred? They do. They saved us 200 there. Eventually, they die to this guy. That's a nice worm. You had a good round, buddy. Congratulations. Still hate to be you. Okay. Do I have to? Where's that worm? There's that worm. Hello, come here, buddy. Would you like to try that trick again, sir? X Game-O-Matics, let this game, this one specific matchup, teach you not to run worms. We're not even running my full worm anti-worm build. You know, you guys know that the worm meadow is part of what led me into this fort build. Back when worm with replicate was a really popular build and people were spamming 4-packs of them. I was running range, elite, and rapid reload instead of anti-air, so I could get forts that shot every 0.9 seconds and did lots and lots of damage. That is the basic idea of this build. We'll do... Alright, you want to try and bring us down? Good luck. Good luck. This guy's going to have a good day. Not going to lie. That'll be good for him. But you know what's going to suck? First off, we outrange you. Second off, we're going to put chaff in front of these guys, so... enjoy this moment while you have it. Oh, those crawlers got just in the way. Yeah, that worm on the left, see how quickly it died to that fort? And the sabers are at 95. Normally the forts would be at 100, but they're already up to 110. So we have a range advantage in that already. And if he clicks range, we click range, we're still outranging him. Round still goes well for Gargarian. Again, this is a slow scaling build, I guess. Takes it a minute. Oh, perfect. Take some vertical sledges for you to work your way through. Good luck chewing your way through it. I appreciate it. A minute. That'll make those guys better at clearing. And one important thing to do to a wasp, or to a worm build, is keep it on the surface. So we're going to do that. So somebody earlier asked about when are you doing vertical versus horizontal chaff. This is a 100% all chaff wants to be vertical to keep this worm on the surface as long as possible sort of situation. So I want them running in. I want there to always be a crawler arriving just for this guy to shoot. I want to just keep him trapped on the surface shooting them and let the forts go to work. Put you out here maybe. Might collapse around. But I noticed that last round, this guy pulled left to right, so nobody went after the tower. I'm going to put the new level 2 fort out there to go after the tower. What are we vulnerable to? We've got our anti-wasp. We've got our ground single target. We're vulnerable to a big air single target, right? Big air Dylan. There they are. Okay, some phantom rays up in the air. That'll help. For opponent, I mean, not for me. Worm dead. Other worm is engaged with, kind of trapped on the surface. Not dead yet, right? 1v1, one level 1 fort, not quite getting it done. Now it's done. Again, 1v1, basically. Our fort took that guy down. Opponent's still winning. Whoops has been avenged. Cody, did you take him down? Let's go. Oh, man. Of you, but what we're doing right now? Do I just do Overlord for that side, guys? Is it just Overlord for these guys? also thinking the possibility of riding for those guys. Probably better. Good old boring circular unit strat. All Wraith, huh? Cody, that's one I would love to get some coaching on from you maybe, or somebody else that's playing it well. Every time I bring it out, it feels like I'm just have it somewhat wrong. I know all the parts of it. I know all the theory of it. I'm just pushing the wrong buttons in the wrong order or something like that. Well, I need somebody that's running it frequently in the current meta. Because I've run it successfully in the past metas. It's this meta that it's not working for me in. So I need somebody that's running it pretty frequently. I think not shielding the orbital is either genius or fatal this game. Which one it will be, I don't know yet. We'll find out. Tower take might mean fatal. Is it going to be lethal? Little worm down there. Still about 800 showing. Maybe it's just enough. We're still alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. We can get copyright struck by the BGs. Let's go. You know, if I ever manage, I don't mind singing. My mom was a folk singer. You know, so I enjoy singing. I always have. But if I ever manage to get copy struck for one of those, I'm gonna be over the moon about it. All right. I mean, we also keep it short enough that I think it's all probably fair use. But that's an argument I don't want to have to make. Wait, you guys have steak? You guys have steak? These guys kind of need range. Oh yeah. Build coming alive. He has range to these guys. So one problematic aspect. This is where we need some late Fang arriving on the right-hand side. What else do we need? What else did we need that round? Might even be one thing up front to take first volleys from Phoenix. We don't love any of you. You guys needed range. We said one even later Fang. fine. I don't know how late you can possibly have a Fang down there, but go, be late. And maybe even an earlier late Fang. Try and keep some shots off of these guys. See how long this guy's been locked on and not killing level 3 fort there. He did change the right side enough to get some work done. Uh-oh. Problem. No! Yeah, we need a barrier. Definitely needed barrier that last round. Proving firms are better. No, that's not it. That's not the conclusion. The conclusion is Amarok mispiloted it. And we had done, we'd been doing so well on Wednesday. Let's take a look at it. Diana's staying alive at 74 hit points. Okay. Barrier, if we're taking barrier, it is not on that round, it's the round before. So, I think, right, round 7 was the... Nope, round 6. And it was so expensive on round 6. All right. Went to round 10 and lost. Okay, so round this in real life, in the real game, we took cheap giant manufacturing and only ever made one more giant. So we know that was a mistake to have taken cheap giant manufacturing. We know opponents took the orbital bombardment. So we're going to take the orbital bombardment as well. That is going to leave us without the answer, the air answer over here that we had in the Raidens, who were all right, but I think were too expensive for what they achieved for us, right? And as for why not anti-air on these guys, this is not an anti-air board that needs anti-air, or an air board that needs anti-air. Yeah, it does fine into the Phoenix, but like we want to be able to take barrier and range to be able to beat this ground board. Why can't Wasp Storm come in right on my tower? It makes sense that, like, a ground unit can't occupy the same space as the tower. But the 2 air summons, those ought to be able to air summon right over the tower. You can fly over it. So we lost a whole bunch of hit points on this round. We lost the round proper. And then we were in a really bad position for the subsequent round, right? So barrier completely changes that. Changes who gets experience over here, how much experience they get. Yep, that is the turn. So I said at the time that not playing around Orbital was either genius or cost us the game. I think we can say QED, that's the spot that we lost it. It's not the last round. There's, like, when you guys go back to take over a replay, right, it's really tempting to focus on the last round because that's the round where you know exactly what your opponent has done and you know that there's not going to be anything changing. And you can figure out, could I have gotten a knockout? Sure, there are some games where a knockout, you just need to know how to make the knockout punch on the last round. But for a lot of games, you need to figure out what round was it that the game tilted in. And this particular game, it was not round 8, it was round 6. Round 7 also went poorly. We could replay that one to figure out, like, having made this bad decision on 6, what could I have done on 7 to turn it around? But the real issue came on round 6 with the orbital bombardment. So, like, don't let yourself hyper focus at the what have I done? What do I need to do to win the last round? Okay, if you're new to the game, if you're totally new to the game, these are in-game weekend tournaments. The rules are pretty simple. Multiple rounds played. Every game gives 1 point to the winner, and you have the idea of minor points. So, database is 2 games, 2 games, has no losses, therefore he's got 2 minor points. The 1 minor point is telling you that is of his opponents, this guy has either abandoned or lost every match, and Bison's won his first match, because that's why he was facing another 1-0, but hasn't won a match since. Maybe his match hasn't finished yet, or whatever. So, 1 minor point, if we went and looked at these two, at Yeez's and Bison's, how did you wind up, database, how did you wind up facing Yeez's and Bison's? I'm confused. That's impressive. Okay. The easiest way to see that, of course, is to come down to somebody at the bottom. This guy was the number 3 seed, lost to, like, the 40-something seed, maybe the 38th seed, something like that, the Korean player. I think he was 38th, right? Decided to abandon. The Korean player is giving him 1 minor point. But if we go find that player with kind of like the key item to start, where is that? We're going to find that he hasn't won a game since. Where's, should find him somewhere down here. There he is. Yeah, he's gone 1 and 2 and abandoned. So he had a great first round, then lost to Zan, then lost to Beckham Elam, and has abandoned the tournament. So we knew that this guy was going to have 1 point because we know that the sum of opponents' points was going to be 1. So that was the easiest way to demonstrate it. If we went to look at Sparty, Sparty's got 5 minor points because Bad has won the 2 games since. Brave Sir had won 1. Aldron had won 2. So that made all 3 of these guys have... that's going to sum up to 5 minor points, I think. Doxson, Cody, Illuminati, Park remain on the leader's path. Lao Mamj, of course, the sole remaining big favorite, ought to come home with the with it. Ikesk, who upset Ipuchi, is 3-0. Rooting for them to have a great day, even though they're getting no minor points. And they're getting no minor points in part, we talked about this when Ipuchi's folks rated in part because Ipuchi has abandoned. And that is, I think, criminally unfair to Ikesk. Now, I'm not meaning this as a critique of Ipuchi in any way, right? Ipuchi has every right to abandon a tournament. We don't want to punish him for it. But by beating Ipuchi, Ikesk should have some sort of strength of victory or strength of schedule, whether it's represented by the tournament rank or the MMR or something that kind of gives him credit for having beaten a player that good. Around the rooms, around the top of the group, Sparty beat Algeron, Park beat Zan, Innate did squeak past Diana, so Diana's outside Dark Horse chances have gone away. Gramps is 3-0. Let's go, Gramps! Doxon 3-0 after beating Kunmo, recovers after that narrow scare to a 1300 in round 2, playing somebody perhaps a little bit stronger. Doxon does better. Strange that. Fox, it's almost like you play to the level of your opponent. I'm that pool player, by the way. I can go into a dive bar with those like weird slanty table that somebody knows all the breaks on the table and frustrate the hell out of him, and then turn around and lose to somebody who's like, oh, well, I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just learning. Like on a perfectly good table. Nope, whatever level my opponent is at, I am going to play to my opponent. Coruscant, great question. Each of the regions, if you click over here on this X, you'll get an idea of it. But it's basically home region, home language. So 301 is German, 501 is English, 201 is Mandarin. There is a 401. I don't think we have any. This is a terrible time of night for if you're living in Russia. So if you went and looked at the weekend tournament European champion, he's a 401. He's Russian. And then the 101 is French, Korean, Japanese, and Ms. Diana, who says it's the region for the most polite English speakers who don't like the horrific toxicity down in public. I've just got public channels blocked, and I have this thing turned off, so it basically anybody below 600 community rating, I'm never going to see them. I've got them basically the capped at the max 1300 community rating. When was the last time you heard Amarok cussing somebody out, even if I'm snippy with somebody? 501 public's a cesspool, but we now have moderators. Quit spreading the rumor that it's a cesspool that can't be handled. We have moderators. You've got to see it, report it, get them, I think it's a worthless feature, Egophobic, but if we're going to do it, we've got to be reporting them frequently, I think. Ego, you say they should just remove it, but how else do two players who can't find each other on a leaderboard find it? The Magician, why they have regions for public chat separation? Only separation that mattered there. It's just which chat server are you talking to? Hackmanic, I probably should report Captain. Sure, if you added a search functionality, but then it's way easier to go annoy whoever you're stalking, so. Yeah, it's going to take dev resources. Worst comes to pass, use Steam. Fair enough. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Ms. Diana. I should probably report that one. Yeah. You're not wrong. I know, the official Discord got taken off the in-game community page when it was terrible. One game still in progress. We're just waiting for that one to finish out. That's between Odyssey and Database. That'll give us our 10 unbeaten. this tournament looks likely to go 6 rounds. It does, the way that the spoiler roll games work, every tournament will have a chance to go 7 rounds, might have a chance to go 6. Hey, a tomahawk follows earlier today. Raids now. Let's go. Thank you very much. A hawk descends with a raid. I love that raid message. Bring it in. Thank you for the follow earlier. Thank you so much for the raid now. If you guys are new to Mecha, this is part of the tradition that the Mecha community has. For whatever reason, we tend to always raid out to somebody else streaming Mechabellum. I'm going to be looking for somebody streaming Mecha in English at the end of this tournament. My stream will be done. I'll be done and out. If I don't, the one thing I won't do, let's say, I don't know, I'm making something up here. Well, let's say we've got new player 74 has just shown up, and they're streaming in English. I'm not going to raid out to them because I don't know if they're, toxic or if they're chill. So I tend not to raid to somebody that I don't know. So on the off chance that tourney ends, I'm looking for a raid out, and it is not, I don't see a Mecha player whom I trust to entrust my audience to. Then I will raid out to other folks. I do occasionally raid that the Friday night or Monday night streams out to other folks that are outside of the Mecha community too. When I do that, I give them a shout out. So it's just one of those things. If you were playing Mecha, your Mecha audience wants to keep watching Mecha. It's our game to watch. We just love to have it up on the back. I'll be sitting there. I just love listening to some of these guys, listening to it, and I'll be following along with my ear, and then they'll say something about a match, and it perks me up to tune in. Be like, oh, I want to look at that match and see what's going on. But a lot of times I'll just be leaving a lurk there, and that lurk is really valuable. Let me explain that a little bit to you guys. If you're relatively new to Twitch, there are a whole lot of important numbers out there that Twitch is using for, are you an affiliate? Can you reach partner? Can you reach whatever? How promoted are you going to get on, on a game's recommendations or whatever? It can help a streamer out a lot. Okay, have a good walk. It can help a streamer out a lot if you just leave a lurk with 1%, 2% volume somewhere, and just paying attention. You don't even have to be really listening in. Just leave a screen up with some streamer that you want to support. It does help them a lot. Right, we got 90 seconds. We know our top 10. Odyssey has abandoned, so it's only a top 9. So that fellow is going to be in the spoiler roll facing Sparty, Ikesk, Doxin. No pressure, but you have to avenge Apuchi. The number 40 seed beat Apuchi in round 1. We need you to take him down. It's your job, your mission. Laumamj, it is Laumamj against Cody. Good luck, Cody. That's a brutal draw, sir. And if I was casting this, that's the match I'd be in, because Cody can beat anybody. Absolutely can. On his day. Cody, if you don't know, is a Croatian game developer. Worked on the Talos Principle 2, I believe, among others. Great fun studio that he works for. So always want to support his games as well. Illuminati facing Innate. Park 09 facing Gramps. Good luck to all of you. Lots further down. How far do you have to scroll to find streamer? 42 versus 41 or 43. We are going to be, most of the groups, the 2 and 1 bracket is going to be high-low. So, the 11 seed, or essentially the 11th seed Ops is going to be facing the, something like the 34th seed Knockout Pill or the 33rd seed Infamous Drizzle. At the 1 and 2 level, you're going to face folks that are right next to you. That way you're facing somebody who's kind of your level to figure out if you get, you're not going to get knocked out by, you're not going to be a 1300, be on the verge of elimination and draw a Poochie, right? That's kind of how the system's intended to go. Good luck, DJ Kimco. I'll see you on the other side. Like he doesn't know what we're going to run. This is going to be our This is our last chance. If we don't win a game, we are out. We've got to win out to stay alive in this one. Hold on to that dream of a top 10 finish. Crawler carry with Farseer Burst. I mean, I do allow people to request strats, but I don't typically take a requested strats during a tournament. All right, let's see what we got. I'll just deny them, right? Okay, he's got sabers with a Typhoon Specialist and hounds already. He's playing from deep. I am proud of you, Cody. Look, Ma, I've taken the speed spec. Are you proud? I am proud. Crawler carry with Degen Wraith once. That is a Diana special. Round 2, Orange Assault Mode Marksman with AA spec. Shut it down hard all by himself. Okay. That's... Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. Played around the Rhino, not the Wasp. We played around the Wasp, not the Rhino. We wound up a little bit of a turn behind. He did take the Wasps. They're going to get stuck on the Crawlers. They're going to kind of pack up a little bit into that missile. If you just drop the missile far enough back, it'll leave a couple of the Wasps alive. If you make them chase a Crawler, it'll get blown up like that. Assuming they're all kind of in the right positions. We've got a tower take. We've won the right side anyways. And our Wasp seem to have cleaned up. He put his fangs out in front where the Storms had just gotten some value shooting him. So he was kind of out of AA. We look at his positioning real quick. I think you'll see why. So instead of having any fang behind the tower or would engage with that, he had the fangs out front. That means that the Storms are just landing on the fangs from the very get-go. We're going to be committed to the bit tonight, gang. We're going to win or lose with the fort. We do play other units. I promise we play... Okay, I lie. We don't really play other units. Look, it's a hound. It's a different unit, right? C fort, click fort. That's all you need to know about the game. It is the best unit. Don't listen to that moderator. There is a moderator out there who will try to tell you that the best unit is Scorpion. It's all wrong. Promise. When you are using Mustangs at all, One of the ways to slow Mustangs down is to take crawlers and give them health from tower, maybe make them go underground. You almost always want plus attack off of tower to make the Mustangs more powerful. The Tomahawks is what's that? I'm thoroughly hooked. This is a great game to get hooked. Great game to get hooked on. And honestly, I think it's a great game for watching, for learning from plenty of other streamers. You know, and one of the things I love about it is that if you look at 10 of the top, let's say, look at the top 10 world MMR, they play different styles. Flower, you would never, ever, even if you had the unit, the names covered up, you'd never, ever mistake a Flower Fairy board for a Woot board. They're totally different. You wouldn't mistake a Flower Fairy board for a Apuchi board. You'd never mistake an Apuchi board for a Woot board. Red hair and blue hair each have their own super creative approaches, and they're distinct enough that you'd be able to tell them apart. It's so much more relaxed. Just as soon as I have my happy force, I'm in my happy place. I have my forts, I have my hounds. I need to range my chaff clear. Look at him, he's got ranged chaff clear. And a typhoon coming from that outside. That's okay. A fort and a chaff clear over there will help. He's also added a Phoenix. Phoenix is supposed to be the traditionally... Oh, where's all of his units gone? Sir? Sir, where did all your chaff go? Why is all your chaff in the back line? Oh dear. That was a pretty vicious pull, Amarok. Everything all in one spot. Letting our chaff clear work separately. This poor Typhoon's got stuck under Stormcaller guns. We seem to have lost the hounds. The hounds have gotten too far out in front and died. Luckily, we have enough Stormcallers to handle it, but we're out of upshoot. Round 2 opponent. This is one, you guys asked her earlier why we weren't clicking anti-air barrage early. This is one, he doesn't have anything invested in Phoenix. If I can get him to invest a bunch in Phoenix, then yeah, I want to throw anti-air barrage up at those Phoenix. Either he sells out of them and loses the techs, or or he's behind rounds on economy. But if I'm him, I'm hoping Amarok clicks the anti-air barrage, and then I can sell out of one early Phoenix. Oh, hey, look. All right, part of what I'm using as a metric is these guys. Where did stuff die? And we're looking for where our unit's going to move into. This guy's going to have moved to right about here, where he'll stop and fight. We're going to need a... Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. What do we want to do here? Nope. Wonder if we can just clear it. We're going to use temp speed, so if he took the ion beam, we're trying to make him miss. If we're calling our shot, we want our ion beam to take out 200, 350, 550, 650, 800 in value, and it'll probably pick up some of the crawlers as well. Maybe not. Maybe the crawlers get all the way out in front. Speed. Get out of there. Live when he's supposed to die. Be not where this beam is drawn to take down that fort. Get out of there. Speed got all those guys clear. And, oh, by the way, trapped opponent where we said it would. We got every unit we said. Rip beam. Play ion beam well. It is super satisfying when you play it well. Now, was it good enough to win the round? Apparently we don't have chaff clear over here. Our Stormcallers have been backbones of our army. They've been taken down for a bit here. And we didn't take some of the stuff that we would normally take to try and get these guys outranging stuff. We didn't get to level them. We didn't get to put attack on them. That's okay. Round goes to opponent, but it could have been way worse. Could have been way better. Don't care. Now we're working. You guys get that. You guys get that. Well, I think we need more chaff, probably. Nope, hold on. Thinking about the speed versus saving it. I think we need the speed for the forts. Close, close, close. Get things done. Opponent does take the Farseers. We've seen them before. Look how far forward our forts are, or our hounds are, right? Some of those hounds are dying in that initial blast, so we need crawlers in front of them. That's why this pack did much better, because we had the crawlers in front of them. This group still alive. We're going to need to range the Mustangs so that they stay alive for this late game encounter. Other than that, I think we're in pretty good shape. These are a call-in, they're not real. They can't hurt you. They're just a spell. The Miku Miku beam mod for Helldivers. Maybe we need that as a blurb. We need that as a blurb. You guys tell me. You guys tell me what all we need for our soundboard here. Wait a sec. What did we learn from that last game? Play around that orbital at this stage of this game, Amarok. Yeah, I don't want to leave 2 deploys on the table. That's all right. Better this way than losing them. DJ, you didn't take it? And you took the unit I'm hoping you take. I mean, this whole build is around beating somebody who slaps down What is happening there? Why? Well, apparently we're going to have a green box, guys. Sorry. I can't even make it go away. Oh, that's fun. Alright, there we go. Anyway, the idea here is we're going to eventually outrange and outdamage the Melter. The Melter's only got 35,000 hit points, so we can get some good locks, some good shots. Down it goes, 2 shots from a level 2 fort, right? People don't think about how quickly that goes down. Even if they lock on each other at about the same time, a Melter does not melt a fort in 2 seconds, and the 2 seconds is enough to kill it. And that is game. Holy smokes. DJ Kimco puts up a good fight, goes down to the forts. Fort Shield, no joke, Chevy Ray. I was expecting him to bombard that round. I was really expecting a bombard that round. Congrats to those who had faith in Streamer. This is not yet. This is not yet over. Hey, GG's to DJ Kimco. Love it. And I need to do the Howdy Fort. I need to do this one as a... Need to do that one as an emoji. Imkius won a game. Wait, lost a game. Lost to MMR. And you guys were right about the LeBron analogy not being correct. In my 4th match, I faced a 2100 player, and it was actually close, and I got -2 MMR. Imkius, of course, has just recently had about half of a Amarok coaching. I felt like I was playing a lot better after the coaching session, too. But no, not tonight. Not tonight. Wherever that play went, it is gone. Whooped, beating Phoenix Flight. You get to 3-1, 3-1. I'm sorry, DJ Kimco. I'm sorry to have knocked you out. For those of you that don't know, you are officially eliminated from a weekend tournament when you get 3 losses. So at 1 and 2 versus 1 and 2, somebody from DJ Kimco and I had to go. So I do feel bad knocking somebody I like out. That's never a good feeling. At least we're up to the 2 and 2 level. Staying alive. Ooh-wee. We're trying to be set. Were we trying to speedrun being set free and we missed? Yes, Mamaro. Yes, I was trying to bring the stream to an end and get out. Just be done. Just let me go to 0 and 3 and I completely missed it. It's true. You said Gramps versus no, Steedar of Apuchi did not go 0 and 3. Where is that game? Gramps versus Park, unbeaten. Let's jump into that one. Dogchamp has avenged Apuchi. So, Steedrov, Apuchi was the #1 seed, lost the first game. From then on, he's going to be facing players who've also had 1 loss. That is not going to include a bunch of the top players. He's also really tired after a full day of work on Friday. Following a full game of work on Friday, he faces... he came in and did almost 4 hours of co-casting with me, which, believe it or not, is a lot of work. I don't know if you could hear it in his voice. He was pretty tired by the end of it. I was pretty tired by the end of it. It was a long stream. And then, we had the... I think he was up relatively early to catch some of the Beastie Cutie stuff today. And he started streaming way earlier than I did to pick up some of that Beastie Cutie audience when they were all finishing out their matches. And having gone 0 and 1, he also placed 4th or so in the first tournament. So it's not like he's going to do better than that here. Yeah, that was way early morning. If you're European, that was like we started starts concurrently with this, and it would be about half over at this point. We still hadn't even started the finals at this point. Ikask. Don't underestimate Ikask. He beat Apuchi. He took Doxson to a really rough spot. Yeah, it was kind of a full day for him, is what I'm trying to say. And he would have stayed in this tournament as long as he was unbeaten. But you know, do not begrudge taking the loss and going out. I just feel bad for right. I just feel bad for Ikask because Ikask deserves way more minor points than he got from beating Apuchi. Ikask should be, you know, he should have like a huge strength of schedule or strength of victory bonus for that. Gramps was a heck of an opponent, says Parko9. Gramps is a streamer. I've talked about with Apuchi taking off the training weights. He's not streaming for tournament action. He just wants to go in and play to win. And yeah, he plays a heck of a lot better when he's not streaming. I suspect I would too. But you know, here I am. I love sharing my love of the game with you guys. And you know, if I'm ever in a serious cash prize thing. Oh yeah, we're spectating this right now, Park. We're here. We're watching. We don't even know who's gonna win yet. I was too busy. He was making me work too hard. We are who watches who watches who. We are who watches who watches watch. Let's go, Jerry. That was amazing. Yes, Park has gotten his MMRs back. He's looking to crank back into the 2000s. Would definitely deserve it. Does beat Gramps here. Indeed. Sparty loses to the spoiler. So we talked about Odyssey had dropped out. Sparty loses to the spoiler. That means there will only be 6 rounds in this tournament. Only 2 more rounds after this one. Laumamj, your number 2 overall seed, knocks off one of the dark horses, Codifly. Cody's a multi-time tournament champion winner. Earlier in the lifetime of Mechabellum, Lau a bit a stronger player now. Arco9 is in the final 4. He beat Gramps, Eliminati'd Innate to make it to the final 4. And Doxson ends Ikesk's dream run. Ikesk beating Apuchi in the first game. And then, you know, if he makes it past Doxson, he's in the final 4. That would have been a hell of a day. That would have been a heck of a day, man. But let's just put it this way. All 4 of these deserve tournaments. 3 of them have already won one. The 4th would be a first-time winner. So that's a heck of a group up there. We are down here. Where are we? We're right up against Becca or MyJov, depending on abandonments above us. I think we play up against MyJov instead of down against Becca if there are no further eliminations or abandonments above us. It might be the other way around because there might be a game happening below me that would jump up to interfere. One game still ongoing. That's these 2. The winner of that, I guess, does jump ahead of me, right? Yeah, winner of that one will jump ahead of me. So I'll be facing Becca Mellum. Very solid player. We've met each other a bunch of times. Hey, Mortar Mark. Well, I'm not so sure I'm calling it strong. We're 2-2. We've been on the verge of elimination since the end of round 3 of this tournament, but we're trying to turn it around. Pick it up. Our hopes of a top 10 finish ended when Sparty went down here. 2 losses is not going to be in the top 10 tonight. Akmanic with the scouting report. Hello, hello. Says, hey. I used the gospel versus Becca last week, and they surrendered with over 1k life left. All right, so that's handy to know. Well, if you guys missed it earlier today, Mortar Mike was my my co-host, co-caster on the weekend tournament European. So you can catch his luscious voice, and along with the voice of Mechabellum Amarok in co-casting that one at the start of the VOD today. He raided into Apucci, so your audience eventually raided back into me, Mike. So, have you not heard the good word? The word of the Rhino Wasp? Thank you for the follow to Wild Green Apple. Much appreciated. And I think earlier I missed calling out. Thank you for the follow to Tad Scout and Ryan Outlaw. Appreciate you guys. Just waiting for this match to finish up. Apparently, it's going to finish next week. That's okay. Hey, speaking of, so yeah, they're mailing it in literally, playing by email down there. It's funny that all four are in a different division. Yeah, you've got a favorite from each of them, and with a Russian having won the European, it's kind of neat, right? Hey, while we're talking about other folk and streamers to support, Mortar Mike, one of those that I'd love to see people give a follow to, etc. I'm also going to give a shout out to. It works better with the exclamation mark. Emma, what are you doing there? There we go. Give a shout out to Corpse Girl TTV. They are the artist for all of those, so many of the icons and emojis that you guys get by being a subscriber to Amarok's channel. Things like the cat praying to the Great Bear, and of course, if you are not given the thing you need. If you need to praise the Great Bear, all of those artwork are Corpse Girl's work. So she does do custom stuff. She does do commissions, and is absolutely a person. Like, she worked diligently. She went back and forth to get things exactly the way I wanted them. Yeah, the cats, the happy cat, the sad cat, exactly. Those faces are hers. I love the sad cat. It makes me so happy to see it. Like, I'm not that I'm choosing between the cat and dog rivalry, Mike. If you're not aware, there is a cat versus dog rivalry in Mechabellum. And I do agree with Ocelotus Gaming. Mortar Mike is truly an amazing stream, and he has more energy than anyone you've ever seen. I lose the sad cat? No, I love the sad cat. I love that. No, don't report the cat. No, don't you go reporting my emojis. No. Don't do it. It would make me sad. All right. It is official. We'll be facing... Wait, we play up. There's one missing, right? So evens play down. We're the even number, we're playing down. We're facing Mechabellum. Great. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Oh, that makes me so cute. So cute. Such a cute face. Yeah, Corpse Girl did such great work on that. She does mostly horror streaming. Mostly currently playing some Overwatch, I guess. But holy crap, I just got a follow. Offline follow for Mortar Mike. He says there's faith in humanity still. Let's go. And thank you so much for the bits, Ocelotus. Ocelotus, by the way, really appreciate it. He said, you know what? That's a huge audience. I'm here to mod as late as you want to go, Emma. Holy hell. What does that mean? The cat's super sad because it has its paws up too. Exactly. It's so adorable. She did such good work with them. And it just, she did all that work to make it like all the reflections in the eyes. You don't see that at the tiny level, right? Like, you know, when you see the little normal version of it, like none of that detail work stands out until you gigantify them. And she just did so much good work. I love her. Good peeps. Spread the love. Dachshund versus Lau. Good luck, dog. Good luck. Knock him out so that one of you three can win this. It's a tall order. It's a really tall order for Dachshund. Anybody versus Lau, it's going to be a tall order. I will need it, he says. I will need it. You got this. You got this. Go get the dub. Right. Time to focus, Emma. Put on your game face. Oh, it's not Becca Mellon. We're facing Kronos. Okay. Why am I not facing Becca Mellon? I thought I knew how matchmaking worked in these tournaments. Apparently, I do not. Who did we play in the first round? Brojwan. Brojwan beat us in the first round. That's a great supply specialist pack. Oh, well. It's not right. Cost control. Let's see, this is one of those, I want to run a Wraith Ball out of this. But I'm just not, playing them well, not winning with them. More water. Hey, what are you doing? Uh-oh. We have a dying battery. All right. Mouse is done. We're going to have to go fix that before the... God, that is bad. Wow, that's bad. Oh. Oh, stop it. Bastard here. All right, we've made it back. What happened in round one? Looks like we might have won it a little bit. Good. Fix mouse. Out. Done. Done and dusted. Let's go. Oh, that's much better. Oh, that's much better. Also managed to spill coffee somewhere. I'm focused. I'm focused. Mass-produced melting point? I did not want mass-produced melting point. Oh well. Alright, we're going to try to... Well, apparently we're going to be mobile beaconing right onto that thing, while also getting missiled out. Okay, minus 50 for his missile, minus, it turns out that the mech rage would have been a better choice for us, because there's so many fangs down there. But ignore the chaff, go straight to the tower, please. That is the goal here. Get one assassin steel ball working. Come on, finish it off, baby. Thank you. I know you're out of chaff clear. I know that we're not going to win the round, but hey. We caused a problem. We've given him something to think about. Fixed the one problem. Let's see. Subsidized ball, orbital bombardment, smoke. I want all 4 of these. They're like, when are you going to give me the ability to just bankrupt my economy by buying all the cards at once? I want to ruin my economy, sir. Oh, he puts it way... Look at this bombardment placement. That is great from him. He deserves to hit the... Look at that. Look at that bombard. Takes out my Phoenix. That was brilliant. Nice placement on that. Like, that is one of those. There is a point that an Amarok would be, like, totally tilted, thinking that that was 100% a stream snipe. Don't think so, and don't think that was a stream snipe from Chronos to put it that far outside. Just knows, maybe might know my tendencies a little bit. That's cute. pretty funny. If we only bring those guys down, it would have been good, but it doesn't happen. C'est la vie. Definitely not stream sniping confirmed. That is the worst mobile beacon ever played. Be stream sniping. Without the stream snipe, it is a perfectly, like, if he doesn't know what I'm doing, it's a perfectly valid beacon, right? He's looking at exploiting the space, kiting all of these units out into Never Never Land. It's just the fact that we had the units exactly where he was going. The exact counter units to it, exactly where he was going. I don't mean to make any fun of Kronos' play, just a, you know, that earlier feeling, like, hey, you're right, you're right. It's the metagame. He's trying to prove to us that he's not stream sniping. You might be right. Now, oh my god, the tower timing on the right side. Goodness. You should go for knockout with like an air unit, right? An air unit, probably not that. Oh, I didn't need to hit the 2 button. It just needs 2 of them. Wait. Wait, I do need them. Lethal. Well, congrats to those of you who took Kronos at 3.5 to 1 underdog. That is your streamer down and out of this tournament. Kronos at 18-14. Stronger player at the moment than a flustered Amarok dealing with a coffee spill and a dying mouse, apparently. Also played a... Yeah, range hounds would have been good region to get them out of range here. Because we were just walking right up to chin gun range and dying. The steel balls are running right up into chin gun range. This is a... we took a build that made Sabertooth chin gun pop. I never did adjust to that, never did really change the ranges. Even the Scorpions only have that 125 meter range. These guys die too quickly. They do get to replicate a couple of times, but they're really not dying. The drill and replicate was such a Hail Mary at the end there. If there was a spot that it was going to work, it was up here. That turned out not to happen. Maybe I should have done double tap to go with it. And this cover, I knew I needed to cover back here, but I just didn't have the resources left to do it. Should have sold the Farseer instead of the steel ball, probably, but I was trying to fix the range problem and transition into air and Farseer from range. Sell out of the DOA steel balls here. Just this is how Amarok tends to lose. There's either two ways, right? One is I'm one of those long-term scaling builds, and I get tempoed out in 6 rounds. The other one is I'm just not seeing the game. It's the end of a long stream. We had a long stream yesterday. We had a long stream today. Something happens that just throws my concentration. And for 1 to 3 games, I would just be off my game. It's really frustrating. It's like I love this game. And I wish I were more consistent at it. And I don't know what it is about the brain that is not giving me the consistency right now. Maybe there's we're trying so many things, guys. Like I'm trying having better sleep schedule, better I've made so many improvements to the diet. Mostly cutting out sugar. Back in October helped a ton. I was probably pre-diabetic at that point, made a big change to the diet, and that helped a lot. Been doing, like you guys have noticed, like I've stopped. I'm not doing cooking streams yet, but I'm like stopping and cooking in the middle of stream. Throw down some chicken and rice instead of essentially a oven baked pre-made pizza. Like just making so many more healthy decisions for myself. But it still hasn't shown up in the brain being on all the time. yeah, it's hard on the mental. I mean, this isn't something that I'm like gonna take home. Like, what I'm trying to explain is exactly what you're saying. Bad losses happen. Bad lose streaks happen. It doesn't. I am neither the player that you guys saw today, nor the player that was playing out of his gourd on Wednesday. Right? Oh no, Fern Myth. Well, congratulations. Congratulations, Fern. Finally admitted I'm lactose intolerant and stopped having dairy. Very sad. Very sad, but you're probably much nicer to share a living space with, I'd imagine. All right. Question. Should we go back up and take a look at those undefeateds and cast the final of this? Laumamge has beaten Doxin. Park's on 36 hit points in a dream, trying to make it to the final denominator. That's amazing. When I smoked the green, I was amazing at games. Been clean for 2 years and I suck. That's whoa, Illuminati, that's a lot of mountain. That's a lot of mountain. I mean, I thought I liked big forts. That's big forts. And instead of taking gun launch missile, he's taken range enhancements. He's got them up at 155 meters, running away from things. But being pursued by the melter. Now the melter only has 130 meter range. Or excuse me, why? You just not have... Guys. Oh, wait, no? I'm missing something. Gigaphobic, I completely agree. Easy come, easy go. It says, Amarak, I just tried your fort build at 1200 MMR. Opponent built melting points into it and got rolled. As you predicted, real easy win. So what's happening there, right? A level of learning Mechabellum is learning Unit X counters Unit Y, right? Mustangs counter Wasps. Great. Arclights or Vulcans counter Crawlers. Great. You know, I know all these things. Then there are techs that flip those things and allow the counter to allow the unit that is supposed to be countered to flip that engagement and win. And, you know, up to about 800 MMR, I guess, is all just about learning the basic unit counters. But then you have learned some things that you're gonna need to unlearn to get to 2000, right? And you'll hit spots, like every spot, you know, up until about 800 MMR, maybe, let me rephrase that, maybe up until 970 or so. Like, I hit median, but I kept getting so maddeningly close to 1000 and not breaking it. And up to about that point, it was things, I had learned things, and it was just strictly learning. But from 1000 on, some of what you have to learn is to unlearn the fundamentals that you have learned previously as fundamental and learn them as, hey, that's kind of a general truism, but there are texts that undo it, there are positionings that undo it, there are cards in the card stack that can undo that. Mark says, Illuminati read me like a book. I mean, I've met many strong opponents, but this time I felt as if he knew my hands. Very nice. Hop over to the other game, please. We can do that, but the other game is already over. We're hopping over to the Cody game. I see. What madness does Cody want to show us tonight? What are we looking at? Cody getting vengeance for Amarok, trying to get vengeance for Amarok against Brojuan. Brojuan was my round 1 opponent, part of the gang of 3 that knocked Amarok out of this tournament. He's got the efficient maintenance Abyss and the swarm missiles. Cody has a degen beam rates on the very outside, forts with barrier, and a whole bunch of holy, who likes your Fang game? Who likes Fang gaming? It's 4-teched, full carry Fang, with some forts and some melters to protect them from the Abyss at the finish. That is a old school carry Fang build being run by Codifly, your 2v2 European Advanced Group 2 champion from last week's 2v2 tournaments. Verge 1 at 1770 was a supply specialist. He's got all that money tied up into these into those Abyss. What Cody's got different than I do, Cody's got armor-piercing bullets on the Fangs, which makes them a lot better against crawlers. I've basically got a ignite on them so that I can bring down the Abyss if needed, or other Titans if needed, and turn off healing. Turning off a healing worm or whatever. Slight differences. Oh no, one of the forts has gone down, Cody. Oh no. While locked onto target with this melter, these melters have 170 meter range. That's more like it. Cody beating Brojuan, showing us how it's done. 4-teched carry Fang is not supposed to work at this level. There it is. That is a game for... Ooh, meme. Exactly. Fort Fangs is Path of the Olaf. I've seen you around. How have you been? Welcome in, first time chatter. Where's Lady Narween? Lady Narween. There we are. I love Fangs. Exactly. Our favorite. Glad you pinged me for that one. And check this out. When is the last time you saw big flank forts? This is a old Cody special. For a while, Cody was running those range elite marksman forts off the flank, would take them on a drop, among other things, and level them up and be able to kind of almost snipe tower. Like if he can commit you to facing the flank, he'll beat the flank much of the way that, or he'll beat you in front of the flank much of the way that the gospel builds do. But if you don't answer the flank strongly enough, he winds up building the things that'll hit your tower from 180 meters away. No, he's not running Fangsmom. He's running the exact same tech build I am. He runs it in similar ways. Doesn't like fort from deep the way that I do quite as much. Runs it a little bit further up, but uses it for much the same things. This looks like it was a committed Fort Fang from the beginning. You can tell from the horizontal arrangement of the fangs, the gaps between them, the positionings right off the line where these fort barriers will cover. Looks like that was, and then it looks like the hounds were the answer up until the fort barriers showed up, and then the abyss are the answer once after the fort barriers show up. The melting points are the counter to the abyss. One thing leads to another, pretty straightforwardly. You love standard forts. It's just rare that I get to use them. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. I apologize. I shouldn't speak for you. I hate it when somebody speaks for me. We're going to run a 3-minute ad now so that we can catch the final. We will be casting as spectator. As a neutral, we'll cast the Illuminati versus Lao final here. Stay tuned. Soja says Amarok loves Vulcan. Mods, help. Imkius says, well played, Hackmanic. That was me you just beat. Where is Hackmanic? Hackmanic gets to 3 and 2. Oops, I've been eliminated. Yes, I know that. Thank you. Hackmanic going to 3 and 2. Knockout out. Wait, that statement is. So Hackmanic starts out 0 and 2, loses to Amarok, is doing better than Amarok now. He's still alive. Beats the coach. Beats the disciple. Back to back. Well, no, loses to the coach and beats the disciple, I guess is the way that went for Hackmanic today. Brojuan out. I'm gonna get no minor points off of these games at all, am I? It looks like about 35th final position. Everybody still alive, has 3 wins. Final coming right up will be Lao against Illuminati. That should be about the end of the day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Decaf was joking with the bang ban. Hackmanic, I actually found the right place for a level 2 armored mountain. You did? Nice. And Imkius, did you enjoy the tournament? Did you have fun? Yeah, you didn't have an answer for it. There certainly are answers for level 2 armored mountains. It's just can be tough to come up with them on the fly. And again, that's one of the things I love about the game is that it is not a solved. It's not a solved state, right? There is no. You look at a board and say, well, there has to be a immediate. Obviously, yeah, it's a level. It was a surprise mountain, and then it knocks you out. I love it. But also, I think that is a bit of a problem. I think all of the Titans are overtuned, and we did talk about that, right? We talked about that on the Friday evening stream. But since we're about to have 90 seconds of dead time while we wait for this match to start, let me bring it up again. I did reach out to Bear Lake on something that he had said in regards to his Q&A with Stoney earlier, he said he had told Stoney, well, War Factory's win rate, we're not so concerned about the Titans because War Factory's win rate is not very high. It's around 50%. So my questions to him were, okay, when we look at this, how does the team look at different slices of data around a unit? Because a unit can have a 50-50 win rate and be badly unbalanced. So first question, do we exclude mirrors? Right? Because the win rate of, for example, Sledgehammer, the win rate against all boards might be very different than the win rate of Sledgehammers versus boards without Sledgehammers. You'd really see that if you looked at Crawler, right? We could definitely set up a Nightbot fake ban command. That could be fun. So the first thing was whether we're excluding mirrors. Second thing was whether we're comparing teched versus untechted, right? Because looking at my own stats, for example, my forts have about a 50%, a little less than 50% win rate. They have a 60% win rate as soon as I get at least one tech on them, right? And it almost doesn't matter what that tech is. And yeah, Fernmyth, that's also correct. A very high win rate means a unit is underplayed relative to how often it would be correct, right? So I've got like an 80% win rate with War Factory, but that literally just means I'm encouraging boards into which War Factory would be immensely valuable, and then I'm not playing it often enough, right? Next question I asked was whether we compare all MMRs, and then I said that the win rate of War Factory below 950 MMR might be very different than the win rate of War Factory above 950. And then other question was whether we're comparing long run units to gut punch units, like what's the win rate for how long this unit has been on the board, right? Because something that's been on the board since round 2 or 3 is going to have it's very different analysis than a unit that was just brought on at the last round. All right, welcome to our final, your number 2 seed, Laumamge, against the last man standing. 2 of the top 3 seeds were knocked, or 3 of the top 4 seeds were knocked out in the first round of this tournament, including one of our favorites, Apucci. Diana getting a great upset against one of the 201 players as the 3rd seed as well. That has left this tournament wide open. If anybody could have knocked Laumamge out, that we could have had a first-time tournament winner. We could have had all sorts of things. As it turns out, it is Illuminati, the German last hope for those of us who are outside of the topmost echelon of the game. Lau representing the topmost echelon. Of course, lots of respect between them. Lau is going to be near side in blue, quick supply specialist. Illuminati Farside in red, or pink, I'm one or the other. A Sabertooth specialist. He's got sabers on the board, adds hounds to crawlers and attacks on the left side. Lau is going to be straight down the middle. Now, hold up here. Oh, you know what? F it. I have that little, have only one insight. We might as well go all in. There you go. Hide the chat window. We're all in for Illuminati. It's probably not the right choice. All right. Bad is here in chat, Hackmanic. We played him on ladder earlier, so he is here. He's here. Or was here. I don't know if he's still active in chat. May have us minimize the focus on matches, etc. Let me say, it is not mad. Yeah. Pokemon's OP in chess. They've got a 50-50 win rate. Okay, so after that set of questions, here's the answer that Fairlight gave. He says, right now we're monitoring win rate for different MMR ranges separately. We evaluate. And this is not a direct quote from what he said recently, but he has previously said that they also monitor for user feedback. They're not aiming to have every unit balanced at 50%. A unit that is really fun to play and to play against, they're willing to let it be a little OP and encourage it to be on the board. a unit that is not fun to play against or not fun to play, but can fill a role, they're willing to have less than a 50% win rate, right? So that's intentional as well. They're not aiming for perfectly balanced all the time. They're aiming to create a fun product, right? Surprise, surprise. Who knew? Game development aiming to create something that's fun? Nah, couldn't possibly be. Hacker balanced at a 7% win rate. You're not wrong, CFT. Hacker has it's Hacker and Rhino that are underweighted, vastly underweighted compared to how strong they should be to be 50-50. Chemtrails, I agree with you. 350k hit points in your face is also not fun. So here's what Bear Lake was saying about that. He says, we monitor the win rate of each individual tech to identify if units with certain techs are particularly strong. They're not doing a meta-analysis of 2 tech comps to determine if there's a broken 2 tech comp. They're just relying on anecdotal for that. We don't exclude mirrors, so the 50-50s are not... those are contributing to units coming down to 50-50. So, but they do watch the pick rate, right? So if a unit has way too high of a pick rate outside of Crawler or Fang, they're going to consider whether that needs to be dropped because the general consensus is that it's too strong. Quote, we're not currently collecting data for the long run or Gut Punch War Factory, but we do study it through tech win rate, and after discussion, the Gut Punch Titan is getting nerfed. You heard it from Bear Lake, you've heard it here. The Gut Punch Titan will be nerfed. Now, there has been a lot of discussion about that on the QA team, the QA and balance community team, and on the curator discussion board. Those are both private, but there has been a lot of discussion about it. I'm obviously under NDA outside of the things that Bear Lake has just told me I can release to you, which you've just heard. So I can't tell you exactly what those changes are going to be, but changes are coming. I expect to see those. I hope to be able to demonstrate some of those changes to you guys on our next stream on Monday, because I get to stream off the test server and show you guys the 1.7 changes. 1.7 changes are scheduled to release on Thursday. Come join me on Monday. Come on, it's going to be fun. We'll get to show you some new stuff. How often do you get to see new stuff before it's live? Get hyped up. Watch some of your favorite players play it. A whole bunch of folks you know have access on the test server, so I'm looking to have a couple of games with folks you know. Should be a lot of fun. How would you nurse the gut shot part of a Titan personally? This is not speaking to anything I've seen. This is not speaking to anything that comes. I think a gut punch, the nerfs to gut punch Titan would be getting rid of upkeep as a concept, right? To make sure that the Titan is balanced both for being on the board for 1 turn and being on the board for 5 turns. Right? And that's why I asked that question about long run to Bear Lake, right? Cody, you're not wrong. Potentially a flank like warp in the first round they're deployed would have worked. But just getting the problem with efficient maintenance, and we've seen this in a lot of other games, right? This is not a unique to Mechabellum problem. Plenty of games have introduced this concept and had it be a problem. And the reason it's a problem is if you've got the unit balanced around a ongoing tax cost, then the round that tax no longer matters, the last round of the game, that unit is overbalanced. Therefore, any game that has a unit with a tax has a balance problem for that unit, guaranteed. Right? Either it's underpowered in the long run when you're paying the tax, or it's overpowered in the case where you're not paying the tax. One or the other. Can't be both. Can't have both correct. Illuminati, we just saw that he was running the mountain against Park. He's brought it out with efficient maintenance here on round 4 of this, this will be the final weekend tourney that has this massive Titan meta before you see the 1.7 changes. I don't know if the 1.7 changes are going to completely get rid of the Titan meta, or if they're just going to adjust it a little bit, or if the Titans are still going to be the dominant in the second half of Season 4. Can't make you a promise there. But this is the high level. There's two ways to go. It's either the gut punch knockout Titan or the early Titan with efficient maintenance. With efficient maintenance at costing 150, it is effectively costs 0 to have taken it because you were going to pay that 150 next turn anyways. Of course, it makes all the other techs more expensive, but if you're going to go wide Titan, you've absolutely got to take efficient maintenance the first time you take it. So you can run 4 wide Mountain, you can run 4 wide 4 Factory, you can run 4 wide Abyss, or you can bring them out 1 wide as a knockout late. So getting rid of efficient maintenance is the one thing I would do first, and that is I've made that argument. Forgotten Arbiter has made that argument. I don't know if Bearlike has taken that, or I can't say whether Bearlike has taken that argument on board, and that is the fix that he's making, or if he's looking at something different. Soja, I'm under NDA about what's in the 1.7. I can't tell you. Cannot answer that one. Nice try, though. Nice try. What else? Other things I would change. I think I would probably change it. I actually don't mind that they can be redeployed with the redeploy spell. Right? There's plenty of... That's true. There might have... I'm just assuming that everybody's followed the announcements that the team have made about buildings. You know, Bearlike has said multiple times that they're working on it. It was actually intended to be at the release at the start of Season 4. It was supposed to be the 1.6 release. They didn't like the balance that they had. They decided to scrap that and go with the Mountain release, the Mountain and Farseer release instead. Flank-like warp-in fixes sell and rebuy. That's a really good point, Cody. That's a really good point. I just liked the idea that you can't sell them. Once you have them on the board, they're there. You can jump drive them if they have a jump tech or you have a redeploy, but other than that, leave them stuck so that you're committed, right? The idea of the flank-like warp-in helps, but it mitigates some of the things that I think make Titans cool, like, for example, being able to use a gun-launched missile to bring down a shield barrier, using an Abyss to bring down a shield barrier so that a spell can land. Like, I think those are skill plays that you want to use. Egophobic beats the factory guy. Let's go. First time. Nicely done. Always feels good. What was your build against him? If you don't mind my asking. In the match we're seeing, Illuminati was dropped down to 13-12. The 2 Mountains together got the win in round 5. That drops Lao Mammoth down to 2,600 hit points. Lao's answer, melting points with range. He's basically sold to jump a melting point out of the way. Takes a Wraith as well. So Wraith for chaff clear. Wraith also for something that the Mountain can't shoot because he hasn't teched the anti-air. Either hoping to bait anti-air instead of some of the better techs. But when we've seen Illuminati run it, he was just running range and efficient maintenance. Now, this is the matchup I was expecting to see. Mountain with temp range from tower should have 155 meter range. Melting Point with temp range from tower should have 155 meter range. And that turns Mountain versus Melter into the question, who gets the lock first? The Orbital Javelin does hit one Wraith, but all of the Melters are out of range. They're all alive. One Mountain is down already, guys. One Wraith stuck on Wasps and Crawlers, has no help coming. Mountain takes down the tower with some help from the Phoenix in front of it. Takes down one. Oh my god, that thing just demolished that poor Melter. The Mountain is doing essentially 6,000 damage shots. So 2 volleys takes out a Melting Point. That's why it is so deadly. Right now it's not shooting air. And convincing a guy to take air is one of the theoretical strats that we were talking about when Mountain was on on the test server. For example, there was a really memorable game I had with Drewski, where I convinced him to take anti-air, which dropped his attack by 40%, and also convinced him to take the extreme range button, and left him with a basically a mountain that was doing a tenth of the damage it ought to be, of a unranged or unaerial, unhyper ranged mountain. It was ridiculous. The thing hit like a Nerf gun, right? Like it can hit you from anywhere. But man, what do you think of this one? Ban Decaf. Decaf has been launched into orbit for crimes against good taste. Please wave to them as they pass the ISS. Love it. We can definitely have some fun with that. We'll probably just change up what's in that every now and then. Actually, Decaf, do you have a good Nightbot to randomizer? Because I really loved some of the old lurks that we had when we could randomize Nightbot output. Essentially, like, here's a list of 10 or 12 different things that Nightbot says if you do bang lurk or bang unlurk. You know, comes back out of the shadows. Are you? Comes back with the shadows. Did you bring enough pizza for the whole chat? You know, like that sort of thing. Yes, making a level 2 mountain versus Illuminati would be hilarious. Yeah, I couldn't find one, Decaf. I did give up on it at some point, rather than putting too much time into looking. But it's something I want to do. Those melters are getting great locks. This one on the left in particular, adding EMP. There is just no hope for the mountains. This is, in theory, how you're supposed to beat the mountain. Get the locks with the melters. Melters are supposed to be S tier against things with that many hit points. But the real lesson from this board is there was one S plus tier player on it. Illuminati is S tier for sure, but the S plus. Lao Mamj is already, we're only halfway into this season 4. Lao Mamj is already up to 2,300 MMR. That is indicative of a 2,500 MMR finish. Illuminati will probably finish up at around this MMR, somewhere in the 2,200 to 2,400 range. But, you know, while we're regaining the MMR that gets reset, Lao, congratulations, sir. You have summited the mountain, claimed the title. You are the America's champion. Congratulations, Lao beating a gold-badged Illuminati. Illuminati not able to take the weekend tournament, but he's a great player in his own right. Really fun. It's just Lao is Lao, and he is super strong. Really nice guy. Super strong. Yes, people click the missile against the melter. That is kind of what I was expecting from Illuminati, right? If we just took a quick look at that board again, right? While we're waiting for the others to finish out. Why not the Shield Ignite Fang counter? Because the Fangs are badly outranged, and the splash on the melter is usually people are taking Bombard, right? So, just looking at this from a like, what if we take over for Illuminati? Actually, hold up. It's this that's getting the instant lock, right? So here we've gone with a different approach, a very different approach to what Illuminati's done in the actual seat. but we have maximized the mountain's total DPS. Saturation bombardment increases the DPS by 2x, reduces the rate of fire by 50%, but they are now, they're basically, you're shooting 4 times as many times. Gun launch missile has separate targeting, much like the Wraith has separate targeting for each gun. Gun launch missile has a separate target. Each of the 4 shoulder guns has a separate targeting for the mountain as well. So we'll just see if there was a build for him that could have. Now the fire on this side is just deadly. That's what gets this instant lock, right? That's what gets that big lock. Yeah, it is. So it really doesn't matter how quickly or how much DPS we're doing to clear this fort. The mountains get hit and ruined. Might have been an anti-missile play for the oil, but, wow, it's just such a good finish, right? Ahoy, ahoy! Hello, Cheese. For me, pretty mediocre as well. Last week I came 8th. This week we were knocked out after 2 wins and 3 losses. Definitely did not feel like I had the full Amarok build going. I won the games I'm supposed to win against the 1500s. Did not have it against anybody else. So Brojuan beat me. Gargarian beat me. Actually, Gargarian's in the 1500s. So that was a really strong win for him. Kronos beat me from 1800 or so. So we got eliminated. We'll win up 34th. But you guys should know, I don't think I've ever said this on stream. 34th is my favorite number. So we hit my thing. God damn it. Which one of you gave somebody right below me a minor point so that I dropped from 34th to 35th? Fine. Be that way. Steal 34th from me. See if I care. It was pretty hard to tell in that replay, but you can set it up. 34th is okay, but it's no 77th. You absolutely can set it up if you head over to the solo. 42's a very different number for a different reason, man. It's a great number. But for whatever reason, 34 has been my favorite. Where are we going next? Where are we going next? Any of you guys want this big audience? Looks like I think the rookie side of this tournament has just ended. Congrats to Luna Gazer, champion of that one. Looks like Down Dreamer came 6th in that. Congratulations. We may raid over to Down Dreamer if she's gonna keep streaming. We're just waiting for the final screen here.
What? Oh my. Okay. I was gonna anyway. I was playing around.
You're
I got pissed. I'm sorry. It just scared me.
All right, guys. We are going to raid you folks out. We've seen the championship. I don't need to wait for the final screen here. We are going to raid you out. Down Dreamer. Down Dreamer is chill vibes, scuffed aim, brilliant mistakes described as strategy. We are going to give her the world's biggest raid for a streamer of her size. Please help her get up to affiliate. Please help her get up to partner. She good people. Give her some love. Please take good care of her. Just remember, you're representing me when you guys go there. So please be good to her. I'm going to put up our thank you stream. Thank you signs. We've had a lot of mods here tonight. Really, really deeply appreciate it. So first off, Yeah, time to be toxic. Please don't, Soja. Worst thing that could happen to a small streamer is a huge raid with people being off towards them. So please don't. Okay. Big thanks to our mods: Zalex, Bimpy, Katsei Mew, Decaf, Whooped GG, Jerry Hattrick, Ocelotus Gaming, and Ghoster Supreme have all been here today, as well as the most recent father in the moderator community, at least, or possibly the Mechabellum community. Big congratulations to Ignatius Pennyfeather. Thank you guys so much. Co-caster today. Oh no, I've got the wrong thank you. My co-caster today was Mortar Mike. Absolutely fabulous. Oh, there is our final screen. Congrats to Cody. You're runner-up. Runner-up for Cody. Dachshund 5th. Illuminati 3rd. Zan, Innate, Xiaoji, Quinhuanju, Park, and Thrax rounding out the top 10. We'll take a look all the way down to... wait, 36th? Man, I was 34th just a minute ago. I needed one more minor point. All right. Coming back over to the thank you. Of course, we could not do any of this without the VIP sponsors and the hardware sponsor. Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, Salt Monkey, Zach. I say a thank you to each of you at the end of every stream because I would not be able to do this without what you guys have done for me on the hardware side. Super, super appreciate it. If any of you are independently wealthy out there and wants to contribute to that, we've got a co-caster is wrong today. Co-caster is wrong. I need to update the art. Co-caster today was Mortar Mike. If you want to support, there's the Buy Me a Coffee link. The Throne link has some hardware stuff and some gifts for Kiddo that you want to do. Follow us on the YouTube, help as well. VIP sponsors, you guys keep me on the air. So many gift subs from Toast94, Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, Fab4200, Xfire X, and Anabolica23. Do remember, we are going to come up to, we're going to come up on the Test Surfer on Monday. So we'll be able to show you this, the 1.7 patch that's coming. I should be able to show you that on Monday. Probably Tuesday we'll do a little bit of that, a little bit of ladder. Wednesday, of course, we'll do the mini tournaments. Thursday, might have a short stream to show you once 1.7 debuts, and we'll be back on full-time Friday and Saturday. That's the upcoming schedule. Anything else? I think that's it. Good night, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate you guys. Please do take very good care of... Not that person. Excuse me. That's not what I meant to click on. I meant... Oh, it looks like Try to Be Pause has also just started. So Try to Be Pause also streaming right now. But Down Dreamer, we're already rating. Okay. It seems to be very confused. I don't know what's going on. Cancel that. We wanted to /raid Down Dreamer. Right. There we go. And I do want to give a shout out if you wanted an alternate streamer in the Mechabellum community. Please support Try to Be Pause. Good night. Thank you very much for watching.